Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the NA Revival Series number 4. I am JRT, joined by Exner, and we got the flu bug, the COVID bug. I don't know what's going on, but everyone is sick here in the virtual green room, guys. So we're trying to get through all this and give you guys a good show regardless. Cole, how are you doing?
Doing fantastic. You know, sometimes when you're sick, it leads to the best of games. So we'll see if that's true for this this series here for the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. Looking forward to it. It should be another fun tournament here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a good one. And of course, we do have our defending champions in NRG returning once more. They actually won back-to-back Revival Series, the one number 2 and number 3. Our first winner, Wildcard, well, they can't come here because they made the major. So I have zero problems with that. That's incredible. 3-0. It was nuts. But let's take a look at that bracket so we can talk more about the teams that will be here today. It's given a lot of other teams a chance to compete here, which I think will be really interesting. We've got a lot of roster changes coming up as well throughout this tournament. So yeah, we'll get that up on your screen in just a bit, guys.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to say, like, I think we initially saw a lot of the progression from Wildcard, obviously a team that's not here, but we saw that progression throughout the NA Revival Series. We saw what they were able to do tournament by tournament, improving very quickly, and I think that's just kind of a cool story to highlight over the last couple of events. I think this tournament has helped them lead to some long-term success, so really cool story there.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you. I mean, we saw them be competitive in, I think, of 2 of the 3. I don't know if they were in the third one, but they were competitive up against NRG every single time, and it was really impressive to see. So, Yeah, and NRG are the ones who actually haven't really made that much unfortunately, outside of like the Revival Cup wins that they've had. So hopefully they'll be able to make some noise here for themselves. And, they have some roster changes, like we were saying.
Yeah. I mean, they do, and I think that's a important detail to kind of hint on here out of the gates. A lot of these teams obviously are here because maybe they showed up to the RMR, didn't quite make it. Maybe they didn't show up to the RMR, but a lot of them are either way making roster changes. There's a lot of shuffles throughout the scene that we're noticing, that we're seeing, and I think that's really important to see because some of these rosters, I think, had some high expectations put onto them. Maybe they didn't meet them. I think with 7 slots in the major, a lot of orgs want a major, they want a sticker in the game, right? So now we're seeing these adjustments come into this tournament, and so a lot of rosters going to be debuting some new additions.
Yeah, and talking about those new additions for NRG, Automatic has been benched, which actually was a little bit of a surprise to me. I know he was inconsistent; he wasn't being as good as he possibly could, but he even acknowledged it, but then said he was disappointed in a tweet that he didn't get a chance to really act on those realizations that he had about his gameplay. So yeah, and George is a fantastic pickup as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Automatic, it might just be the case that it's kind of an easier role to fill at like a competent player, right? It's easier to find a player that can take those roles and will succeed in those roles, to be honest with you. And I think that's a key detail there for Automatic and his kind of story and future. But obviously, again, that there's hopefully a chance for him to stay and figure out what he's going to do next. Obviously, again, a good player that we've really liked to see. But yeah, I mean, again, one of those stories of trying to elevate your ceiling into a position in which, again, I think with a IGL like Nitro, they should be.
Yeah, and then the other changes were on nouns. We won't talk about it in too much detail right now because we can talk about it later. But minus Carson, minus George. That's minus Carson is huge. Obviously, George is picked up by NRG. Nix and Peeping added there, and then Party Astronauts they lose Peeping, so it's like a lot of shuffling happening between rosters that are all playing right here in this revival series. And Viz will be playing for the Party Astronauts. But like we mentioned, we'll talk about those stories as things progress here throughout the Revival Cup. And right now, what we're going to have for you guys is Boss up against Undone. And if you haven't heard of Undone, I wouldn't blame you. Not exactly making waves so far, but it is Steel's new team after Vibe. He switched to Undone. Skadoodles joined him again on this journey, but they've added 3 new faces in MOTM, Sixy, and Chop, who are all heavy hitters in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like took over the project that was going to be working with previously Stamina, and I think that's a cool little detail there that I think Stamina is a solid IGL, but then you get an opportunity to play with Steel, I think, and he's obviously a great North American IGL. So I think that's a really cool story for these players to actually get a real chance. And I think once we see them right now, they're playing in advance. I think once we see them get to an ECL level, which I don't think will take long, we're going to be able to get a lot more excited. This is going to be the perfect tournament to test some of their metal up against a roster of Boss's caliber out of the gates to see how they're working with a roster that I would say is super consistent in terms of playing in the upper echelons of ECL at this point and even showing improvement and kind of doing so maybe with Boss being slightly disappointed not making the major. I mean, obviously they set those expectations for themselves, but for me, I think they have a lot to be proud about coming off the back of a major where they had no boot camp in Europe, which is a luxury that a lot of organizations were able to do before. They just had a couple less opportunities than teams, and I think they still performed to a position in which they can be proud about. And I think hopefully they've been able to realize that in a reflection coming back from Shanghai.
Yeah, for sure. Let's check out the PrizePicks analyst segment now, guys, and jump into what we think these players are going to do, starting with Boss. And I mean, looking at the list of players you have here, they've all been really good. I mean, you just kind of alluded to it, Cole. Like, they've been improving dramatically. They had a good run in ECL playoffs. They actually did fairly well for themselves, which is great to see. And it's all started with Fruit Cup.
Yeah. I mean, this player has seemingly fit the culture really well, has also just to some very quick success out of the gates. And I think for this player, it's just a guy that makes sense in this team. As I said, it's a perfect culture fit in terms of how he plays, how he also communicates. He's just super effective as a communicator. And for me, I think this addition has been the best possible play they could have found. I mean, this is obviously an org that doesn't have a lot of pulling power to pick up top names. There's no money that you get when you hop into this roster, but they figured a way to still identify talent, bring him up into the top levels of ECL, and really teach him quickly, or maybe he's just a quick learner. Either way, he is just rapidly improved with every game.
Absolutely. And the other one is Cryptic for me to highlight, Cole. Honestly, he's that up and coming IGL in North America that I think any team would want. I'm pretty sure that there was an inquiry from Nouns to get him, and he said no to that, which I mean means that he believes in this boss roster, right? He believes in the players he's got behind him to make it to the next major, probably. They're probably looking forward to that next RMR.
I think so. I mean, again, I am a big fan of Cryptic, known him for a very long time. So I just feel like his ability to lead players that maybe are lesser experienced, but still get them to a point again where they can stay competitive. I mean, they beat M80 in the RMR, which I think is a huge deal, and put a scare on them. So you can just tell that this guy again believes in his players. They're one of the teams that is not, after not qualifying to the major, making any roster changes, which I think is super cool. And I honestly don't expect them to make any roster changes soon. I think they'll really try and ride it out with this team for as long as they possibly can, and again set their sights on what is going to be home soil major coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, those are the two players that probably are my radar the most. If I had to pick a third, maybe Freshie, but anyway, we'll switch over to Undone and chat about them here. As we mentioned before, big names on this roster. Sixy in particular stands out to me as someone who hasn't really had a chance to shine as much as he can as a star player, and I imagine that he's going to be set up on this team to kind of freewheel a little bit.
Well, I mean, you got so many good supportive elements, and also you got a good leader that I think is going to set Sixy up, identify his talent and give him the love that he deserves on this roster. So for me, it's a no-brainer that this is a guy that I expect to perform the best when it comes to playing tougher competition outside of like the advanced level. During their season in advance, I think you could maybe just expect everyone to jump around and switch up the level of performance. But Sixy, when you look at these names, is going to be the best player on this team right now. And I feel like that does go a long way in terms of the supportive elements that he has. Having Chop on your roster as well, who I think can set him up very nicely. That little combo is just going to allow both players to, I think, succeed.
Yeah, I agree. I think Chop is more of that stay-at-home player, doesn't really do anything flashy, just does his job as he needs to, does end up with some highlight reel plays sometimes, but he's a stable, constant element, whereas Sixy's more of that threat that can go all around the map and really make noise. And you kind of have to unleash him a little bit and let him get into that aggressive style. So for me, I agree with you 100%, Cole, essentially, that they're going to bounce off each other well. The third player, if I had to highlight one, I mean, we can look at Skadoodle and Steel, but I mean, we already know what they offer, so I don't know if that necessarily is what I want to focus on. I think MOTM, he hasn't necessarily been able to find a stable roster lately. This is his first crack at it for a while, since he was just really trying to fill in since the ATK days. Like, we're going all the way back to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a cool story that he can, use this as a really good redemption opportunity with some players that he's familiar with as well. So I expect some good things from him. Again, he's had himself a advanced season as well, as you would expect from a player of MOTM's caliber. But yeah, it's going to be fun to see Skadoodle and Steel in the server as well. I'm excited to see. I've not seen Skadoodle play in a long time, so it'll be really exciting to see that.
Yeah, I saw him play on Vibe. We saw some flashes. But I think they're going to want more.
Yeah, from what I understand, it seems like he's really motivated, which I think is super.
That's
He's
good.
put in a lot of work with this Undone roster, and for that, I appreciate it. He's not just coming in, playing a couple games, keeping that competitive drive, but I think he's taking it pretty seriously, which I really respect.
Which is good. And we're going to see the vetoes come up here, guys. And I actually love the maps we ended up here with, that Nuke, Ancient, and Anubis coming through. One thing I want to mention before we talk about that veto in more detail is just that you mentioned the RMR for Boss, and it actually wasn't bad. I mean, they beat M80 on Vertigo 13-7. Yes, they lost to Furia 13-1. Let's ignore that one. But against Bestia, they got one map, Dust 2 13-9. Wasn't great on the other two maps, but we saw those flashes. We saw the potential of Boss coming through once more. And for them to at least get that one win against M80 is saying something, considering M80 did qualify for the major.
I mean, hung in there with Complexity as well, took them into overtime, which was
just, yes.
It was just really cool to see that again, this team that isn't necessarily the most resource given is still making these waves. Because we know, I mean, this is a team that's prep heavy. They do a lot of work in dealing with you. That's the sort of IGL that Cryptic is. And we saw it again. This is another story of PrizePicks in a Revival series team that was using those events as a way to expand their map pool and practice new map strategies, and in a maybe best of 3 dry environment in NA at the moment. Like, this is one of the few events that they get an opportunity to practice those that map pool, and I think that went a long way in them remaining even more competitive.
Absolutely. No, I mean, I agree 100% with you, Cole. And I mean, let's talk about the veto now. We were already talking about the map pool expanding for Boston. I do agree with you. Thing is, Nuke hasn't been the best for them despite their efforts, 1-4 over the last 3 months. So I like that pick from Undone. Very deliberate in their choice there. And then Ancient being left there, of course, Boss are going to go into that. And the final one on Anubis. So for me, I thought Undone might try to go for the puggier maps. They don't have as much experience as Boss, and yes, they've been playing advanced, but it certainly is nothing compared to the matches that Boss have been playing lately. But they decide to go for the more strategic ones, so I do respect that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do. I mean, out of the gates, like you said, this used to be a map that I think Cryptic was super comfortable in calling. I think with this current roster, there's still some struggles in like rotations for this team at the moment, but out of the gates, like I think you're going to see some of that confidence come through from Steel and trying to get that punish pick. This has been a map that they've struggled to master, and then you also for Undone have a little bit to look forward to in Ancient, which I think is like a bit of. I think he dropped off during his time in PA, but before that, like a specialist map for 60, who again is a key play that we kind of highlighted coming into this event that can be super crucial on this map, take over space, and it'll be interesting to see if he can get back to that form with this roster. Anubis to close out on is a map that I think this core was comfortable with, but I've been noticing that sometimes they are banning it in like best of ones versus teams in advance, so that's interesting to see how they'll do, because under Stamina, the previous IGL of this like core, they were pretty good on Anubis. It was like their staple, but Stamina was a really good Anubis IGL.
Yeah, he was. And it's just Stamina's career was such a journey, honestly. He's retired now, apparently. We'll see what that actually holds true. You know how retirement is in Counter-Strike. It changes every day. But no, he's been so up and down, so many different rosters, and he's been trying everything. It feels like things click and then something goes wrong behind the scenes that we obviously don't have that much information on. So either way, I think that they can still do well on that Anubis pick. They've got the pieces there. Steel's one of the most renowned IGLs in North America. I think that goes without saying. So I feel like he's definitely got the depth of strategy available to them. It's about if they can find their level and the chemistry they need to compete up against ECL competition.
Yeah. I mean, this is again the perfect test, a great opportunity to out of the gates experience some of that competition and at a really high level, expanding. They're growing as a team very quickly, and you have to challenge yourself versus a team that you're going to have to face if you're continuing to take yourself seriously as a roster. I mean, Boss is going to be a team that's right there in that same boat. So this is like a prime example of how this Undone roster, which we have high expectations for, can prepare themselves versus a very good team.
Yeah, and they've picked the right maps, as we mentioned. Like ending up on Anubis is fantastic. Nuke is a great opportunity. Like if you're setting yourselves up for a chance for victory, given the history of Boss on these maps. Not that they can't be resilient, because they absolutely can. But if you look just at the first one here, only one win over the last 5 for Boss, and the one win was against Mythic, which I mean nothing against Mythic, but they didn't necessarily have the best time last season in ECL. So that was the one victory. They did have some close matches against Wildcard and Elevate that we can't forget about. Went the full 24, lost 11-13. So that, like I was saying, there's still always that chance that Boss can come out and surprise us on the first map of Nuke.
I hope they do as well. Again, this is a team I feel like makes a lot of good decisions on this map, which again it makes it a little bit weird that this isn't like a super comfortable map. It must be something in the you have really good structure in terms of like players in history on this map, and again, like the calling from Cryptic is he understands it. And so I'm interested to see like where the breakdown is, and if we get to see that, or if Boss have been continuing to develop, because I know that they didn't quite make it to the major, but that means, or I doubt that means that this roster is kind of taking their foot off the pedal. I think they're still kind of full steam ahead. My expectations from talking with Cryptic are that they're again not interested in making any like snappy roster changes. They want to work with what they've got for as long as possible. And I think a lot of those changes have been, very positive over the last couple months.
Yeah, I think for me, seeing Cryptic not go to Nouns, not move on from the current roster,
insane. That's really cool.
Like that's giving up a salaried position position pretty much too, because those players are salaried on Nouns and saying, no, we're going to stick together. That means to me that this 5 is going to be here until the next major cycle. Like there's just no way that they break up after that point. At least I imagine that's the plan. Who knows what's going to happen in reality? But for me, these 5 are going to show us what they can do. And if they're going to be that next team to rise up, Wildcard was on our radar since we first saw Suspen Fuzi come and join this team, and they've proven why, which is fantastic to see that come to fruition. And then I think it's Boss's turn to kind of take that mantle and go forward. And also NRG. I want to say NRG with George, that could be interesting. So I don't want to count them out either, because I think they look really interesting despite their lack of success lately.
Yeah, I mean, I think for NRG, obviously not making the RMR even was like a big hit, but that was still, you know, relatively fresh with and I think changing an IG, I think there's a lot of pressure on those players to, you know, perform, and I think we saw that come out in the closed qualifier for the RMR, but we did afterwards, after watching that RMR, see that improvement. You know, they qualified for EPL, which is a huge deal for this org. You know, they have things to look forward to in this next year. And so finally making that roster change, I think it comes at a very solid time, I think, where you can get more experience. And then at this point, you're going to be looking at that next, you know, RMR and saying, okay, we're more prepared than we were last time.
Yeah, and I also feel like George can deliver even more than Automatic, given current form, right? Current form, George was playing much better than Automatic on Nouns. Despite them not having success, George was still playing well. So I think that is an upgrade, at least right now. I'm not counting Automatic out of being in contention in the future or joining a new team, but right now George is the guy, and I really feel like that'll be interesting to see even here right now as this Revival series goes on. Guys, just an update on the match. I know we're yapping along here, but we're just waiting for all the players to join up. I think we have one more that needs to connect, and once they do, we'll be jumping right into the action on you. We want to see it just as much as you do.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Boss do. I hope there's no post team tweets. Just seemed really sad, which is understandable. I'd be disappointed. They're coming into that competitive, you know, nature. They're expecting to win, but there we go. We're into the action. We're finally made it on into the server. We should be starting that pistol, and we're ready to kick things off here in a Revival series.
Alrighty, let's jump into it. Undone up against Boss. IGL for Undone Steel. IGL for Boss is Cryptic. We'll see how those two brains will face off against each other here on a map that involves a lot of rotations. Freshie going to come up with the dualies here. Slight the opener onto Steel, and Freshie just hiding behind the smoke, and it works. Fruit Cup managed to go on 60 after Freshie is traded, but that is a very nicely executed strategy in the opening moments here of the map.
Yeah, well, that's a good look out of the gates right there for preparation. That's still what we expect from this team. Roster that is super prep heavy. We got MOTM looking to sneak his way through heaven. That contact's taken, and I think Slight smart to reposition now. Prepares himself for that next point of contact. Knocks him out. And Skadoodle. Again, good to see him back into the server. Really excited to see what he can make. But nothing in this pistol as Boss get an opening round here out of the gates. And you can see Slight already getting loud there. Again, you know, super happy to see this roster still, you know, passionate.
Yeah, and for me, like, for Slight in particular, I think my criticism for him all the way back to his wildcard days has been inconsistency, has been that inability to really be a strong performer on a regular basis. Sure, you can have your off games, but it feels more like a roller coaster ride with Slight at this time. And I'm really hoping for him because I really like him as a player. I think he's an exciting offer. I think he does a great job. He adds that energy to the team you saw right there, as you mentioned, Cole. So, yeah, having Slight connecting and doing well is going to be a big part of Boss's success both here and moving forward throughout 2025. Cryptic's going to spam through the smoke there. Flashbang's going to get tossed, and Undone have managed to make their way down into Secret, so this could lead to a bomb plant. Chop is lurking over in Squeaky. Oh, and Freshie might get caught off there. We'll see. In the meantime, Fruit Cup engaging. Gets 1, 2, 3. Makes it look easy, and this is just what Fruit Cup does.
Yeah, I mean, out of the gates, you get to see what he's made of. Incredible multi-kill with a little help from Slight in the back line, but just good rotations overall. Now we got Steel going for a knife inside the fence, hoping for any sort of extra rotation.
He's going for the content now, huh?
If you don't win the round, you got to go for the content. He gets it as well. Not even a smile, not even cracking a
He's going to. He did at the end. He did at the end. Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Cheeky little knife. That's some good bread there to add.
I mean, it's good money for sure. In a round that was kind of light in terms of investment, now they're going to have their full buy coming through. And I mean, although, yes, it is for the content, it is cheeky. You're right. I mean, it's giving you a bonus to your economy in a very significant way. So that leads to a much better buyout for Steel.
It's a good sign. Like to see that.
Or
See if
just
he-
a hero AK.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I thought he was
do
going to
that
save it
much
for the next
damage.
round.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is they didn't do that much damage. They got the knife kill, that was it. So, I guess it's always good to try and apply that pressure, but when you're able to get so many MP9 kills like Fruit Cup just did in that last round, it really does put a lot of pressure on this AK finding some sort of success. Otherwise, that CT side economy can kind of get super strong early on. But again, this is some good rotation. This is what I highlight with Slight a lot. He's in a position to help out Fruit Cup already. Gets his smoke down there just about in time. Steel ahead of it. We'll see how this holds up. There's the AK drop to the floor out of the gates, and that's not going to bode well for this setup there. Fruit Cup another 3K spray down with that MP9 in one clip. And 6C showing up late to the party there. Now looking maybe for his knife kill.
I don't know about that. Maybe not
A little
this
too
time.
far away now.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Cryptic gonna get the headshot on the 6C. An AK upgrade for Fruit Cup, but the way he's playing with the MP9, I don't know. Maybe should have stuck with it. No, but obviously when there's an AK available there, you are not going to pass it up. He is happy to find that. Easy 3 rounds for Boss. Only 2 players die throughout the first 3, and now the rifles will be out for Undone. Yes, Steel has settled for a Galil, but you got 4 AKs around it.
That's a bit of a brutal start here. Scary stuff from Boss early on. See what Undone do to react. I mean, so far we've seen them just kind of quickly move that out of yard. And thereafter we see some good rotations, but now another MP9 strikes, and 60 does not get to play the round. Either does Steel. Are they on T-Roof right now? Darty's on T-Roof, I believe.
I think so.
Oh my god, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
And he just devastated it. Good try there, nice default. Whatever you had planned completely goes haywire right there for Undone. And it is a tough greeting here out of the gates for Boss.
That is exceptionally aggressive from Darty. Unbelievable that he got up there that quickly. And then Undone didn't know what to do about it. He gets 3. And finally, there's a player that's able to come back up to the rooftop and take care of him. But it was like a 1v4 at that point, and Cryptic just gets the last one. I believe it was Cryptic anyway. But either way, 4-0 for Boss. And this has been convincing so far in their favor on a map where they didn't pick into it. Don't forget, guys, this is Undone's map pick, and typically Boss haven't been finding the path to victory on Nuke as of late, but they have been competitive on several occasions, and maybe all that experience is finally paying off.
I mean, just look at the constant activity that they're getting away with right now.
Yeah.
There's 60 getting blasted again. Doesn't get to play the round. Fruit Cup looking for another multi-kill spray. But hey, he's done his job so much in the past, and that certainly is that again. And they're just left with very little options once more. Steel looking to find something with this AK in hand, but he's now dwindled down even lower, and nothing going for Undone. So get undid once again.
Yeah, Steel last one standing this time. He's got the AK to try and save, but it's not going to be an easy task. There's a full minute and 2 seconds for Boss to clear out the entire map and try to find him. Right now, they're just standing still, holding their ground, as Steel needs to walk out and find a fight. Here he comes into admin. I mean, there's only so much you can do, and I mean, Boss are certainly going to be watching the angles. Steel aware of that. Around this corner, Slight will be his engagement as he comes around here, and Steel will almost get him, but not enough. Slight finds the final frag. He is 6-0. Fruit Cup 9-1. I mean, we told you guys, he is absolutely the player to watch. When he first joined the team, it was more like in a supporting role. He was able to, you know, get those matches when he was getting a lot of frags, but now he's become that fragger. He's become that clutch player that they need every single time he's asked of it.
Yeah, he's one of those new era kind of like very, very strong anchor players, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just interesting to see how that maybe role has been redefined into, you know, sometimes you just need someone who's really mechanically to play in these positions where there's 5 people running at you, there's 4 people running at you, and you just have to figure out ways to win those duels versus the whole opponent, stay alive. And I think that's what Fruit Cup does really well. And again, part of that new era of anchoring that we've been seeing over these last couple of years, where he just thrives in this environment. And you can see if you're going to keep on challenging Ramp, you got to figure out a way to limit his ability, limit his potential there, because he's just getting away with these big spray downs. I mean, that's the first death he's had over the 3 ramp hits that they've really gone for. He's had 3 multi kills already.
Yeah, and he got those 2 frags like you were mentioning even before he died. So I mean, like, multi-kill after multi-kill coming through for Fruit Cup every time they challenge him around. Good angle from Cryptic, waiting for the player to come around that slight gap in the smoke, which would have been around the edge. Steel is gone. 5v4. And now 6E finally gets a response. This is the first time that Undone have put themselves in the position in the early round to actually maybe get something to come through as they find that trade. Slight is waiting with the AWP. We talked about the inconsistency for him. He needs to hit his shots, and there's a big one onto 6E, who was just trying to find the space in the B site. Didn't really have anyone behind him to get that trade, and you see Chop is kind of stuck in lobby. The other 2 Undone players haven't really made it down towards that B site, so they have to reset and readjust.
Yeah, I mean, positionally so important. And again, Slight putting himself in the right position. Cryptic threading another kill towards that outer yard quickly. Chop exposes once again towards lobby, and now both players known at the very least. They do lose Cryptic for that information. They're already looking to isolate one of these duels here as quick as possible. Gets it while blinded up. Good flash from MLTM, but it doesn't matter. And it's another round that they close out with minimal casualties. You got Slight gathering up to max economy, 6-0, and at this point it feels like in a lot of different ways, maybe more success in that last round, but for now it just feels like the default is getting broken down. They're not able to start a round off without losing players, without getting aggressed on, and again, something that you got to figure out very quickly. Otherwise, Boss are just going to keep taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that that was the one round where it felt like they actually were able to crack through a little bit, right? But then Slight denies 6E all the space he gained, and they were too far apart from each other. Like, he was the lurk towards B, so they couldn't do anything after that, and that's pretty much when they lose the round, honestly. Cryptic, there he is, aggressive again, and he slipped it into secret. I don't know if he was spotted, and I don't think he was. Oh, this is a freebie. It's a freebie. 6E's dead. Maybe a second. Yep, he does get 2 before he falls. It is a gun drop, so Steel going to get an upgrade here. But in the meantime, look, Chop has been lost as well towards ramp. Fruit Cup taking care of him. And another 2-man disadvantage for Undone to try and crack through.
Yeah, full lobby control while you're at it as well. So you know exactly where the play is, either outside towards that lower side. I mean, pretty much all the bases covered at this point. We'll see what they can do to try and get over this situation. Opening up the door. Exposes Slight a little problematic there. Misses that shot. Could open up a bomb plant. Now we'll see what they can do in the post. At the very least, they get this. It might not be lingering for too long as Steel's up back against the wall. And Fruit Cup sure will charge him down with another 3K.
Look, I told you, I mean, anchoring or not, Fruit Cup is able to make big plays. Like you said, 3K for him, 12-2. Well above a frag per round here, heading into the 8th round of play. And Undone, I mean, yes, they get a bomb plant, which, I mean, helps because they have the full loss bonus. That's an extra $600 added, meaning they'll be able to probably get a pretty much full-on buy-up here, aside from maybe a few pieces of util. But you need rounds. And I mean, yes, we know Nuke is CT-sided, but it is no longer that CT-sided affair that we saw way back in the day. It has balanced out quite a bit. So for Undone to be down 7-0 here on their pick, let's not forget, is trouble.
They're figuring out a way again to test 6E. Pressure him again. Wow. He gets bested. He's just not... The player that we highlighted can be such an active playmaker for this team, and they've broken him down so consistently. And there's another example of it. Cryptic sacrifices his life, but in the trade, again, now they're up a man. They've got so much ground towards this outer yard, and they've lost a key playmaker.
Oh boy. Undone. Skadoodle. The AWP. Trying to go up against Slight, who's been much sharper. Hasn't died once yet. Freshie, waiting top of hut, looking around, playing pretty passively, which is good. Doesn't want to over-aggress or over-commit to an angle here. Now he's playing right above that hut exit. Doesn't realize the player's gone by, but Skadoodle's not looking at Hut. The other two players are there. He realizes it from the util that's thrown, and Freshie gonna farm away with Slight. He does go down. Slight, a little exposed, but it doesn't matter. He makes it work, slide into victory. 10-0 is his scoreline with an 8th round on the board for Boss as well.
Oh, just beautiful right there. And that's what you see when you talk about Slight at some peak levels right there. He can show you that flash. It is a roller coaster. When you're going downhill, it's a lot of fun. Boss, again, bring yourself an 8th round. He's still yet to die as well, which is just absurd. And positioning himself, again, to be a key, player in a lot of these rounds. Positioning himself where the action is as well, so just consistently winning out in those head-to-heads. You got Cryptic, who's seemingly a heat-seeking missile onto wherever 60's playing. And this is, again, Boss not letting go of the gas here, looking to speed it up a little bit, though it's going to be Undone's chance to turn it up, but it's still that same level of success. It's a knockdown defense, quickly leaving Steel again left last alive. Everyone now getting involved in this rotation as well, and Steel once again boxed into this position. Slight has a chance to go down, but he still stays alive. He is invincible, it seems, and now a 9th round here for Boss goes up quickly.
That's unbelievable. Like, Slight should be dead. Honestly, he shouldn't have survived that. He had the pistol and everything up against the AK, but still, somehow, some way, manages to find a way to stay alive, and Boss up 9-0 now. And another positive impact of Fruit Cup being added to this roster, whether it's the way he communicates or what it is, I don't know, but he gelled so well with these other 4 players that Freshie and Darty had resurgences. They were just absolutely invisible for so long. I didn't know what was going on, but since Fruit Cup's come back, they've looked very solid. Darty does go down here up against Steel, but a great trade from Cryptic again makes it a 4v4, and he's been aggressive towards outside every single round. And I mean, there is going to be a bomb plan for Undone here as they manage to get into B.
This does become a really difficult post plan to work your way through, though. I mean, Boss have so much resources to go for this, so we're going to see them give it a go, but how do you try and take these positions back? Now, Cryptic looking to turn up the gas a little bit, goes through the fire and flames, no avail. And Freshie now smoked off. I mean, maybe they just make the case that there's no chance we retake this. Those B-side post plants, when you take space, are a little too powerful, so I think now try to weaken the economy of their opponents. That's a big bomb radius that they've got, and that is some sharp shooting from Fruit Cup. 2 quick kills, rolling out the rifle, and the retreat is made. They stay alive here. In fact, they do even more exit damage in a round that's won with 4 up. Only 1 survives here in the end, and that's Skadoodle, who makes it out the only safe passage through T-spawn.
Man, that hurts so much towards their economy. I mean, we've only got 2 rounds left, so I don't know how much of an impact that's going to have. At least it keeps MOTM from having a gun, unless there's one that's been dropped on the ground. But no, yeah, he has a MAC-10, so that's not the greatest, but Undone going to have to settle for that. Great work from Boss. It's like the best way you can lose a round, right? You get 3 frags, excuse me, on the tail end as the bomb's exploding, and you do that economic damage. 1:42 on the clock. Here we go again. Undone trying to find a second in a row, and what an opener from Steel.
I mean, they needed that, a little bit of fearlessness from Steel coming through to finally give them some success there. Slight going down as well with the leg shot onto Chop.
That's
Slight's first death.
Yeah.
And again, that fearlessness might give them some space. It's a really good reaction to take this there, and I think a bit of a rough timing for Darty. Don't know if he's registered that position from Steel. Fruit Cup, though, registering Skadoodle's reposition there, gets loud about it, and still loses that battle. So, a great opportunity. Freshie looking to deny that, though. Only good for a single as well. And Darty, who I believe was spotted early on, now has a tough round ahead of him. Yeah, gets knocked out from Steel above, and that'll be Undone's 2nd in a row. Good stuff and a reaction and recovery. And again, it might just take that fearlessness, not respecting the opponents. I like that move as well, getting those cross smokes down, peeking in front of it. So common to nade those smokes. You'd expect it to be safe, but it's good stuff overall.
Yeah, no, that was a great move from Steel. I mean, it's certainly not the last time we're going to see him make a nice decision like that. And Undone getting 2 in a row is exceptionally helpful. Now would be even better is preventing Boss from getting to double digits, but you have to imagine that Boss are going to make an adjustment here. I don't know if Cryptic's going to go for that aggression that he did previously, and he's not. But Slight now watching outside with the big green. Gonna pop that smoke. No one's there. Not the best of tosses because he didn't get that full visibility. And Skadoodle behind the box is not going to challenge him just yet. There's another smoke pop. This is what Undone is waiting for. Now with 2 thrown, they're going to say, okay, guys, maybe we should go. But, I mean, the smoke's gone. Oh, look where Fruit Cup is. Fruit Cup, nothing at all. What a snappy shot from Sixy. But will they expect Cryptic to be doubling down here? They don't. Cryptic gets only 1, though. And then he's immediately traded. Darty going to have to do work here along with Slight to get back into this round because right now it's a 3v2. Darty makes it a 2v2, keeps spamming and does a little damage to Skadoodle, but not enough, nearly enough to take him down. Now it's all up to Slight in the 1v2 clutch.
See what this position can do. Rolling through the ramp side of things into lobby, a chance to try and sneak up on him. But a tough weapon to try and clutch with here. That's going to help out big time, though. Steel offers himself up. Skadoodle close by. Slight, is he prepared for the double up inside the hut? He's waiting for some re-aggression here. He's looking to make Skadoodle shake. Skadoodle, as much of a veteran as he is, he's still going to get no scope there. Slight still closes it out and shows that the new guy is on campus right there.
Oh, man, he's so hyped, too. You saw him on his cam. So happy to have clutched that out on his side. And you're going to see, like, I mean, on the other side, Steel is trying to down a bowl of soup or something, or rice. I don't know, just trying to get some nutrients in there, power the brain. But overall, that's a ridiculous clutch. The no scope on top of it all from Slight. This is the Slight that we see when Boss is having dominant victories, when they're doing so very well. I mean, it's unbelievable what he's able to achieve at the top of his game when things are just working for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really fun to watch him play at a high like this. I mean, and get a highlight reel. Here's such a common pistol, though, for Boss to play out. They love to give Cryptic a P250 and then get these duels here. They give Slight one as well, and he's the one that lands the kill. To start it off, these long-range fights can be a little deceptive. You think you're going up against Glocks initially. It turns out it's a P250 long range that you're fighting up against, and the distance has been closed, and the man advantage taken. Tough plan opportunity, though. It's open and exposed to Mini, and that's a big liability right there, not being covered. As now Freshie has to go and recover the bomb, and the playmaking from MOTM does it justice.
Again in the open. Wow, that is risky, but Freshie pulls it off, and that gives them a lot more comfort in this post-plant hold because Boss will not know exactly where to look with the bomb planted so far into the open. MOTM looking around, playing the buddy system with Steel. Steel watching as MOTM's clearing the corners, waiting for a peek to come around, but Freshie is holding his nerve, watching above towards heaven. Then you have Slight hanging out in the smoke. Steel comes out, Slight tapping away. Freshie gets an important one, and that clears Slight to come in on the flank. Undone are going to lose the round once more, and Boss are up to an 11-2 lead.
I mean, I don't know how you stay so comfortable in those positions for as long as they did, just hiding, never giving anything over. No information to Undone in that 2v2 at all. And that's just got to be a suffocating feeling. I mean, you got the kit, so you feel like you have time, but then you go and try and clear out every last corner. You find nothing. Confidence in which they play those positions, the trust that they place in you know, their teammates right there is really impressive. And maybe that's the value of this chemistry that Boss have been developing for such a long period of time at this point.
Wow. Not the start we expected here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Undone, maybe a little worrisome that this is your opening result versus a top caliber ECL level opponent. I mean, again, I fully expect that this is a roster we'll be seeing in ECL at some point soon, but...
Yeah, I was going to say maybe not top caliber, but given the recent results, I kind of agree with you now that I think about it. You know, Boss has made it back to that top, I would say 5 or 7 so far. Anyway, bit of trades coming through here. Undone and Boss. Looks like Boss will have the edge given the firepower anyway. Where do they decide to go is the question. Boss with a heavy lean into lobby, and Steel gets the knife frag onto Slight again in that vent. That is unbelievable. He's committed to that so hard, and it works twice. One on each side.
That's insane. 2 knife kills. They win the moral battle here. Can they win the round though? That's gonna be a bit of another question at this point. I mean, still in such a strong position at this point though, and a man advantage, and the discomfort settling in for Boss rather, as they are really uncomfortable at how they want to try and figure out a way to plant. There's a smoke that I believe got picked up by Fruit Cup. Used towards Mini could be very effective for a more comfortable plant. They're so slow about how they clear out these positions. And finally, that smoke will go down. Cryptic will trust that he has coverage. He is right. It's going to start that timer up against this Undone squad to try and get even more rounds here rolling.
No way 60 survives here. No way at all. Come on. There it is. Cryptic actually does more damage Crypt than I expected, but Fruit Cup is trying to clutch it out for his squad, and can't Skadoodle with the Scout 2K going to get the defusal. And that will give Undone a chance at life here on Nuke, because if they don't get that around, we're already talking about the next one.
I was looking at his HP right there, and I saw he was like low on the HUD. I didn't see like the exact number, but I thought he was going to die when he fell out of heaven there. He did a little reverse strafe back to the safe drop off, but a little nerve-wracking initially. They get the job done though. And there's a third on the board, and that can start a conversation to at least, become a much closer game. Not going for the force buy just yet, so, opportunity to get another one in. You can start to count those rounds up and put up more of what you'd expect, and get back on track for what was a game plan that I feel like got disrupted in every going.
60's in a bit of a tough fight. There we go. Finally connects on a messy spray, and the next one wasn't messy at all. Takes care of business against Darty. Finally goes down to Fruit Cup. He's got the Deagle. Can he do more? Fruit Cup? No. Finally shut down by Skadoodle. And Freshie with the Zeus. Not the knife. He wants to try for a Zeus play.
Come here, Steel.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta get my revenge. I was gonna say maybe a bomb plant actually, but there's a good rotation coming through. Smart repositioning. Rolling out. This time Steel uses that firearm and we'll lock this one in. Not too many casualties to really worry about. Fruit Cup's Deagle is usually good for one. That's a bit of an underrated factor of his game, I feel like, is that he's actually a beast with that sidearm. Like, so consistently getting kills, putting pressure on it. I've actually seen Boss win a lot of ecos because of his, Deagle ability. And when you have a player like that on your team that is available in a consistent fashion to get you a kill or two, even without armor and a Deagle,
yeah,
it does give you an extra edge to this team. I think it's got them through a lot of tougher tournaments that we didn't see them winning in the past, or, taking down opponents that they've had huge loss streaks over. I mean, I was with you when I talked about this team maybe not quite being the top echelon of ECL before they made this change, because they were going on massive loss streaks to Nouns, NRG, M80. Exactly, they couldn't figure out those teams. Even PA was one of those rosters that they couldn't beat. They've finally been able to break that curse versus a lot of teams, which has been, my biggest reason as to why this roster's gotten to that point in conversation.
Absolutely. No, I mean, they were there a few seasons ago in ECL, and then things just started to slip away, and it felt like they got their success too soon. I don't know, second-guessed themselves, but it was Fruit Cup who was added to the roster that brought them back to that magic that we were seeing before, and I'm very excited to see what this next season of ECL will deliver on their side. As we go into it, Boss, I mean, typically are 50-50 in terms of T-side versus CT side round victories, so you still favor them immensely given the lead that they've built up on their CT side. But, I mean, Undone are doing a pretty good job here on the defensive side. As I say that, Darty lines up one, but can't get the second. 3v3, MOTM's overlooked here. Freshie, you got a clear HUD. And now it's a 3v2 in favor of Undone with at least one position known, but Ska's in a position to really punish at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Scott can find a kill out of this position, and that's so valuable on 2 HP. 60 as well, following up. And Fruit Cup's fought through the flames to get into this interesting position. I think it's going to be right in on soon. Yeah, you can see Scott adjust his crosshair appropriately. So there is no liabilities here. And they would close out another one. The gun round's starting to flow through for Undone. There's a very good, I would say, just proactive defense being put together. The double up re-aggression through Secret, super promising. I don't think Steele's had too long to really get adjusted to this roster. I mean, I think he's played maybe 7 or 8 games of advance so far.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of practice in the mix there as well, but you can already see like some of the promising signs of a proactive CT side here.
Yeah, and again, it'll be interesting to see what Steel decides to do, as he'll be able to compete in majors again as of next year, right? So is he going to try and make this team work and this current roster? It feels more realistic than the Vibes roster did, right? In terms of the players he's got. But anyway, as we talk about that, Skadoodle is going to get the opener, 60 on the Darty. Yep, the anti-eco is going exceptionally well. This will be a 6 for Undone, and this is where we start to talk a bit about Undone potentially getting back into this one, even though it looked exceptionally one-sided. I mean, we're talking about a 10-2 half. Uh-oh. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't say that because I might caster curse them. Freshie, a beautiful headshot there. Gets the AK upgrade we've seen and talked about what Fruit Cup can do with the Deagle as well.
We got 60 playing an active game on this timing, though. Smart play. Not just completely stagnant with that low HP. Still kind of being an information piece to this puzzle, and ends up getting a back turn there on the activity. Freshie got a nice spot, though, and again, 60 will deny it. Just as you think there's some sort of gaps opening up, 60 will close those right up. And Undone move on up to a 6. I mean, definitely if they win this one, another gun round ahead of them, that conversation's going to be right there in our face, and Undone going to have themselves a good opportunity to make a CT side comeback and make it look like old school Nuke.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, this round is exceptionally critical for Boss. They will have 4 AKs and the Galil, full belts of util on both sides. And this CT side has delivered a much better performance for Undone than the T side ever did. Skadoodle leaning in towards ramp. Wants to try and find that early fight and prevent anyone from walking in towards vending. But it's going to take a snappy shot to do so. At least it gives them early information if Boss decides to go in towards ramp, and he'll be able to fall back even if he can't hit the shot necessarily. 3 players in the lobby. There's that utility being tossed forward, which triggers Chop to jump off of top HUD. I don't know about that, but anyway, we'll see how it works out. MOTM gets the opening frag despite being blinded. Boss working their way out, or trying to, and Fruit Cup will get denied by Steel after finding 1. So again, that man advantage being retained for now by Undone. Cryptic gets an important one. Chop on top of HUD. This is such a good play to get up there. Finds the frag, jumps on down. Freshie's already moved his way in, but he may be the last one standing very soon, or, well, his teammate will be. Slight the last one. Fantastic maneuvering and movement by Chop there to help his team get a 7th, and wow, this is an incredible revival for Undone.
I mean, I tell you what, there, if it wasn't for Chop, that run somehow could have gotten a little bit out of control. Their boss somehow found their way through that hut, started the conversation for some entries after getting shut down pretty hard. I mean, that recycled smoke towards Squeaky, making sure it's a one-pronged approach outside of hut feels impossible. But Chop's positioning just masterful, never overexposing himself there. Completely changes the side of that round, denies any access, and that's the sort of supportive element that we talk about when we say that Chop is just such a stable individual here. Now 60 looking to get some revenge, was getting this done to him all half. A little entry to add to the tally on the Cryptic and Darty. Again, that's got to be a sweet feeling for a player that was in the crosshairs of Boss every round. There's Fruit Cup Steagle again, and he is just like, once more opened up a round and opened up the door for Boss to make a quick recovery for this one.
I like how they're trying to fake the death cam there too, by like going down the ramp and then doubling back, and Fruit Cup just holding the angle into admin. That was a clever little play, hoping to catch someone off. They don't. So you have Slade and Fruit Cup going back, clearing things out, looking to group up with Freshie, who's managed to make his way out towards the A site. MOTM throws a smoke and a flash, and Freshie's going to try and push the smoke, I imagine, to catch MOTM off guard. Freshie holding the smoke, and it's Fruit Cup with the deagle that finds it, and Freshie's still alive here. He's going to pick up that rifle, look up towards heaven where Ska is trying to pick off someone with the op, but this would be a really tough round for Undone to lose after having so much success here on their CT side. They're far from out of it. It's just that Skadoodle's in a tough spot, and they know he's here, and the rifle upgrades are going to help immensely for Boss. 60 gets a big one onto Freshie. That'll clear out the site, and it's all up to Fruit Cup and Slight. Slight gets one, Fruit Cup another. It's all up to Slight now in a 1v1 up against Chop. He's trying to retreat, and he gets around the corner just in the nick of time. Chop's going to try defusing this in the smoke, but it won't work. Slight heads up play, 19th frag on the board, 12-7 for Boss as they have 5 rounds to try and close out their opponent's map pick.
You couldn't have talked about it better right there from Fruit Cup and his Deagle again. They are in a 5v3. 60 opens up the round out of the gates in a 5v3, finds 2 picks in the out yard, contains that space, completely shuts down the game plan, and all you need is just something to open up the door. And not only once, but twice there. And including the fact that he had armor, and he gives the rifle to Slight, who doesn't have armor in that, and just keeps his Deagle, because that's how much faith he has in that weaponry.
Yep.
It's just absurd that he has this amount of impact for this team with that gun, but he is an absolute beast with it.
And not to mention Slight as well. I mean, did a fantastic job supporting Fruit Cup every single time, and he's got 19 frags right behind him with the AWP. I mean, it's just great to see for Boss that everyone's doing well. This round might not be as good. 60 and Skadoodle open it up. Chop gets another one. It is all undone here. Cryptic will get one back onto 60, but it's going to take a lot more than that to get this round back into the conversation for Boss. As Fruit Cup, well, he's still alive, and we've seen how lethal he can be.
This has been the bread and butter for Undone is this out of yard control that they've effectively held on to consistently. You know, winning out those fights, having 60 set up for success. Skadoodle actually having a lot with rifles and AWPs, and now Modem going to clean up shop. Likely their bomb drop now. Fruit Cup, you know, called out his position potential. And Skadoodle will close out the finishing blow. But that has been their win condition. I think for a lot of these rounds is how effectively they're not allowing Boss to get towards secret control or try and wrap towards heaven. These huge details of you know, what is the most important part, one of the most important parts of this map is this out of yard kind of secret area for threatening control on this T side is completely being won out by Undone, and that's a huge credit to what they have identified. You know, 60 getting activated, and Skadoodle being very active with the AWP and rifle.
Yeah, now this round not going to feature that much for Boss. Yes, they have the Hero AK purchased up by Fruit Cup, but outside of that, there's nothing doing. Skadoodle going to toss that nade forward, and again, aggressive outer yard control coming through. Skadoodle and 60 goes on through, finds Freshie and Fruit Cup, flicks around for another one, and finally dies to the Molotov of Freshie, but he has done more than enough. The revival from 60 is coming through, and this is what we were talking about in the pregame, right? For him, he's a player that can just go out, you can set him free, unleash him, say, go, push whatever you want, get aggressive, take those fights, and I mean, that's what he does best. He's got 18 frags now after having won for a very long time in that first half, and another 3K here to shut down Boss and likely give Undone a 9th round unless Slight has something special to show us here.
I mean, I tell you what, I mean, it's good that he took down Fruit Cup first as well, making sure that he doesn't get a chance to pull back those man advantages. Even made sure to make it 3. Last time he made that sort of active play on an anti-eco, it was just 2. He's going to one-up it this time, and this is very positive. I mean, Undone now 3 rounds to close that distance, and again, making that case consistently. This is impressive. The resiliency. After that first half, I thought this one was going to be a closed case. But Undone have had that game plan down set in stone for that second half, and that's a great sign from them. Keep taking that out of yard control. Keep letting 60 try and be your opening playmaker. This time it's Skadoodle, though, getting active with that AWP. Good to see on Nuke here. We'll see him scope up towards Silo. Misses that shot in a big way. Fruit Cup takes advantage and closes out that kill, and some damage to return towards Fruit Cup, but much happier with the end result.
How is that a miss? How?
I don't know.
It felt like it was dead on. Oh my goodness, I feel for Skadoodle. Honestly, in that one, yeah. That's a tough one, especially with the scoreline getting this close to lose the first player. And Molotov's going to get tossed by 60, and he's going to try and bring it back. Yeah, a couple of shots connecting through that smoke. There's the nade pop. 60 can't get a frag. Steel will get at least one. Probably going to continue spamming there. Another nade sails through. They're still at a man disadvantage, but Fruit Cup is very low, and Chop's in a great position to punish. There's one, and he escapes without getting immediately traded. In the meantime, Steel found Freshie, and Boss are limping towards the B site. The bomb carrier has been dropped, and Fruit Cup is the last one standing with 11 HP and no longer. What a round from Steel, and Undone have pushed it to double digits. We are down to the final 2 rounds potentially here of regulation, and looking at the money for Boss, I mean, oof, it's not great, but they're going to try and make this one work, Cole. Goodness me.
I mean, I'm just so impressed again with the reaction right there. The way that they've consistently blown open those smokes, it puts so much pressure on Boss. They're trying to get players down, and the best way to get a player in secret is secretly. You cannot get spotted. And the way that they're doing it so consistently is so impressive. Chop's gonna dance outside of the flames. He's 1 HP.
Wow.
1 tick away from death. And 3 Molotovs in his face, and he manages to evade it all to survive. There's Fruit Cup, though. Not willing to give up on this game. 60 again will strike towards that outer yard. Chop not fearing, despite being down low. And it feels like a bit of a desperation move to try and reroute towards the ramp room. Flashbang avoided. Steel's in the smoke with them. They're getting blocked by something, though they don't recognize here. Steel does lock in a kill. Doesn't quite follow it up, but I think that's okay with the 60 reposition. And Slight with only a MAC-10 in his hands. Just not going to do it from that range. Does pick up a Galil at the very least to try and bail him out, but opportunity is going to be limited at this point.
I think he was trying to fake the drop down to draw out a peek, but MOTM wasn't buying what he was selling. Nice peek, but it still won't be enough. MOTM survives with 4 Chop, and MOTM just barely surviving their duels. And that is a difference maker in what will be going the distance here. Boss, with a 10-2 lead at the half, only get 2 rounds here in this second half, which leads to this scoreline, which is crazy. I mean, like you were saying before, it feels more like old Nuke with these types of dominant CT sides coming through.
I mean, you win the T-side pistol, you get really hyped. It's 3 rounds guaranteed on the T-side of Nuke, and then bam, you get ecoed instead. And the only other round that they've won was that Fruit Cup 3K Deagle, you know, Slight closing out as well. That was the only other round that they had. And so 0 gun rounds actually converted here from Boss. It's just required a lot of individual effort, and that's, again, the breakdown of the systems here. And it's largely in part to this man right here, making sure that when they throw these cross smokes, it's not available here. Trying to bait out attention. Finally someone has an answer here. Cryptic wins the head-to-head. Readjusts the scope here of Skadoodle, but the reinforcements are so heavily in favor of this T side. Even with 60 going down, they lose out that man advantage quickly, and there's still so many problems at hand. HE for the smoke once again that they've always had at their disposal, and it looks like overtime written all over it. As one last kill to secure it, they will find it eventually. Undone have pulled it all the way back.
That is something else, and you talked about already, but 60 was the man of the hour. I don't want to take anything away from the rest of the squad either, though, because you might look at their squads and be like, well, you know, they're all below a KDR of 1, but that's because the first half was so bad that they couldn't really find their form, and then afterwards, that second half was, of course, explosive for 60. He was doing exactly what Cryptic was doing to Undone in that first half of action, so, I mean, both teams having incredible CT sides, very lackluster T sides. And now Boss are going to call a timeout to talk things over as we head into overtime. Wow.
I mean, it's such a excellent, consistent level of success that I think is one of the hardest things to do. And honestly, to the credit of Boss, I mean, they did the same thing, right? Where it was constant pressure towards that outer yard. One of the better looking T-side rounds that we saw from Undone was them, you know, getting 60 down deep in towards, you know, control. And maybe that still didn't lead to a round win, but it had some hope to it. And I think Boss are falling into that same problem of never having that sort of outer yard positioning.
Yeah.
Never having any sort of space. And or if they try and take it, it's usually at a sacrifice of either manpower or, you know, they're getting rotated on because these HEs opening up the smoke are giving them very little options. So there's some interesting ways you can try and get around that, try and pick up the pace, try and slow it down. But I mean, again, getting past this playmaker alone is going to be very difficult here. You got to figure out a way to shut him down, and now's not going to be the time.
You can't be sitting there setting up 3 pieces of util when 60's been that aggressive on CT side every round. Like, you just can't do it.
Even when he did it last round,
Yeah.
They just all rotated towards A because they knew where the end goal was, and they're in that position again.
I know. Yeah, it's. I was going to say exactly the same thing before all the action started unfolding here, and Chop's going to get another one. And they got that frag, like you mentioned, in the last round that we just saw, but then afterwards flooded right into what was a stacked A site. Like everyone was waiting for them to come on through, and it just was a slaughter.
Yeah, I mean, once you get that early information that Cryptic's alone towards that outer yard, where else are the rest of the players? They're all in lobby. Once that utility starts coming in, even in a 4v5, you can make the rotations in. And there's another nasty shot from Fruit Cup. He has consistently chirped up in this T side. Needs a little bit of assistance rolling on out, and that's just not coming. Darty finally going to deliver. In a certain sense, Darty in a big way, and Slight knocks down another piece. The setup gets broken down, and now Skadoodle finds himself in a clutch, where first he has to wait out the utility. They're going to get the bomb plant here. He's going to make noise on this flashbang as well, so everyone going to be looking towards heaven now, looking skyward. And it feels like hell for Skadoodle, who has to get his way down with an AWP, avoid a trade, avoid an uppercut. And that's not going to happen. Darty saves the day in a big way.
I would almost feel like throwing that flash should have been something he doesn't do. You know, like just don't throw it. Just try to get the element of surprise, especially in that 1v2 clutch. But, you know, once he gives away his position, all they have to do is set up underneath heaven and have another player watching from hut, and you're good. You're golden. Boss, finally get around. Could have used that in regulation to end it, but, you know, they're happy to at least crack through here in overtime. And that was a ridiculous recovery, too. I mean, considering the circumstances, just Darty popping off for two and then Slight peeks around and threads the needle with the AWP onto the A site. Like, that could have easily gone towards undone again, but it's just a heroic effort from Boss to get them back on the board here.
I'm incredibly impressed with their ability to pull themselves out of holes so far in this half. It's a second 3v5 that they've converted. And now 60 looking to continue to amplify those advantages, this time overwhelmed. Cryptic finally gets away with that head-to-head. Now they got scopes on his location, though. That provides a lot more fear factor. There's a Fruit Cup 1-for-1 as well. Soft scope. Another good position from Skadoodle. Finding a way to take down Cryptic, getting out of dodge as well, where Darty could have traded. They're going to work their way towards the back big. Slight now in a position to surprise here, potentially.
Yeah. He's looking the wrong way, though. Well, he's managed to tuck himself into a corner, so I don't know if he's been spotted yet. Oh, MOTM on the flank. Easy peasy lemon squeezy right there. Undone are back to their winning ways. 13-13. All tied up as we head into the last round of the first half of overtime. And a timeout going to be called by Boss because they've lost their best player. Fruit Cup has dropped from the server, but he's back. It's all he needed. Just a quick timeout. Fruit Cup's back into the swing of things. He's got 25 frags. Not only leads the team, but the server as well. And 101 ADR. Yes, he has been that good.
Yeah, I really don't think he's fallen off in all of the rounds that they've lost either. It's the interesting part, right? When you usually see these big, you know, drop-offs in performance, I mean, he was obviously so hot to start. He has consistently found a way to make rounds possible, to find opening duels. I mean, he's laser sharp right now. But again, it's all about getting others online. We saw Darty in the first round of overtime, you know, become that player that we know he can be as a follow-up. This time a little more support as well for Cryptic, which I think is a positive adjustment. I gotta patiently wait out these HEs that are, of course, inevitable. And they're in mini, actually. So not a whole lot of waiting being done here. Instead, running through these smokes into the open arms of MOTM. Still in a strong position to find follow-up in the trades. Not super available considering the low HP. You're going to have to rely on these rifle presence. Cryptic continuing to fight through the outer yard. Takes a shot, though. There's Slight with the AWP. Finds two, though. He's able to thread the second kill. Turns around for another. There's Slight again. Ready to get loud and offer up some of that crucial support that Fruit Cup needed.
What? What? Slight is just on one right now. That is even better than his previous clutch in the 1v2. I mean, he hits... Well, the first shot was nice, but the second shot even better because Skadoodle just barely misses. And as soon as he does, Slight capitalizes on his opportunity, gets that, and then the force of mind to realize that, yes, I have to go towards my flank. I have realized that there's someone coming up on the flank after getting those 2 kills and then even executing the 3rd one. Unbelievable stuff from Slight. That is just an impressive individual play to bring things back again when Undone were the ones finding the opening frags. Now, Boss switching sides. They're over on the CT side here. Nade's going to get tossed, and ooh, someone slipped by. That's 60, even though he's taking a lot of damage along the way, and Skadoodle boosted up, takes down Slight. So there we go, finally an answer coming through in that op-v-op duel from Undone.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to figure out the right answer from this round as well. Missing Slight, missing a lot of map control that you have to take back. You can see Cryptic feeling a little bit of that pressure. Containing that secret control that they know 60 got down in, but what a win from Freshie. Handling business through Squeaky. That is the exact reaction that they needed. Taking some space back, taking that lobby control away from this T side, and that is going to limit some options. There's a duck underneath there, Cryptic. He just crouches right into the crosshair of 60, avoids his aim, and now it's going to put the pressure on Darty as the execution comes through heaven. Good utility usage here. Still a tough fight ahead from these Ts. That southbound angle eventually won by MOTM in a trade, but still a 2v2 and a good recovery effort made by Boss.
Yeah, that's a really nice trade coming through from Undone. Obviously realizing that someone could be below, so, I mean, expecting it might lose a player. Oh, MOTM gets caught! His feet are seen by Cryptic from hell, and MOTM's prayers go unanswered in that duel, leaving only Scott, who gets in a flank on himself. Excuse me, gets a flank for himself onto Fruit Cup.
Oh,
1v1 now, but yeah, Cryptic, perfect read. Scott doesn't have time, and there it is, 15-13 in favor of Boss.
Everything you could ask for right there. The clutch opportunity just ripped away because Cryptic reads into it. Just too perfect. And again, I feel like every reaction made by Boss ends up working, and they win some pretty difficult duels, I gotta be honest. Walking into Chop's angle like that is not easy to win. Same is true for Cryptic in his head-to-head versus 60, and both of those fights go in their favor. And so, of course, that means Undone have to speed up their aggression quicker than maybe they would have hoped.
Yeah, I think the toughest thing for Undone there is losing 2 of the first 3 rounds there in overtime. Well, maybe we'll get back into it. What a frag from Steel onto Cryptic, and Slight's taken down a 44. In fact, 0 by MOTM. 5v3 for Undone. 60 trying to slip through into Mini. Skadoodle spots misses Freshie. Finally, Freshie getting himself into the action here in overtime, and this one's not out of the realm of possibility for Boss, especially if they can stop Undone from making their way closer to one of these bomb sites. Look at 60 and Steel's health, and look at Freshie's position. I don't really know if they're going to clear this that effectively. Yeah, 60 going to be dropped immediately. Freshie has to be aware of someone coming through from vending, and now is going to slip back to the A site. Oh, it almost gets taken down. Goes back and tries to re-aggress, and I can't believe he's still alive and doing damage to Chop. Finally dropped, and it's all up to Darty, but he's got all the information he could possibly hope for thanks to Freshie, and they're trying to thunder stomp their way towards that B site, or at least make it seem like they're going to go B. Looks like the bomb has decided to do so.
Oh, smart.
That's just a throw. Yeah, that's just throw a piece of util. They're going to double back to A.
Yeah, I think they've got this one in the bag with a move like that. Darty bites in on it. Hard to blame him, man. At a bomb site, fully open and clear. Good patience being shown from Undone, not to make any, I would say, overzealous plays for any of those individuals. And again, Darty in a position where you can just go for it. See if he can't make a clutch of this one here. Doesn't take too much damage up the vents, and MOTM didn't have ammo. He's going to lose a lot of his health, but the clock will do. The clock will do just nicely, and Undone going to move up to 14 here. Both these teams showing so much resilience so far.
That's unbelievable. Yeah, honestly, Undone had a very tough T side. We did start to see some success for them once they got to those later gun rounds, which, I mean, is perhaps a little hopeful here for them as they head into the final round of this first overtime. They lose here, it's done, their map pick is gone, and they go on to a very tough battle of Ancient where Boss have been their best, honestly. So we'll see. Down to this. Boss, Slight, and Fruit Cup have been the stars. Let's see if they can deliver one more.
or this very valuable position. I highlighted this, but this is what I think Undone have done super successfully. That's get down secret, using those like close smokes and not taking any contact when they do. Something that we didn't really see Boss get away with their iteration of smokes that they were throwing.
You're right. Yeah.
And so 60 down once again, and crucial positioning, feeling confident as well, like really taking charge in this one. That sort of confidence when you're a map away from losing, so positive, so promising, but that's what you certainly expect out of him.
This is, I mean, pretty well done from 60. He's managed to drag the Ram player over towards the B side a little bit. He throws the nade as a chaser, and then he's going to rejoin the forces for an A site pinch from Mini, Hut, and Squeaky. That is almost certainly the end result here, as 60 just going to make sure that garage is clear, at least clear enough for him to feel comfortable going for this hit. 42 seconds left. Steel has shown himself, but Slight manages to connect on the op shots. That takes a piece off the board. Steel comes around. His feet are spotted, but MOTM supports him with a wicked spray from the AK. Slight can't connect on his shot. Here comes the util. Undone, another frag from Steel. Another miss from Slight. Fruit Cup manages to connect at the very least, but the bomb is going to be planted. 3v3 post-plant.
There'll be a lot of pressure here on how Slight gets out of heaven right now. Looking to make his move on in, gets a flashbang off, and still hoping that his teammates can maybe take that first point of contact. He doesn't want to be the initiator. There's the final follow-up there. Identifies where the Skadoodle's playing as well. Just one more man left standing. Chop stuck with his back against the wall. 2 targets ahead of him here now. Identified, finds the first headshot, but he can't land the trade, and it's one more Slight clutch to finally close out this game here for Boss.
Oh my goodness, Slight missed a couple there, but you saw it's just a matter of time until his op connects, and he threaded the needle for the headshot, then gets the last to clutch it out. His third clutch of Nuke, 3 big rounds that he delivered for his team in what turned out to be a very tightly contested affair, and you're looking at the amount of frags that are coming through for a lot of these players. I mean, there's going to be some check marks coming through from the PrizePicks side, almost certainly.
Absolutely. I mean, so much being done. I mean, obviously an overtime game as well, so that's going to help out. But the individuals, I guess, maybe a bit of a lesser performance out of some of them. Like you look at Freshy and Darty, but even they had their moments where they crucially stepped up. And in overtime, it felt like a big wake-up call for Boss, as it should be when you have such a lead as what they had. I believe 2-11 at one point with the pistol win. But I mean, again, those 2 rounds that they got on T side of overtime, they got 2 rounds in the entire half of their T side, and then they get 2 in overtime. So that's just going to lead you to a winning position, I feel like, overall.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, we're going to see the scoreboards come up here, guys. And yeah, you see Fruit Cups only, 6 frags? Well, my math's bad there. Yeah, 6 frags away from hitting that PrizePicks kill mark. And Cryptic, along with Slight, are very close. Slight is pretty much there. Like, that's a guarantee. If you picked him to go above 28.5 kills, then you are good to go. No questions asked. Unreal stuff coming through from this Boss side. And I mean, it isn't their map pick. It's not a map they're comfortable on. We've seen a lot of tightly contested affairs on here, and they finally managed to pull one away from Undone. And I think the good thing for Undone, though, Cole, we don't want to take anything away from them, as we're going to see their scorelines come up soon as well, is that everyone performed kind of as we were hoping they would. Getting into overtime is actually a testament to their resilience, something we didn't see at all from the Vibes roster that Steel was leading.
I mean, it was such a resilient squad right there. I mean, when you're down that bad on a CT side and nothing's really working for you, when 60's struggling to lift off like he was, when you talk about that, taking it into the next half, completely refreshing your mind, flipping the script there, I feel like it's such a great turnaround for a team that I didn't really expect to have that sort of resilience out of the gate. So it would have been really easy to box that one up pretty quickly. But the way that 60 was getting shut down into the first half versus his reaction in the next, I think is one of the most positive outlooks you can say. I mean, he ended this game negative, but you wouldn't have ever been able to tell. 14 assists, 97 ADR overall. Like, it just feels like he was so quick to respond on that CT side. And when he felt like he was able to take duels on his own terms, which was when he was on that defense, he was able to do that over and over again. And that's exactly what you want to see out of him. And I think a good sign for a team that's going up against a very strong, ECL level opponent.
No question. I mean, look, and we also have to remember that 6C, Chop, MOTM, they're all ECL level players, and Skadoodle and Steel have played at the top of at the top of CS, in all respects. So,
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's a lot of firepower available here. And I think the only reason we wouldn't consider them ECL is, like we mentioned before, the chemistry that's required, the strategies that are required and everything, all that time spent playing together is not there yet for them. So for them to have that success, like you said, Cole, is a very promising sign. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, this team, if things go as we expect them to, will be an ECL very soon.
Yeah, I mean, as I highlighted again, I think everyone on this roster is taking things pretty serious. I would hope, at least, and I think we've seen that out of the gates. I've heard some good news again about Ska being very focused in on what he's been able to do, and I mean, a player that maybe hasn't been super involved into like the high level competitive scene as of recent, but is getting readjusted in CS2. It feels like he was playing a very up to date level with the AWP, taking these angles, blowing open smokes. That was one of the biggest keys to victory for that CT side for Undone. So that's such a positive sign that you do have some of these older players on the squad that might be a little out to date, but I don't think that's the case at all. I don't think we're seeing any of that with their game plan.
No, definitely not. And I mean, we also have to remember there's still another map left to be played here. I think the reason why we're talking a little bit like Boss has got a big advantage because they do. Going into Ancient, this is going to be a very solid map for them up against an Undone squad that I don't know if necessarily are going to be the strongest. We could see something special come through from them, though.
Yeah, I mean, I highlighted there that, Sixty's a very strong individual. They have already seemingly set him up very well, so I expect that to carry forward into Ancient.
Absolutely. But guys, before we get to Ancient, we got to hit a quick break. When we come back, map number 2.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Whoa, okay, there we go. Hey guys, welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. We're getting ready to get started with map number 2 here between Boss and Undone. It will be on Ancient. It's a map that Boss have dominated as of late. 5 victories in a row against NRG, Party Astronauts, twice against the Fluffy Aimers, and then one big one against M80.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big deal here. The strength that Boss bring to the table on this map is so consistent. Again, when you talk about positions that these players are playing in, I feel like they're just so dominant in every last role. The understanding of rotations for Slight is super strong. I feel like a very good opera on this map as well. And if we get to see some of the same flash that he just showed us in that last map, if we have Fruit Cup playing just as good as he was, it just feels like this is a story that's riding very well for Boss.
Yeah, no question. I mean, Fruit Cup was incredible. Slight was as well, right? I think he punched way above what was expected of him in that map. And I mean, already for the series, because you saw those PrizePicks numbers that were coming through. So, yeah, I think Slight's really been an important story that might even be a little overshadowed by how well Fruit Cup is playing, right? Because he's looked so sharp with that rifle. But I agree. Like, if those two continue to look good, and Darty and Freshie, I mean, although they didn't necessarily, you already talked about this before, Cole, but they didn't necessarily have the greatest of maps. They still did contribute at important times. And I feel like if you have a Boss team playing like that every single time, you're winning more often than not.
I'm right there with you. I feel like we are seeing them find their way through that consistent factor there and winning on this map and finding ways to have some of these extra individuals have that much more impact. I think we highlighted this at the pre-show there, but it also does feel like Fruit Cup brings that extra bit out of some of the other guys there. You see Freshie get a little better and a bit of an increase in performance. You see Darty being a bit more active there, and all of those reactions have made this map very suffocating for Boss. They're just so good at collapsing in on these defenses where they play just as active as they did in that last map. And we're going to see what sort of reactions Undone have. Last time, again, I've highlighted like 60's ability on this map is certainly one to be attempted to match here. He's just so good at how he plays towards this mid side. His previous team in PA had a bit of a tough time taking those rolls away from Fang, so he had a bit of a drop-off on this map, but I'm expecting him to get back to those peaks.
All right, here we go. Action starting. Darty opening frag on Discuss. Steel gets gushed down to 7 HP, so he's going to retreat with MOTM over in Donut. Chop's in a good spot, maybe to get something done, but no. I mean, Freshie's watching it. 60 hoping to connect with a head and does, so that's something to open up some space here. In fact, a lot of something, because they could push in here with 60. Finding another no! Darty shuts him down right before 60 deals the killing blow. And with MOTM falling, it's just a matter of time. There it is. Boss will get the round. It is 1-0 in their favor.
I mean, a pretty straightforward execute rolling through for Boss, but you can see it has some, initiation behind it. It has a little bit of conviction with that flashbang and the way that they timed that peak. They got that deep donut smoke as well rolling out. You can tell that the game plan was for Scott to be exactly where he was positioned and for that flash to completely break him down. Really difficult hold for Skadoodle right there, and I like that sort of game plan. It's very promising that Boss are able to bring that out. Got that T-side pistol on Nuke as well, so
Yeah,
got to be careful up against these force buys.
They got every pistol. Every
There you
single
go.
one so far. Yeah, 3-0 on pistol rounds for Boss, as they're looking to shut down this force buy that Undone have pulled off here. Cryptic. There's the Molotov toss through 60. It's not a bad angle. He can catch Cryptic off guard. No, Cryptic is absolutely and fully expecting that. He was hard clearing that angle, in fact. I'm not sure if he had some information leading up to that, but either way, Skadoodle and MOTM still stacked up in Donut. Nice repeat from Steel. He gets the Deagle headshot, but Darty's better on the trade. And now a 4v3. And I mean, I don't know. There must be a bit of a read here from Boss, expecting that Undone have at least one player here because of that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, and the recycled donut smokes there, it makes it very difficult to make that case. You put a lot of pressure on Red Room, so B just feels like an easy target now. See that utility finally be tossed in. Shop has a tough task ahead of him. Again cleared. by Slight. Very promising stuff rolling out there. And I mean, I kind of highlighted this. This is something that I know about Boss and I've talked to Cryptic about, but they do like to do a lot of preparation for like really big tournaments and big events. And I think at this point in time, for the current scene, every win matters. You know, you've got to make deep runs. You've got to consistently be performing those, you know, those points, those Valve ranking points are huge. So I feel like now this is just going to constantly kick Boss into high gear like they usually are for like RMR seasons and stuff like that. And you highlighted, you know, familiarity and how Cryptic is playing up against 60. We saw a lot of that on Nuke where, you know, it almost seemed like design plays on the CT side to make sure 60 was never having fun towards that outer yard.
Yep.
And I do think there's some tendencies that maybe Boss are reading into, and knowing their work ethic, I do feel like they have that in their bag to do that amount of work.
No question. I mean, Cryptic puts in so much time watching demos, preparing for his opponents, and counter-stratting or anti-stratting them. So it would not surprise me at all if that were the case.
He said he put 6 hours prior to the Legacy Best of 1 that they had.
Yeah, I remember you saying that, yeah.
6 hours of demos. That was for a Best of 1, but they didn't know the map. Exactly. They had ideas, but they didn't know the map, so they ran through a whole list of maps potentially that could be, and spent time and time just going over how they were going to beat him.
That's the kind of commitment you need if you want to make it to the top. You got to be that committed and that dedicated to anti-stratting your opponent and researching them. And Cryptic, he's certainly got that drive. So does the rest of the squad. Undone trying to push out towards mid. Already got 1, 2, only 2. A trade comes through afterwards, but this is not that bad with the pistols for Undone. They get a couple of frags, some rifle upgrades available. They could just run away and save these guns, or they could try to hunt for more. Not 2 rifles, excuse me. It's a MAC-10 picked up by Chop, but yeah, Freshy's going to freebie here. There you go. Steel is gone. Probably expects the second to be there as well, and definitely will now with that flashbang being tossed, and Chop no chance at all. Even though Freshy was slightly blinded by that flash, it didn't matter. He had the lineup, and Boss get off to another early start here.
This time, no mistakes being made in these anti-egos, really. Anti-force buys have been able to handle all of them up to a strong 3-0. And be able to set the tone once again. I mean, these T-sides, again, can be very solid with the amount of execution power that they're able to put to the table. We saw it on the pistol, but, you know, have those good mid protocols, I feel like, that go a long way on this map as well. See if that comes into fruition early, because it might be a head-on collision for middle. Right now, Slight position with the AWP to open things up and does nail the entrance towards that cave side. That is such valuable real estate, and they're speeding it up. A little stray spam through the smoke will go a long way as well. They're still spamming the smoke. Give them a break. This is unbelievable. Opening up the round over and over again. There's Slight following it up, and it's just now Skadoodle's AWP wondering what on earth just happened to his team.
Yeah, I mean, I almost would have wanted Slight to stick with the gun in that situation, but I understand the idea. Want to throw the smoke and sell a fake towards the B site because the players were going A pretty much since that fight started from Slight, and he won that first battle. And it will be Ska losing up against Fruit Cup anyway. He was lurking around that corner, and Boss off to a 4-0 lead. You're right. I mean, they just ratcheted up the pace, spamming through the smoke down lane. Cryptic gets 2 through that, and there it is. The inevitable has struck. The PrizePicks check mark goes through for Slight for more than 28.5 kills. Well done from him. He's looking sharp again here on this map in the early goings, and honestly, it's just great to see. I think we said this before, but I'll say it again. It's great to see Slight, who's a very energetic player, a very dedicated player as well. Always practicing, always trying to improve his form, finding a great series here so far. That is speaking of great, fantastic headshot from 60 from the 5-7 to drop Cryptic.
Wow, that's nasty. Easy opener right there, and a tough fight. That was not in his favor, but makes it look like it was the whole time. We've got some deagles towards the ramp side as well. Chop has one. Steal the other over towards that B side, and certainly feeling the pressure now. Love to consistently be given a chance to take those tools, but you know a Molly's coming on your location there for Steel. He does manage to evade it because that Molly missed, but still a deagle shot, I believe, threaded by Chop there before he's forced outside of the smokes.
I mean, now you have to wonder if Boss just send it towards the B site or not. It looks like they're going to. Why not? I mean, try to keep the guns out of Undun's hands, even though the pistols have been doing the work so far. There's a spray. It's messy. Darty gets dropped immediately after finding one, so it's a 3v2 in favor of Undun. And odds are ever increasing because if they get Freshy, then Slight's exposed. They do get Freshy. Slight with the op can only get one, and he gets back to cover. Pulls out the tick, but it's not enough either. MOTM with the 5-7 closes the door. 2 frags for him on the round, and an unexpected round victory comes through from Undun.
Incredible clutch right there from a player who's constantly been closing out 1v2s and big 1v1s up against you to finally be able to overcome that clutch factor that Slight has brought to the table, to have MOTM as that late rotate that's able to trade and land that instant 5-7 and make good on all the promise that those pistols showed early is exactly what Undun needed. And this is a roster that's proven that they can get back into the saddle. Well, if you're able to start off a little bit better, that can go a long way to finishing strong like they just showed us in that first map. And getting a eco victory of that nature is exactly the way to start it off here. 60, I believe, attempted a run boost. Not going to get the opportunity to make a move, though, as that got flashed off. And still, of course, active as ever. You know he's going to still press the issue. Just in a different facet.
Absolutely. Oh, Darty, beautiful shot. MOTM's fully blinded, but they don't clear him, and he manages to get one before falling. I mean, that could have been catastrophic for Undun, but MOTM at least gets one, and now look, numbers are even. Steel finding the headshot onto Fruit Cup, and now you have 3 players from Boss all rotating back towards that B site, bomb on their backs. They're hoping that Undun will second-guess themselves, that the hit will come towards A after 2 players are spotted at B. But now, I mean, that B side is very, very light. Only Chop left, and he's even got a bit of a lean towards that A site. Util-wise, it's not too bad for Boss. They got a smoke and 3 flashes. Here comes that smoke. Tossed for short B. In fact, no, excuse me. Used for cave. I like that, because that lets Darty take all the fights in here, not have to worry about the site itself, and this should be a plant without much of an engagement.
He worked through the smoke there. Chop takes a lot of damage, gives it back as well. There's the information on HE, just lands right in his face. That is brutal. Couldn't tank it. It's a quick rotation coming in from Steel. And there is that low HP bar that maybe you can toss an HE on. That's seemingly the idea, but that's not going to cut it. That's going to take down Slight's health here. And Steel, loud and proud about his position, hoping that Skadoodle can maybe rotate in. There's a great HE from Scott. There's a flashbang just well placed, but it blinds up both there. And Darty goes and chases that kill. Skadoodle now has to keep his head on a swivel as the opposition is closing in on him, and his chances are closing as well.
What?
There's
What?
a collateral
How?
really lined up. That is unbelievable, but there is no kit, so there's no chance to rip the round away. That is such an unreal shot.
When are you going to see that happen again, where there's a collat like
God.
that, and then no kit for the defusal, so they lose the round? What? I don't even know how that was. I need to see that again. I don't know if we have replays.
Long range.
Oh my
it was
God.
so long range.
Yeah. I didn't think they were lined up. I didn't, because like there's just that jiggle peak coming around, and I was convinced that the player behind the wall would not have been killed. But he was, and well, anyway, that was insane. MOTM's got the PrizePicks check mark for more than 27.5 kills. That's 2 of the 10 players already getting those check marks. Like we said, they're probably going to come flooding in, folks, so keep an eye on those as we progress here on Ancient. 1:43 on the clock. Nade's going to sail through, and wow, that's a lot of damage to the Chop and Ska. They're not feeling too great. Oh, but Ska still gets one.
Still elevates, still able to deal with Fruit Cup, who, as I highlighted, I think is just one of those very stable players. Be that, kind of B lurker is really difficult in the modern era of Ancient. You know you're going to be constantly pressed on, as is Slight in this situation. But he, usually not one to overextend, can thread those angles very well, can be active enough to be deceptive throughout the map. Well, here he's had 2 rounds in a row where he has been dealt with. And that is something Undun need to continue to develop throughout this half. As they continue to develop some ground here. Still face to face with Slight on the other end. Cryptic looking to answer back, but MOTM goes down, so Cryptic, no good options at this point in time. Spam through the smoke to try and nullify some of the pain, but it's just going to be attempts at exit damage here at this point. As he finds the follow-up onto 60, they're closing out on him pretty quickly, but you got to be careful because the round is not secured by any means. I think a smart reposition from MOTM not to overextend or anything of that nature. Not going down there is crucial. Don't want to lose any extra guns at this point in time.
Wow.
I'm running low on time here. He has to get the bomb, try and figure out a way to plant. There's another headshot, though, and there's another gun hits the floor. He didn't quite recover the bomb in time, and there's a player in the cubby. So he's toast, but Chop locking in the kill, and the AWP retrieved as well. It's a lot of damage, though, for a 1v5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Cryptic, we didn't even expect them to get past the first one, not to mention the second. So for him to get 3 frags and almost get a bomb plant is pretty impressive. Skadoodle is our next prize picks checkmark. More than 25.5 kills. That is actually really low for Skadoodle, I'd have to say. So he breaks through that quite easily. And we've got speaking of breaking through, Undone found the second round. And because of the damage that Skadoodle did with that Colat a couple of rounds ago, Boss don't really have the money to get a proper buy up here. It will be a force buy regardless with 4 Tech 9s and a Deagle just because of the 3 frags that Cryptic got in that previous round. They're gambling, saying, look, if we can do even more damage here, we could even win the round, right? We could even come through with this. So they're just going to blitz this B site and hope it works out. Chop gets the first, very nice shutdown there. Finds a second, still alive for a third as well. He does finally get cleaned out, but Undone have the reinforcements here. A bomb plant would be great. In fact, they're going to get it. Bomb plant is successfully achieved, and the smokes were effective as well. And you see Undone, I mean, they got the smokes blocking them off. They're just trying to spam through. Isn't the greatest of positions because no one can come in on a flank here. They're just going to have to do it all from short B and long B. 60 coming out, great flashbang throw, and that should help 60, but it doesn't! Freshie gets the frag, Slight gets the trade! Slight another 1v1 here, up against Skadoodle. Can he win it this time? He will! Slight, the clutch master, gets a 4th critical clutch in the series and a 6th round for Boss.
Oh, man, and you can see a little bit of the nerves there and Undone as well, which is so surprising because we've highlighted how experienced these players are, but so reluctant to run on in that 3v2 and try and overwhelm. And you can see there's just small missteps in the trade potential. There's small, gaps in the protocols there for those clutch situations. And Undone get bested over and over again by Slight in a late round. You just can't get past them. You got one clutch up against them, but now they get their revenge and they trust 60 with the rifle. But when you trade out 1 for 1, again on 60, you're going to be so happy that you've limited his ability to only a single kill in a round. That they take space on that A side, so this feels like it could be quickly buttoned up if Boss play their cards right in the late round.
MOTM's going to try and have a look here in the catacombs. Great flashbang thrown. Oh, and he looks around right into it. He thought he timed it right. Does see the shadow. Okay. Has to know that Freshie's right here. He does. Still loses the fight, but Chop comes around the corner and manages to get the trade immediately. 3v3, Slight's holding very close with the op. I don't know if Chop expects this one. No, definitely not. He is down to dirt. And so are his teammates very shortly afterwards. 7-2 in favor of Boss. They are looking phenomenal now.
That's a crazy post, by the way, for Sly. I can't lie.
Yeah.
That's got to be so tough to land those, shotgun-style ops, but he's proven he's capable of it. Good with the no-scopes. You've been good in those late rounds. You get that bomb down, your chances of winning this one just go up drastically. Start off these rounds well. Again, I've been highlighting a lot of the head-to-head between Cryptic and 60, and on this T side, he has had answers in a big way for how 60 likes to control mid so effectively, limiting him to, at best, single kill rounds.
Well, Fruit Cup, there's the opener. B site's pretty much taken. Yeah, there we go. Definitely is now. Fruit Cup finds his second on the round. Finally gets shut down by 6. He's got an upgrade for himself. No, just swings around the corner with the 5-7. Oh, he wants that one back. He absolutely wants that opportunity back because I think he could have had that frag onto Freshie and then really put some more pressure on. But instead, Freshie survives with 6 in HP. 60 doesn't get anything else. And MOTM and Skadoodle are sent on a mission to save whatever they have.
That's brutal. As I said, 60 limited to single kill rounds once again.
what you gotta
so
do.
sharp with that 5-7. Unfortunately, comes up short here. Cryptic getting the prize picks check mark as well. I believe more than 31.5, if I'm not mistaken.
30.5.
30.5. Not too bad. I mean, I get it. I think his Ancient showing up in a big way. Played it very confident in that first half of Nuke. It felt like he had all the right reads. He's doing it again versus 60 as well, where it looks like they're identifying some great ways to start the game and make sure that that battle between 60 and Cryptic continues to wage on, and he's continuing to come out on top in the early fights at least.
Update on the Nouns Akimbo match as well. Nouns are up 1-0, and the new addition Nyx has 24 frags. Currently on trial. Not necessarily going to be a permanent addition, and right here it's Boss dominating. Again, 2 frags coming through. Cryptic a shutdown steal. 60 doesn't even get that 1 frag this round, and Skadoodle misses a shot. He has to fall back down to 35 HP. Cryptic gets blinded, and Ska gets his second chance. MOTM strikes as well. Hold the phone. Undone might be able to punch their way back into this round. Great flashbang thrown by Freshie, and Slight will capitalize off of it as Skadoodle tries to peek around once more and gets the final one on Chop. I mean, this is just a phenomenal series from Slight. It keeps getting better.
I feel like they're really hoping in some of those rounds that Slight will just miss.
Yes.
And he's not. He's not missing at all here. Just landing those consistent shots to back it up over and over again.
Unbelievable. Chop, the latest prize picks check mark. More than 28 kills coming through over the first 2 maps. And we are headed into the final round of this half. Boss have been in control pretty much from the start. That's a nice smoke thrown by Undone. But Fruit Cup's already past it, so it won't really mean much. And Undone are on a pretty ragged buy. Got 2 FAMASs, an MP9, a couple of M4s, but they're going to lose the first play. No, they don't! How does Darty lose that fight? And then Chop finds Fruit Cup. Okay, Undone making it work with the FAMASs. And we've got a 5v3 in their favor. Boss are very spread out across the map here. Freshie needs to win this fight. He's not even looking for it. Freebie for Skadoodle.
Getting some big lifelines at this point here to get a extra round, although you still have to deal with Slight. Just felt unstoppable. They're in a position where at least maybe they could trade him out or just hunt him down. I think 60 just chasing. Love the activity in such a man advantage. I know it sometimes feels like it's a mistake to go super aggressive, but a lot of teams are talking about how it's crucial to constantly keep your opponents on your toes, even in like 5v3, 5v2 situations. So keeping your foot on the gas there, I think, is important in some rounds where you can afford it, to never let them sink in and become too predictable. 60 he does that really well.
Well, he's going to have to improve that here as they switch over to T-side. His T-side was very lacking on Nuke. As we recall, it didn't really deliver much, and he is a player that can be very disruptive on this side of the map as well, going for entry. So I mean, it's just something that hopefully he'll be able to solve, especially considering they're down by a scoreline of 9-3 heading onto this T side. 60 pinching in towards mid with the rest of his squad, and Boss are actually on a very quick flank potentially here. 3 players coming down. Darty's lost in the front-facing battle, and so is Freshie. This is very bad for Boss, who've been perfect on pistol rounds so far. This might be that blemish that comes through at a perfect time for Undone as well. Fruit Cup finally gets 1 here, but it's a 4v2 in favor of Undone.
Retake feels unlikely. That's Cryptic looking for a kit there. Just wonder what he was rerouting towards, but just going grabbing himself a kit. Got to be careful in overextension, because that man advantage can disappear quickly. That long-range dual Beretta headshot gives him a little bit life in this retake here, as they continue to try and collapse in on them. Dual Beretta's looking to sing here for Cryptic, but he can't connect the follow-up headshot. There's another one, though, in close range here, a lot more effective. He still has that kit, by the way, and he has armor. He's raid bossed up for this pistol. He's going to look and hunt for this finishing kill. He has to 180, though. He lands
No
it.
time.
Is it in time, though? No, not quite. It's too long gone, and Cryptic has to run away with an excellent attempt at a 4K, but not the round in the end.
I don't know how he walked out of that with 70 plus health too. Like, it's ridiculous the fights he was taking and the peaks that he was going for. That is, I mean, not necessarily the way you want to win the round if you're undone, but hey, you'll take it. First pistol round found from them. Fruit Cup, PrizePicks checkmark. More than 31 kills have gone his way. And I think that's the majority of Boss getting the check marks. Only a couple left, I believe, Freshie and Darty. All right, we go into the swing of things here. Boss trying to get back to their winning ways by going for a force buy. And Fruit Cup, we saw that Deagle on Nuke. He's actually been a little slower here on Ancient so far, only 7 frags. Lights kept up his form, and so has Cryptic.
Yeah, I had a tough time in that first half. I felt like even though they were winning rounds, sometimes he was just getting blasted towards me. There's Cryptic active as can be, though. Does get blasted by the Molotov and combo. Slight takes a lot of damage in the Molotov to get the rifle. I mean, at the very least, I think it's mission accomplished in a certain sense of slowing down the play here from Undone and getting a lot of rotations actually on the map here. You got the full team rotating in. And if they continue to brute force their way up ramp, running into 4 on this B side could be a bit rough. They're still slow about their approach, though, and that's a nice angle from Chop. Beautiful to deal with that Fruit Cup Deagle that can be such a pain.
Do they expect Darty in the cubby? That's the question right here. I don't think they figured it. Nope. Darty gets one, tries to pop around for a second. Now the jig is up, and he can't get another one. Freshie, oh, I thought he could pull off some magic there, but he doesn't. And Undone will get the 5th. The force buy does not work for Boss, which means now they're stuck onto the eco. I thought it was a good play at the beginning from Cryptic to get aggressive there and find the first. Just Skadoodle had a very quick reaction. I believe it was him to get that follow-up frag in the trade to come through. So Cryptic's damage was limited, and Slight took a lot of damage just trying to recover the M4, even though he gets it. It's a tough one for Boss, and Undone have gotten 1 round closer to getting back into this.
I think one of the toughest things for their cheese out of Nuke was there was a severe lack of trades. There's a lot of multi-kills rolling out for the that CT side, you know, Cryptic pushing the outside and getting a lot of opening duels. Slight was able to multi. You know, Fruit Cup actually in that ramp room as well. All of them capable of bringing through big multi-kills. So the fact that they do trade so quickly on this map is a good outlook out of the gates. We got the double Zeus up, though. I like it. Although the Zeus might not get any action because the USP just won the fight versus MOTM. It's going to complicate the matter just a little bit here, not having cave control, but they can ignore that pretty easily.
Yeah. They don't have to worry at all. Smoke's up. Just plant that bomb. They're fine. Not really much on the other side in terms of firepower, and that is a chunky nade. Freshie down to 23 HP. Still has the Zeus, but that will not matter at all. In fact, he's probably dead here. Oh, Steel, if he just had one more bullet in the magazine, it would have been enough, but in the end, it doesn't matter either way. 60's just going to rack up another frag, and Darty will be sent packing to save a 5-7, or might just hang around to get some exit frags. I think that would probably be the better play, even though the 5-7 does have value, and the MAC-10 on the ground could as well. He's going to grab that. Doesn't have a kit, so maybe he'll just try to drag some players back by going for a bomb defusal. No. Steel will take care of that. He was still watching, and should be undone with 4 surviving out of this round. Absolutely will be. Boss going to call a timeout to talk things over on what will be an important buy round.
Second half. Team right now, it seems like 6-8 in that PrizePicks check mark as well. More than 29 kills. Again, maybe felt like in that last map didn't have a lot of kills. He was doing so much in terms of the damage. I mean, he did do very well, but he had 14 assists, which is crazy.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, that's what
that amount that much.
That's what I mean. 60 did that on pretty much every team he's played on, right? Like in terms of Dar, he's always the leader. He's always that player that's coming out and doing a ton of damage and helping his team out in that regard. And I mean, he can also do it with the frags as well, no question, but assists come to him quite often, I would say. But 14 was insane. Like that was absolutely monstrous in terms of the effort on his side, especially in the second half and into overtime. We're going to get back into it here. One thing to say is that Undone, yes, they convert the 2 rounds off of their pistol round victory. But this is the true test up against the rifles of Boss, which stifled them on their T side on the previous map. This time, Steel gets a quick opener and the A site's already lost.
That cryptic kill might encourage them to go more aggressive on this retake. I mean, they're playing close behind this smoke. They're both going for spam, though. And they use their clip. Should be able to comfortably get the numbers punched in off the back of that. And 60 goes and takes down Fruit Cup. It's going to start the timer up against him, and Boss have already made their decision in the end to retreat, to run away. And that first big test that you highlighted is going to be passed. They're going to get the job done here on a tough gun round, including a slight AWP. And Steel just cracks it open with a clean entry like that. That is brutal. I think that's like one of the most common plays that teams really like to do as well for that first gun round. Just a full A execute out of the gates. You see that so often. Maybe it's a more of a bonusy situation, something along those lines. As you can see, A1S picked up. Skadoodle gets to pick up an AWP that was dropped over by Slight, and I mean, now you're really looking forward to closing that distance, and it feels all the more likely. With 3 saved rifles, it's going to be more tricky than you might like, but...
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think Fruit Cup and Slight just have to hang around a rifler, making sure that they can pick up the gun once it's dropped, and this is certainly a serviceable round from Boss, to say the least. Util might be a little light, but they've got a buy-up coming in the follow-up as well, so we'll see. A win here would be quite a coup, and that's a great nade tossed. MOTM and Chop down to around half health each, and off of that, they're just going to try and aggress. Chop wins the duel against Slight, but he's very low. One player needs to strike through, and it's only one player, Darty, as 3 of his teammates fall. Freshie manages to get 1, but he's the last one standing. A second for him. 1v2, winnable. Oh my goodness, almost gets 60. It's a headshot, but it's the M4, and that's not enough. Undone, get an 8th, even though there were a few scary moments that came through.
I mean, a quick reaction, I'll give Boss a lot of credit. This is what they do best, and that's very fast rotates. They're so quick to get where they need to be. But on the other side of things, Undone, I think, so effectively baiting out those peaks. I mean, they get a player up the ramp, but they also paused for a probably uncomfortable amount of time for them as players, as individuals. It's probably against every nature to just sit there feeling like you're a sitting duck, but you've got 3 teammates alongside you backing you up, and you just know in a round like that, Boss have some missing utility, missing firepower. They're going to overextend. They're going to swing you. They're going to go for those peaks instead of play a setup. And now they're fast towards B again. This is a great pace from Undone to try and limit the effectiveness. But Fruit Cup finally getting loud in the server with the multi-kill to 3K. He's looking for 4. He'll knock down Skadoodle as well. An unbelievable hold coming through from Fruit Cup. And 60, arriving late onto the scene here, is going to have a tough time breaking through.
Yeah. Actually, that one of those went to Cryptic. He stole the 4K away from... In fact, he stole the ace from Fruit Cup, but it doesn't matter. Obviously not thinking about that. What a round for him. We were talking about him being a little quiet, not having the same type of play here on Ancient, but he just explodes in that round to give Boss such an important round victory. Things were getting kind of dire here into this second half. They hadn't cracked through for a single round. Undone, we're starting to pile up the cash and get momentum going, but they couldn't tie things up, and once more held short of getting into a position to find a lead, and they call a timeout off of it.
You know, this is one of those timeouts where you expect the IGL to start, you know, talking about what the next adjustment is, what the next read. Might have been a bathroom break.
Yeah. It happens, you know. Nature calls, right? You gotta
as
answer
a caster,
that
you
call.
always like those storylines, but sometimes it really is as simple as, yeah, we took that timeout as a bathroom break, and then now they're gonna win out the game, and
Wow, I don't know about that.
yeah.
We'll see. That would be funny, though.
You ask in the interview, you know, what was the adjustment you made in that timeout? You're like, what adjustment? We just went to the bathroom.
Yeah. I kind of hope that happens one day in an interview. You're just like, yeah, we didn't do anything.
It's happened to me like 3 times.
Oh,
already.
really? Okay. I've never had that in my interviews. You're lucky. It's funny moments. Anyway, in this round, speaking of funny moments, Boss going to get a 3K, and it's not looking great for Undone. MOTM and Ska going to be the last two standing. That is just Undone losing every single battle that they took. And they lost two of their best players, Chop and 60, throughout this series are no longer available in this round. And it doesn't look
It has
like
been a full team effort.
Yeah.
But they're still just getting collapsed in on. And again, it's going to feel suffocating when you're in this 2v4 and they're still pressing the advantage.
Wow.
Take it by charge. And there is no relief here. As I highlighted, I think what Undone are doing in general is a really good counter to how Boss like to play, and that is those snappy rotations, trying to catch overextensions and really beat Boss to the punch in these plays. But especially when that hold is finally starting to mold together, at this point, it does feel like a difficult task. The good news is more efficiency coming through here from Boss. It's Freshy getting the PrizePicks check mark as well. More than 29 kills. Again, playing great on this map here and being that kind of assistance that has been needed. But I mean, I think those B holds finally coming together is a large part to Fruit Cup having a little bit more success on an individual front, I'll say.
Definitely. As we are right back into it here. 3-round lead for Boss. Undone, buying up here. I mean, loss bonus is okay at 2,400, but this is the round. This feels like it's it. You know, you've got to win this one, or it's probably curtains for you in the NA Revival Series. Excuse me, the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. Darty, popping that smoke, wants to have a look. No one's home. Cryptic waiting to throw his, and he will do so. 60's taking an aggressive fight, trying to win one up the ramp. Good flashbang thrown, but the timing a little bit off. So they don't win the duel just yet. In fact, 60 will be dropped. MOTM finds 2 with the MAC-10 at mid-range. Will the trades come through? Yes, they do, and more. Freshy's managed to give his team a man advantage. Chop and Steal, the last 2 standing, and they're on opposite sides of the map. That is not good news. They need to group up here at some point, and with Boss taking some aggressive spacing here, it's going to get even harder for them to find success into the round. But maybe, just maybe, Chop can come in and surprise Slight and get in towards this A site. Oh yeah, that's a big no way. Chop is gone, in fact. He gets spotted by Freshy.
I mean, they did the exact same thing the last time they were at a 2v4 before that, where they just reaggressed Cave, doubled up. They're unifying so effectively in these late rounds here, and now they're doubled up to deal with Steal. I wonder if they heard the footsteps or water or something along those lines, because they were in full preparation. You had Slight covering off the A main side of things with his op, and then the double up watching elbows. It is just perfect for Boss. Full expectations, dealing with the full investment last round from Undone. It's going to leave them not necessarily in a nightmare scenario, but right back with a bit of a difficult buy here.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, certainly you're right. Like, they do have a bit of hardware available to them with a couple of Galils and an AK, but util is not ideal for this situation. 4 rounds for Boss to close things out. Yes, Undone did fight back to push it to overtime on Nuke with a similar scoreline, but I don't know if they can do it here on Ancient, a map that Boss have been very strong on throughout these last couple of months. Slight waiting with the op, misses the shot. Okay, that's an opening, maybe misses a second one. Slight needs to connect and he can't. Okay, man advantage here very briefly for Undone before it's wiped away by Darty. Cryptic spamming through the small, and he gets the frag on MOTM before he can plant that bomb, which leads Skadoodle to have to clear things out once more, and is also extremely cautious about attempting to plant again because he doesn't know if the player's holding for the spam. In fact, what a play from Cryptic. He's coming up ramp, and he's silently moving around to do so. He's just going to post up for now, waiting for the player to come through. If Steal gets dropped, this round and map is over.
Closing out on Skadoodle. They do best him, but that's where Cryptic can land the trade.
Yeah.
And if it's not Steal, then Skadoodle going down definitely puts what could be the closing of the books here for Undone. This is up to Steal here to keep them in this game. He's done such a good job here of calling effectively, of getting everyone on the same page, and coming back into these games. But now he needs to deliver it in the server. There's a back turn, not quite. Cryptic still covered. And he does peek out on the timing, does collect the finishing blow, ends it with 23 kills. A big map from Cryptic, who is capable of these big plays, but showing up here on Ancient to close it out in a 2-0.
Wow, that was, still a good showing from Undone, I would say. I mean, better than I honestly expected them to have on Ancient, because they did fight a little bit towards the beginning of that second half of action. But, you saw Boss kind of get back into their rhythm very quickly. And thanks to Cryptic's efforts, honestly, fantastic work in Fruit Cup, coming alive in that one round to get them that important 10th, to give them that momentum back into their hands. I mean, everyone played their part really, really well. And it's going to show you guys, once the stats are ready to be shown to you guys, you're going to see that everyone really did contribute in such a big way. But again, Undone, for me, instead of just becoming another team that might not be able to do anything, are ones to watch moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that coming into this one, and I was worried at the first half of a nuke that it was not the case. And then we do see what this roster is capable of very quickly in the second half. And the ability to keep their head in very difficult games is something to appreciate and look forward to in the future. I feel like this is definitely a team that, as I've highlighted, should be at that ECL level at some point, and I expect them to get there. Once we get to see them in that more consistent fashion, I'm going to really look forward to what their peaks are going to be and what their future is. But looking in at Boss here, I feel like that chemistry is just as good as ever. No drop-offs, no post-major or post-RMR blues. It still feels like they're really putting in a lot of work. And all that being said, that's the exact sort of form I wanted to see Boss come into.
Yeah, I think Boss has a real chance of winning it all here. No question in my mind. I obviously have to get past NRG, who are going to be a bit of a force, bolstered by that new roster addition in George. So it's going to be a little difficult, but they are on my radar, no question. I believe Nouns just took care of Akimbo, if I'm not mistaken. It was 12-3. Maybe you can check on that, Cole, just to see. But I feel like they won that one 2-0 as well. And
Correct.
Looking at Boss here, so yep, thanks for confirming. And looking at Boss here, everyone actually did hit their PrizePicks kill mark here. Darty, I think right at the end, got to 30, and that was enough to push him over the edge. So
he got the dirty 30.
Yeah, there you go. Darty with the dirty 30. That works well. Yeah, that works well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, that full team cohesion coming through. You had Slight and Cryptic with their individual pop-offs. So let's take a look at Undone, who were close to everyone.
Yeah.
With the more, but Steel just needed one of those kills in that last little 1v2 for more than 26.5. But still, I mean, I felt like the calling there was super well placed. I think Steel identified maybe some of the tendencies that Boss were playing on super effectively, especially on that CT side of Nuke, and how he set it up. 60, I feel like the construction of this team makes a lot of sense. And
yes,
all that being said, I do think this is a roster that should do some serious damage in the future.
I honestly feel that way as well. If they don't, I would actually be quite shocked. And in advance, I think they're going to be quite difficult opponents to deal with. Guys, that is the first series wrapped up here. Boss are going to be moving on. The next one we're going to have for you guys is Party Astronauts up against Timbermen. And we've got a lot to say about that as well. But before we get to that, we just have an ad read to go through with you guys to say a thank you to all of our sponsors here. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts, they're gone very swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we are taking a break. When we come back, we've got the Party Astronauts and Timbermen coming your way.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Good evening, good night. Hi, welcome. It is the Perfect World America's RMR. We are kick-starting day 1 of 4 to find out which teams from the region are going to be making it.
Ospit spots nobody on the drive. Flashbang in and Floppy will collect. Oh, a second flash. Everyone blinded. What a move from Complexity. Just shut this round down immediately. Drive-by shot from the tech. Have they got the technique to close it? That's the question. Liege phases through the smoke. The spray's good. Even hits the head. Luchov lopped off. And Hauser for the final killing blow. The uppercut of Complexity. Oh, a Liege, man. So smooth on the movement, Vince, but it's the fact he gets both of them as well. Even 2, that could be it. That could be the mistake that cost them everything. Oh, that might be the final cog turning, but they look to still try and fight back. It's all on one now. Nasty Naz in the back of the bomb site, throwing out bullets, low on ammunition, switches to the USP, but it's just a tag, it's no frag, and off the back of that, they might be known as Complexity, but it was simple for their opening win.
And now we move into the final 2 best of ones of the day here on the A stream. And it is Complexity up against Boss now.
Grim has a go. Grim finds Darty. JT down on Dart. This is awkward. Elite has been overlooked. A double kill. Fruit Cup finds him, but it's not enough. Grim and Elite with the multi-kill.
Wow, I think he could get a delivery.
Look at this second shot, bro. This is dreamy. Bang.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what you need. Hauser with 2 impactful rounds in a row. But Complexity have gotten the read on Boss in these last 2. This is where they need to really switch that mental on, because the opportunity for them to bounce back into this game at lickety-split, you watch how quick this is going to happen.
Throughout our first half commentary, we discussed how nightmarish it can be to anchor A and how difficult it can be to defend B.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, legit. This is a lovely
Pro
handling.
League season, right? And it was like, well, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
See you later.
In and out, revolving door. Man, the energy must be absolutely electric in that room right now for Boss. It's not done. The job is not done. Slight gets his eye to the scope early, so he can have the element of surprise here. Oh, big, important, finds Floppy, humbles him, and now up to Halzerg. Maneuvers into heaven to be safe from main. Cam's still occupied. He's not got any idea as to where Freshy's coming from now. Perhaps a sound cue given. Yep. Halzerg, he can win this. This would be a disruptive 1 versus 2 clutch on the defuse. His back is exposed, and yeah, too easy, too comfortable. A nonchalant 1v2 coming in from Halzerg. Look at the plant, it's perfect for the clutch up. Halzerg denies a chance for Boss to get on the CT board early. They smoke dark as well. Now this HE is everything. And there's not much time. Not much time! If he could have just connected, gets him off the bomb. It's not easy. Gotta run him down. Gotta run him down. Gotta be fast. He can't get the bullet. One more bullet could have done it. Cole survived the underdog test, and a test it was.
There are only 6 spots remaining in the Perfect World Shanghai Major for the Americas region. Is about to be claimed either by the North American Dream Team Complexity or the Brazilians MIBR. We're about to find out how that goes down.
Floppy's going to get tested here, only with the MP9 as well. Plays the drop down straight away. Elige, is he often going to see him here? That first port of call, that first rotate in. Puts Elige back on the ramp room, and then Floppy goes ham on the SMG. Feet awaits on Nuke, MIBR. Their map pick, their CT side, clean as hell.
Oh dear, it's done. Get us out of here. MIBR, take it in style.
JT has got a lot of support here to defend this B site. Grim's dualies, last seen over on the catwalk, fire off up close. And so Complexity breathe a little easier here, as guaranteed here for MIBR. The plant should be locked in.
Oh no.
7 seconds left. Exit.
Stick it.
Stuck around for the fight, but now he's got a plant. Halzerg swinging out, tries to put a stop to this, and that's when Safe arrives. It's just Elige, and he can't manage it. MIBR, they can rely on Safe. They can rely on Exit.
2 spots were taken in the Americas RMRs yesterday, and day number 3 kicking off today. What's up, gents? How are you doing this morning?
Look at me, Sammy! Look at me! We can't really get too into it because we have got the game on our screen.
Finish them, Alex!
Oh, they will.
That's the Jason Lake.
Yeah.
You did the Lake, I did the Jason. Sorry, guys, the game's live.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll be back. See you guys.
When you have lost the map twice to a team and now they're pitching it into you. Whoa. That one looked tidy, didn't it?
Yeah, like I don't know who that favors, right?
I think it shows the confidence of M80 against Complexity.
Like, we can do it again.
Exactly.
Which will be the late piece?
Looking for the Heaven fight.
Ooh, this is big. Halzerg has to hard clear this and do so well. Swisher, distinct disadvantage with the FAMAS. Lake nails an instant headshot onto JT. Hang on. No smoke, but still pressure onto Halzerg. Can he do what Floppy couldn't? Looks like he's set himself up for success. And Halzerg does his best. Clutches up, triple kill, and top fragging now for Complexity. It's not looking good. M80 hanging on by a thread. A single nerve ending, and there it is. A 13-8 scoreline. Anubis. It's Complexities.
3 heading towards B. Floppy for more.
You boost this, you are playing a...
Oh, down cues, boys!
Boys. 5 alive, 5 alive! The MP9 ace for Flop Dog, denied by Elige. Hoover up those AKs if you can, boys. We get, what, Galil, AK, yep. Could have been very nice. Elige looks like he's been completely overlooked. Why are we not worried about Elige? You should be. Double kill. More could be coming his way. Supportive flash, but he's not going to overplay. He's happy to sit. They don't have the util to flush him out. His existence alone delays them. And now Grim can pick up the pieces. Sin, the 1v5 demanded of him, baits out the shot from the AWP, which is nice. But he's for the repeat. He's still looking. Doesn't want to die after time. Wants to go down. Grim provides. Okay, we've got our Complexity 2 rounds away from the major.
You've got to feel like it's done at this point, don't
I'm
you?
starting to. 1 minute. And 5 Complexity frags away from the major. From stickers. And knowing you can go to bed happy. Go to bed knowing your name will once again be in the game. And you will be attending the last event of the year. Grim does deliver the first. Lake provides the trade. M80 stubborn here, heading in towards the B site. JT and Floppy once again to be tested. JT, does he swing through? Does choose to isolate, but Swisher this time bests him. This is a fast flank from Elige. This could be enough. They're not ready for him. Elige tames the spray. It's only Lake left to play, and Complexity securing the perfect world. Shanghai Major, it's in. It's theirs. 2-0 as they slay their demon. The rivals fall into that final 2-2 bucket. Complexity best M80 convincingly.
Yeah, I'd say everyone is really happy to make the major, and yeah, we were trying to give it our all in that game, make the energy needed, and lose some dumb rounds, win some more, and just bring the hype, and yeah, everyone's happy.
All right, anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, Grim?
Thank you for supporting us during such turbulent times sometimes, but hopefully we made you happy today and can continue to do that going to the major, and thank you again.
There we go, everybody. Complexity making it through to the opening stage.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. It is a survival as well for the teams that are playing here because you only got one chance, of course, and then you're done. We'll see which one of these two teams will use that chance to move on between the Party Astronauts and the Timbermen, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited to see who's going to be surviving on who's going to be moving forward here. And obviously, like this one, I feel like maybe more up in the air in terms of both these rosters going through quite a bit. I mean, I guess for Party Astronauts, I would say less to their own fruition. I think they wanted to keep their roster. Obviously, when you have an opportunity to take some salary, you're going to lose players. And so that's why we're not seeing peeping any longer with this roster. But then Timbermen, grabbing onto their opera that has led them to so much success in the past, and Dia coming back into this team, which is a bit of a surprise. And then obviously Carson, who is fresh off of, no longer being with Nouns, is now getting an opportunity with this Timberman squad. So interesting to see how the voices are going to work there.
Yeah, it's been weird. It's been weird for the Timbermen, let's say. They had a rebuild, and then they didn't have a rebuild, and then they changed their roster. Dia and Peeping were dropped. I mean, it's been an adventure for them. I think Nero and Aleph were part of the team for a while. Then that changed. Nyx and Ray XTS were added. That didn't work out after 8 days. So it's just like everything's been a bit of a roller coaster right now for the Timbermen. And, they've decided to go back to that, I would say, roster they kind of played with in the previous Revival series, I believe. And it's just the only difference really is that Carson, like you mentioned, that addition coming through for them. So I don't necessarily mind Carson joining up with the Timbermen. I think his style and also his attitude perhaps matches up well with this Timbermen roster. So we'll see what he can deliver. But I feel like it is a bit of a shame, like you said, for the Party Astronauts to lose Peeping. Both of these teams used to have Peeping at one point, but now he's part of that Nouns roster. And look, I think the Party Astronauts looked pretty good, better than I expected, I would say, in the ECL playoffs, which is the last matches that they've played. The only time when they really got blown out of the water was the second matchup against NRG, where they lost 4-13 twice on Mirage and Ancient. And it's a team that they're going to have to face if they want to find success, more than likely, here in this Revival series as well.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is going to be two teams that are I think, feeling the loss of Peeping. I think Party Astronauts bringing in Viz, and even though I will say, like, Peeping's individual performance was, fairly consistently showing above Fang. You still do have Fang on this roster. It's not like the, most important piece of firepower on your roster was taken away from you, right? And I think that Viz is still a player that, these guys are super comfortable with coming into it. So I think there's some positive sights in that. I don't know, like, how well practiced he is and how prepared he is, but he's always a guy who I think is ready to join the server, ready to play at all times. So I do think there's some value in that. But on the other end of things, the same is true for Carson. So it really is going to be interesting to see who's coming out on top from their both rosters losing Peeping. I mean, that's like kind of what we're looking at this point.
Yeah, exactly. We're jumping right into the PrizePicks analysts segment here, and just to talk about, exactly that, these players that could be impactful. And you're going to see here, this is, of course, the Party Astronauts, but Peeping is not part of that. Make sure that you guys keep that in mind. He's not going to be a part of this. But a player absolutely watch out for, as you already talked about, even though he wasn't always the top of the board, is Fang. I mean, he's a star player for this roster. He always has been. He always will be. He's the player to watch out for moving forward in every single match that they're going to play. I would even say even more so now with Peeping not being there, and Viz, he's not the firepower guy, right? He's more of a supporting cast that's going to come through. So I'd be surprised if he's able to put up similar numbers to Peeping, but that's not what he's there for. And I would say that even opens up the door for Fang to do even more on this team, which he absolutely can.
I think that's kind of what I was expecting, right? I was expecting him to get even more activity now that he probably is going to need to. It's a little more weight on his shoulder that I think Peeping took off. And I think almost he was happy to see that was the case, and a lot of different maps where he didn't have to necessarily be the guy that was doing a lot of the openings, a lot of the entry work, a lot of the multi kills. Like Peeping took a little bit of that load off, and it'll be interesting to see, having more supportive additions into this squad and a player like Viz, how that's going to fare out long term. If it makes him even better, it builds his stats because the comfort is there. The cohesion, I'd imagine, with Viz is going to be pretty easy to slot into. I mean, another player to look out for as well, and in that same vein, is going to be OG Wizard. I think there's no question that he could also get a little bit more of a individual bump in terms of what he's able to bring to the table because of that addition. And again, he might get the resources that he's going to be looking for. I mean, I think Party Astronauts have already shown that they're willing to give him resources as well.
Absolutely. No, I think OG Wizard is a great opper. I think he's a great talent that the Party Astronauts picked up, and throughout their run, I don't want to say run, but throughout their time in ECL playoffs, when they were finding their success, he was doing a great job with the Big Green. I would say if we're looking at an op-v-op duel versus Dia and OG Wizard, I think OG Wizard has the edge just because he's been playing with this core for quite some time. And you look over at the Timbermen, which we're going to have a look at very shortly, and I mean, like, there's not much there in terms of chemistry or consistency. This is a roster in turmoil, trying to find a new identity, and in that process, go back to the old identity somehow with Carson added to the mix. So I don't know how that's going to work. If I maybe Carson not calling will help, right? Because I'm pretty sure Snav is just going to hang on to the IGL duties. I don't think that's going to change. And just having Carson focusing on fragging could be a big difference maker for the Timbermen.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd be interested to see if he can get back to like a really good level. Not that he wasn't like performing consistently. And actually, I remember seeing a tweet by Rush that like eventually Rush was the guy that was taking over IGLing for Nouns. I think this was, past the point of like, it's so hard to recover for this team that, we had to figure out IGL changes. And that was probably when Carson was already on the outs at that point. But, you never know. It is just interesting to see like, Carson had a lot of support. He had a lot of people that were backing him up. He had a Adrin on the coaching staff there, a lot of faith in that duo. And Rush had been spending some time still calling, and that's just an interesting like breakdown there of maybe like those voices are going to be hard to bring in some cohesion. I think that could be a difficulty that we see for the squad, and expecting that. Obviously, I want to highlight a little bit though. Raytek's not going to be playing for Timberman as well. As we kind of highlighted, they still got Dia. They brought in Carson. They've got Stav. They've got Dare. So that's kind of what more so what the squad's looking like. They still have Shane as well in the mix. But I mean, I think, the two players that are playing are very capable individuals and usually are some of the performers that Timbermen really lean on in terms of like long-term success. It is those core three players. Dia looking more like a fourth core, even though he spent some time in and out of this roster as a player that can just consistently travel with this four-man group at this point. And it usually is just consistency out of Snav, Dare, and Shane that gives this roster a lot of success.
Yeah, and I mean, they were trying to actually move on without Shane, right? It was supposed to be Darren Snav built up around a new, that core built up around a new 3 players, but now Shane is back, and I agree with you. I mean, all 3 of them do play well together, so I was surprised to see them move in that direction. And now, we don't know if this roster is going to be the one that they decide to actually play with come in next season of ECL, but I don't know what else could happen at this point. Like, they've kind of run through a lot of different players, and you kind of feel like, okay, I guess that will come to fruition. Although the only question mark for me is Dia. I don't know if he necessarily has interest in playing long-term with the team. I believe that's just a temporary sub that's coming through because he made it quite clear that he was leaving and he wasn't going to be a part of this roster anymore. When he departed along with Peeping, they kind of left together. Similar package deal as Nyx and Ray XTX, right? XTS, excuse me. They came to the team as a package deal and left as a package deal as well. So it's like nothing's really working out for the Timbermen right now in terms of building a roster and also winning matches. It's been very, very, very tough.
But if you keep standing in for them, you could be a long-term stand-in, and then you just find yourself playing for the next couple months, and you're like, oh, I can't find an ECL team to play with next season. So why don't I just play with you all? I feel like that's kind of I don't know. Maybe. It's a bizarre situation because it has been the case that they've been having some like kind of stand-in situations consistently. We'll see. Like you said, it's all like up in the air at this point, but we can take a look at the map pool and see who we're going to be playing. I feel like out of the gates, we've seen some familiarity in these first 2 maps. We've seen some of these head-to-head so far play out pretty consistently for PA. And the side of Timbermen. Obviously, Timbermen have been a team, I think, that plays a really good Ancient there.
Yes.
And I think that's a key to look at in terms of how this team is able to play. Also, that third map of Mirage is going to be something that they look forward to. But I'm interested to see how both teams kind of fare up on this map because PA, I thought they gained a lot of their key identity with Peeping playing in towards Cave. We're not going to have that luxury of having him in that position playing such a key role anymore. And I think that could offer up a little bit of challenges and a small breakdown. So I'm going to keep a big focus on how PA do on that map.
Yeah, Ancient was actually pretty competitive for PA consistently. Yes, they were losing and going through a roller coaster ride of losses and wins, but all of those matches were really, really impressive in terms of what they were able to achieve. So it felt like Ancient was becoming more of a map that they would be comfortable on, and I agree with you. That lack of Peeping, we'll see how it goes. Maybe Viz can just slot right into the roles that Peeping was playing and still be serviceable. So I'd say that would be enough, for a cave player, but it's an important spot on the map. So I don't know how it's going to go, honestly. And we already talked about it, I think, but Timbermen have been very impressive on Ancient. 3 wins in a row against Laser, Fluffy Aimers, and, MCS. So I would say Fluffy Aimers and Laser are the 2 wins to look at there for the Timbermen. And like you said, I want to talk about Nuke, because I think Nuke's a map that's starting to become better and better for the Party Astronauts. At least it was with Peeping. So again, we have that question mark, especially on a map like Ancient. Everyone plays their role. So it's so critical that everyone knows their role on a map like Ancient, especially for rotations and CT side and stuff like that. It's a huge map with so much that you need to think about. So that'll be another question mark to see if the Party Astronauts can continue their performance on that one. And then Mirage will be a brawl, if we get there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Mirage if it does come down to it here. It's tough to really look at this veto and not imagine a 3 map. We've seen both teams remain super competitive. Nuke maybe sometimes is a difficulty for Timbermen to deal with this PA squad at, but I feel like there's still that Ancient comfort that we'll highlight there for PA. And so if it does come down to Mirage, you're still dealing with a very strong Mirage core. Carson, as an individual, not only I think understands that map to a very high level, but will fit in like a glove on this Timberman roster. It was always one of my favorite head-to-heads when we saw Nouns versus Timberman on Mirage. That was some of the most exciting NA Counter-Strike that you could look at in terms of just very aggressive, very fast-paced, mid-control over and over and over again. They would meet head-on. And now you're getting a player that kind of fits that. They fit that style. And for me, I think that's a really positive sign that, Timbermen, maybe they don't have a lot of options in terms of what players they're picking up. You can see that they're trying every once in a while to get these pickups, and they don't last very long. But if you're Carson, you just got dropped from Nouns. That didn't work out very well. Your calling didn't work out long term for Nouns to complete their goals. Timberman might be one of your better options that you're looking at in terms of getting back up into a form in what you expect for yourself.
No, I do agree. I think that it's honestly maybe the only team that makes sense for Carson at this point to join up with. And one thing that he'll certainly be bolstered on is that mid control. On Nouns, he was that key player who kept pushing up and taking those mid fights, similar to the way the Timbermen like to play on the map. So yeah, he'll fit in perfectly on that. I think my question more so becomes on the other maps where we saw Carson really slipping away and not having any effectiveness at all. A map like Ancient, for example, where it looked like, I would say even a couple of months ago, Carson was very much a force to be dealt with, a force to be reckoned with on that mid space. Like he loves playing mid on pretty much any map, but lately it just wasn't looking great. And Nouns in general just were not the team that we'd seen in the past. And it felt like they were stagnating and even moving down very far from their high ranking points in North America. At one point in time. So I think that they were happy to make a change. Maybe even Carson's happy to make a change, right? And move over to the Timbermen and try something new here because it wasn't working for Nouns at all.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell from the transition, like mid-season, it's kind of a silent transition as well. Not a lot of news about how Rush had taken over the IGLing. It was just that tweet after they'd gotten eliminated talking about rough individual performance and rough team performance. And that's when we finally figured out Carson wasn't IGLing. And if Carson's not IGLing, he's still playing those very active roles. I mean, that's where you think, big bump. If you're playing those important positions, you're kind of taking those resources and you can't really bring in that sort of performance, it is going to take a big hurt on terms of your team. And I feel like there was a lot of value at one point in Carson transitioning into that IGL role, just didn't end up being the long-term solution. So I think maybe combining heads, if there's not too many voices on this Timberman squad, it's going to be interesting to see that, because that Timberman team is loud. They're angry bunch at times, and Carson can I want to see how he tries to control that, to be honest with you. I don't know what he has in the bag, or if he is even interested in doing that.
I don't know if Carson's the one I'd look towards to control anger, to be honest with you.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No,
it's a weird situation for this team where I don't know if he's the person that's going to control anger or help out in terms of honestly, I don't know if there's anyone in the scene that could really take that role and try and take it into stride. So it's a tough position, but I think it might be, like you said, one of the better options that he really has.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see. We're into the action here. Map number 1, back to Ancient, guys. But I just don't know. I'm feeling like the Party Astronauts will certainly have an edge here against Timbermen. Like we were saying, they're just having complete and total breakdowns in terms of the rosters that they're trying to build. And right here in the pistol round already, it's looking easy for Infinite. He's going to get 1, 2, maybe the third. There it is, 3K for Infinite. No bodies dropped there by the Party Astronauts as they get off to a very easy 1-0 lead. And I guess just to finish my thought, Cole, I don't feel like the Timbermen are going to be able to compete against a Party Astronauts roster that has stuck together, aside from losing Peeping. Viz is a familiar face. He's going to slot in very easily. He understands how Ben likes to call. And this is just a structured team that's been working on a rebuild for an entire season of ECL and already making strides in that regard, up against a team that was trying to rebuild and still hasn't successfully done so, and is going back to old faces that might not necessarily deliver what they need.
Yeah, I mean, and a team that has tried to use newer guys as well didn't really work long term. That's always an interesting thing to note as well. When the NA scene, I think, is taking a turn in terms of looking towards advanced talent as opposed to recycling some of the older guards. So it is really interesting. We're seeing Viz get active, though. As you highlighted, this guy going to fit in like a glove. And I think happy to be back here for an opportunity to play with, again, people that he's super familiar with.
Yeah, Viz was filling in for some advanced rosters as well, and just trying to help out some ex-teammates whenever he could.
Didn't playing with Might? I don't know. Yeah. I think it was actively playing with him as well.
Oh yeah, okay. I thought it was just to fill in for a little bit, but yeah. He's been around. He wants to keep playing Counter-Strike, no question. You see him there, rocking the beard. Getting ready to go here, up against the Timbermen in round number 3. And Timbermen will have the AKs here, and it is just the bonus round for the Party Astronauts. We'll see if that's enough. If they can deliver a round victory here, that'll be very much a statement coming through from the Party Astronauts on how this one could go.
I mean, it's high priority, something this team loves to do, get those rifles out. I I think you're right though. He was subbing in. I think Louis was out there playing in IESF for a little bit, so he was filling in for him. I think on Might during that time. So he played a couple of games of Advance. He did really well in those games. So still got it. Seems like he's still into it.
I think he's perhaps one of those players that could have benefited from a break, because he was on the grind for so long and just needed a time away from a team, not necessarily the game, just from like the team environment, just to practice and get used to the mechanics of Counter-Strike 2. And it really helped him a lot. Ben gets the opener here with the MP9. Shane finds the follow-up, but it's OG Wizard to give his team the man advantage right on back. And worst case scenario, potentially materializing here for the Timbermen. Carson's managed to get into the B site. I don't think that PA's aware of it at all, but if he doesn't move quickly, then his position won't really matter. Oh, actually, they're moving the bomb to B, and Dia gets an important frag. This could actually turn out very well for Timbermen, but no, Dia can't survive long enough. The only thing is they do manage to get the bomb to B, and Party Astronauts probably scratching their heads saying, what's going on? They'll realize quickly as this bomb will be planted.
It's a wild round so far. 10 seconds left, and finally, Party Astronauts realize they've been duped because of the bomb going down. Deep positioning on the post plant. We'll see how this one fares up. The trade not quite available from Shane, but that Molotov is. That's going to buy some valuable time. Smoke goes down to go through it, and they have an idea where he could be. Fang holds the line, but gets blasted by Shane's rifle. Is it planted for him, though? That HG's going to do him in, though. A little bank shot there from OG Wizard, and the round going to be converted because of it.
That is not as bad as it could have been for the Timbermen, right? Because a lot of damage is done on the tail end. Yes, it's a bonus round victory for the Party Astronauts, but they only keep one gun out of the round. Not to say they wouldn't want to upgrade their MP9s anyway, but if they could have carried forward the AKs instead, that would have been even more of a coup. Instead, well, they do find a third round victory, and the Timbermen with a bomb plant could justify maybe a little bit more of an investment into this round. That's a great nade toss again by OG Wizard. But yeah, there is that justification. Dare is going to get the hero AK, and then you have a MAC-10, a Deagle, and 2 Tech 9s around it. So not too shabby for the Timbermen side. And on the PA side, they've still got a lot of cash, especially for OG Wizard, who was that one survivor out of that previous round. Viz engaging a little bit here over towards Jaguar, gets Dia down to 38 HP, who is going to be sent packing away in retreat. And a smoke is tossed right in his view. Another good one's going to come in for these double doors. So that forces Snav to move forward here and join up with Shane. I think they're going to try and boost up on the box and maybe get some visibility into the site.
We do have what seemingly looks like Viz just taking that position in cave. It was once held by PP, a little 1-for-1 there. Crashing down B here, very active from PA that's been showing out. Shane realizes maybe a little too late, but Snav's able to react to that Tech 9. A lot more effective close range. The sidearm from Fang, though, goes a long way, and the bomb plant for CT. This Dare threads another kill. They do actually get the digits punched in, so all in all, not a bad round from Timbermen. But still a round that's going to go in the way of PA.
Yeah, and I mean, the economy is really building up nicely for PA at this point. This time they have 3 players that survive. Timbermen, yeah, they get the bomb plant, and it was a light buy overall, aside from that 1 AK that was purchased up, but they're going to have plenty of cash off that bomb plant and the frags that they were able to deliver here. Still a 4-0 lead for the Party Astronauts, and they've also got some cash to spare. OG Wizard getting to the AWP, dropping the rifle on the ground for his teammates. So now the Party Astronauts become even more threatening as OG Wizard is leading the charge with a 6-0 scoreline.
Not too bad out of the gates. Got his AWP in hand there, weapon of choice. Closed out the clutch for him with the HE. Doing good work already. Still have yet to see them go super aggressive towards middle, which is something that, you know, you will see a lot out of Fang. They're more so focused in on this cave positioning.
Oh, wow.
Is that Viz landing some shots there? And the HE timing as well for Fang. Already coordinating their efforts for an opening duel, and Snav has to watch from the sideline for the remainder of the round. He didn't even get to see anybody.
That is a Nice little 1-2 punch there from the party astronauts. There's another nade, and it's chunky as well. Shane below half health, Dia hovering around it, and the Timbermen are just stalled out here and keep taking damage from the util and the bullets of the party astronauts without PA having to really see much at all. Dia waiting for this smoke to fade. Dare's finally peeking into cave, so that's maybe some control here for the Timbermen to be gained, but still it's not looking great in terms of both the HP and the round here for them. 37 seconds left for them to try and get to the site, and it looks good, but that incendiary is going to make life a little bit difficult for Dare to come through. Shane does manage to get Viz, so that's a good first frag. Infinite gets one great trade from Dare. Now it's looking a little better, but the health bars are still very low, and they've overlooked Ben Lead, who gets a 2K. Shane, the last one standing, and he is known as to where his position is because he just planted right around the pillar. So they're just waiting for all the bodies to get here. Should be an easy clean for the party astronauts. One frag for Shane, but there's the instant trade. Party astronauts up to 5, Cole.
And I love how they play that. I think it's really important in those 3v1 situations to make sure your opper's in first.
Yeah.
Or at least holding an angle, but especially in a 3v1, right? You want them to go in and identify where the player is, just kind of throw the aim off, and you can see that they have free shots. Yeah, that's a great combo, man. The utility damage early in that round does so much to set them up for success. And it does make a lot of low HP targets. It makes, Ben Lead's multi-kill a lot easier.
Of course.
It limits that trade potential from Timberman, and while they keep getting into these bomb sites, party astronauts do a whole lot to set themselves up early for success.
I mean, because of the bomb plants, Timbermen are able to buy up 3 rounds in a row now, but it hasn't really given them the success they're hoping for. Here come the AKs across the board. Viz and Ben Lead playing a buddy system here. Viz, as mentioned, very serviceable player. He's doing exactly what he needs to here from the cave position. Ben's supporting him. This is an interesting little setup. Timberman could disrupt it with a well-placed Molotov and nade. There's the molly. Perfectly tossed. Yeah, this is going to have to move around here. That is to perfection. With the util and the bullets, Dia and Shane get a couple. Bang, trying to respond, gets one, but a lot of damage taking that duel. Can he swing around and find a second? He can! A third? No, that is a bridge too far. But he does make it a 3v2 and very winnable for his squad. OG Wizard tries to connect on a shot, can't. A couple of incendiaries come through. The nades are flying out. Util is everywhere. And where's that bomb going? Carson is ferrying the bomb towards A.
Just getting wild with it. Take that full B site. Of course, you're going to bite on the rotate, but Carson all the while is just running a marathon on the other side of the map. The A bomb site, it can open itself up to a lot of potential for the retakes, especially if you have a smoke. We'll see what they can do to try and bypass this trio. The smoke on top of the bomb is going to be step number 1. Can you get it without losing anybody? Is the big question now as Infinite goes and clears a lot of space. There's that rough timing gets identified. There's that smoke on top of the bomb. You'd like for your opera to do exactly what OG Wizard just does and land a pick before you even have to start that defuse, but Timberman still, they play it cool, calm, and collected all the way through and are on the board here.
Yeah, that's a good on the Timberman. I love that opener, right? I talked about the Molotov being important right there where it was tossed, and it was in a perfect spot to make life difficult for Viz. He was burning away in it, trying to decide where to go. And in the meantime, Ben dealing with that push from cave all by his lonesome. And the Timbermen, in the opening moments of the round, felt like they'd already won it. And it got a little tough, but they still managed to pull it off and get a first round. As we've got a timeout called here. Potentially technical in nature. Yes, confirmed that it is a tech pause coming through here. And we'll see what the story is, Cole. But either way, I mean, I feel like this one hurts Timberman more than the party astronauts because it felt like Timberman were finally getting some momentum going, but now they have to wait for this technical issue to be resolved. All right, looks like we got some cams that need to be turned on here, Cole. Need to have player cams up and running, and a couple of them disconnected, so we're trying to fix that.
Get him back in here. I need to see that snowboard.
You gotta be in there.
Give me that snowboard, Shane. It's got a cool room. Show it off.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Just Show off the board. Show you shred. I went skiing one time in my life. I never did it again.
Yeah, that's the same for me.
It's about enough for me.
I don't think
I felt like I did pretty good. I had a good time, but it was, I feel like, I got that experience in while I needed to, and not cut it off.
Yeah, I'm really accident prone. So, putting me on a downhill ski in any situation is a bad idea because I just feel like I'd meet my end in a tree. Like that's like I just don't want to do it, and I never will because it's just too scary for me. Maybe I'll go on like the baby chorus or something like where there's no trees and it's just a hill. So like, and even then I'd probably have some sort of weird accident that would happen.
You could ease up to it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Just keep me away from the skiing for sure. I'm with you there, Cole. Like no reason to pull that into my repertoire.
I'm just not a big fan of the cold either. Like, you can get the gear as well, but I don't love I don't love like just being super cold for my like outdoor activity.
What is Shane doing? This camera is not. This is not the camera we were expecting here.
He's got the forehead cam.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's blocked out the vision for the snowboard.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, where's the snowboard? He just got like behind the camera, behind the monitor there. Oh man, he doesn't want to share all the cool stuff in the background.
He went lights off. Sometimes he has lights on, sometimes he has lights off. Maybe he just doesn't care that much. Please. I'm gonna take a screenshot of him when he gets flashbanged. But right now, doesn't seem like they're too flashed up there. We finally see a little bit more of a mid-centric approach from Party Astronauts off the back of the pause. Doesn't necessarily lead to a whole lot, though. In fact, they lose a lot of those opening duels. And Timberman looking to string some rounds together through the tech pause there. We'll see if they can do so, as that puts a big wrench in their system. A Molotov maybe forcing their hand into the AWP. It's going to shake up what they thought was safe.
Oh. Wow, sorry, what a peek there from Snav. That was unbelievable. Fang, the last one standing, and he's that player that we've talked about that the Party Astronauts are going to need to lean on a little bit, so you'll have to deliver in tough situations like this. 1v3. Could go for the save, but, I mean, he obviously wants to fight. Try and give his team a 6-round victory and make life very difficult for the Timbermen. Can he get that one? A little bit of tag damage into Snab, but once he loses that fight, it is time to pull the plug. Spots another player, but does manage to escape. They'll probably chase here on the side of the Timbermen, a little bit at least, but as it stands, it will be a 2nd-round victory, and they'll be happy to find that with 3 players still alive as well.
I mean, a lot of players still kicking. Most importantly, though, I mean, because the rounds were relatively close, consistent bomb plants help out a lot. Just a 2-round spree is going to completely break that economy for the set of Party Astronauts and start the story here for Timberman. And I think 2 really effective rounds. Right there, you just win all your opening duels. But for the first round that they closed out on, I mean, we saw how great the utility was.
Yeah.
You saw, the full protocols set in stone for how they take cave control. And so, I mean, I don't really expect much else because they still should be very comfortable with, the styles, how they play out this map.
This is just a full eco aside from Fang saved M4, but the saved M4 gets 2 frags despite Fang being partially blinded in that situation. Now with 3v3 and there are guns in the ground for Party Astronauts to potentially recover, and they will. Dia trying to come out here. Dare actually goes down to the USP, but Dia does manage to get the insta-trade, so it is down to Fang, who already had 2 frags, but I mean, given the circumstances, I don't know if he goes for this one. He's all the way on the other side of the map at A. Bomb being planted within the next 6 seconds will be a difference maker, maybe, because that's a lot of ground for him to cover. But if he can cover that ground before the bomb gets planted, it won't be that bad. And yeah, maybe he set himself up for a position to actually go for this one.
I think he hears the utility on the other side of the map, and that's when he finally started to kick it into high gear on this rotate. So 1v2 is very possible, but without a kit, that 10-second defuse does a lot of damage. And now a smoke in his face, and a really awkward one. As you can see, there's so many concerns for how he wants to play about this, and with every second that ticks off, Gonna need one less second that he has a chance to defuse this. At this point in time, might just go for some exit damage. Try and put more pressure on that Timberman economy. They're gonna leave through CT. He's gonna leave through middle.
He could get caught at mid.
Could. See if they go for it. They don't seem super interested. Neither does he, so handshakes all around, and Timbermen go up to 3 here before another investment could come out.
Yeah, let's not forget, though, that was just the eco and the saved M4 coming through from the party astronauts. And, I mean, Fang, although he delivered 2 of those 3 frags, one of them came from the USP, and it got dangerous for the Timbermen in a round that shouldn't have been. So that's something for the party astronauts to take out of that one. But it is still 3 in a row for the Timbermen, even though they haven't been able to build up their economy as much as I think they would like. Here comes a full buy from PA. Ben settling for the FAMAS. Everyone else pretty much fully invested. Fang, along with Viz, going to be going in here for the defense towards this B side, and Viz is charged up all the way next to the smoke, so this leaves Timbermen very little space to maneuver outside of the double doors at the B site. And I mean, with Ben lead on the other side, this is a problem. And the re-smoke, this is just burning time off the clock.
Hey, they look happy to do it. Snav's got one hand on his mouse there. Not scared at all of you know, that time pressure of every second ticking. Now the smokes fade away. The job has to be done. Again, there's that good utility to flush them out early. Bentley wise to hold on to a smoke, though, and it's going to create some chaos. There's HEs that follow up, and they really now have to rethink it after another smoke is dropped. You know that at the best of scenarios, you're walking into a setup. They're rerouting in a big way now. Trying to take space towards that middle side of things here. You've got a player pushing through the cave side. Viz strikes for one. Infinite plays off the contact so effectively.
Such a good set.
And that sets up that B side defense finally. And you can see Ben Lee laughing all the way to the bank. He has a good reason to smile because that was perfectly positioned.
Yeah, a beautiful call from Ben, honestly, to go for that aggression towards double doors and re-smoke it not once, not twice, but 3 times, putting the pressure on the Timbermen and forcing them to double back. And then PA had the beautiful crossfire. Viz and I believe Infinite were the ones taking care of business there. And now they got their 6th round on the board. They've broken the round victory streak for the Timbermen. And we're going to see Ben, the leader of these party astronauts, for so many years. He has been at the helm trying to reinvent himself multiple times with different rosters, and this is just the latest iteration of his squad, right? That he's trying to make work around his star fragger of Fang.
Yeah, I mean, again, and you can see it right there in his face. He knows he's called in, you know, something just perfect. That setup that they have built together. Something that looks well rehearsed in the end. And close out. Finally get back on the board after a 3-round dry spell. Keep up that energy. Put a lot of emphasis on this B side over and over again. This time OG Wizard again given the resources right there. What a lovely shot through the flashbangs. Able to deal with that head-to-head.
That is really nice work from OG Wizard, who gets the favor returned a little bit of panel spam coming through onto him, and now a double swing, triple swing down ramp. What? And it works perfectly. Shane didn't expect that at all, as Viz finds the 2nd frag of the round for PA, and now the other 3 players are spotted. At least one of them is on the Timberman trying to get out of cave. Carson's dead. Dare manages to get the trade, but Viz is still needing to be dealt with. On the Timberman side, will he be? Actually, that's a pretty good swing, but Ben Leach supports on the flank and keeps his teammate alive. 7-3 for PA. He's all smiles now.
Yeah, that he is. It's good to see, right? Lovely to see, you know, the joy here. I mean, obviously he has a lot of passion for this team, for calling in this project, and, you know, shows up here, the positive energy, positive vibes. It has to be, you know, fun to play back with Viz again, who I think is a player that he really likes as well.
Yes.
Spent a long time playing with, so see that output has a lot to do in the server as well. nade stack. The barrage here, Fang, though, doesn't quite realize it. I think that nade smoke there really caught him off guard. The A1S gets overwhelmed by a bunch of Tech 9s, and Viz a little bit overexposed there. OG Wizard looking to recover, as Viz does as well. Could be stabilized right here and right now. And it does seem to be the case as Viz holds down the line. And Dare coming through, trying to save it. We'll come through with a nice headshot there. Breathes new life into this one. OG Wizard still positioned with the op, though, and does kind of force his hand maybe towards the A side. Now the flank formulates, though, and that's a surprise to Dare. Party Astronauts get past the Tech 9, the scary Tech 9s that show up early towards mid.
Yeah, and I mean, Ben being a lot more aggressive than I remember him in the past. Usually he's more on the back lines, kind of focusing on the calling, but to see him getting in there on the flanks, not once, but twice in a row is pretty promising, and that's an important piece here, because if he doesn't come out, maybe Dare is able to gain more space and move into that B site, but Ben ends it before it gets threatening at all, and the Party Astronauts are up 8-3 now, heading into the final round of this first half, and it really has been, aside from that little blemish in the middle, very much in their favor. Viz actually looking a lot better than I expected as well. Like, he's really doing a great job. A couple of multi-kill rounds. And right here, in a position to potentially do more damage with 3 players hovering around the vicinity of Jaguar. That nade's gonna hurt. Yeah, that's down to 45 HP. The smoke clears. Does he win the fight? No. He doesn't die just yet, and actually does get one before falling, which is pretty miraculous considering the circumstances.
Nice. I mean, not bad to go 1 for 1. Yeah, he was left out high and dry. Half HP, the HE. Putting him on some serious pressure. I think you want to get a smoke off, but look at this position from Infinite. Pushes through A, and that's such massive information. Dare thinks he's in a position where if things go wrong towards B, he can call his teammates over. But as the execution comes out, again, now maybe you want to dip out, and Carson wants to run away with the bomb. No, not quite. Still, though, prepared for Dare now. He can't believe his eyes. Fang closes out on what could have been the closing statement here, but Snap still gets loud in the back of the pillar. Changes up the perspective of this clutch here, trying to go in towards Cave, but Infinite already prepared. His flank finally comes through and helped out OG Wizard on the other side of the map secure the kill on a Dare. It's a 9-3 half there with only 3 rounds sprinkled together into the mix there from Timberman.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the frag distribution, everyone is in the mix on the Party Astronauts side. 4 players at 11 frags. That's crazy to see. What a team effort has come through here from these Party Astronauts, and the only one looking at it here that's below it is Infinite at 9, but I mean, everyone has played their role perfectly. That's what you want to see on a CT side. It's not reliant on those crazy individual efforts, but rather the positioning, the way you're playing the map is what's making the difference. So now we go on to the second half, and overall, I mean, what we saw in the first half is kind of what we expected, a more structured Party Astronauts team against the Timberman squad that's still trying to find out what they need to do to find success once more. And they're just going to charge into a B site here, which could be the right call. In fact, it is. Probably going to yield a bomb plant. PA is playing for retake, though. Oh, my goodness. Excuse me, not PA. Timbermen are playing for retake. It is Party Astronauts moving into the site. PA. Oh my goodness, this is just a slaughter at this point. Ben Leet and OG Wizard doing the damage. Viz in on the mix as well, as Carson is the last one, and that won't last long either. 10-3 in favor of PA, and a little bit of BM being added. Viz, a smile on his face. He knows who he's playing against. He knows how to get under their skin, and he is going to make sure that they get every advantage, both psychological and mechanical.
I think it's a big deal, right? This is definitely a team that you can get kind of frustrated, and I think that frustration does not work well for them in their favor. I think there's a lot of times I've watched this team, get very frustrated, break down from that point, and I think teams that do that are very smart in trying to create that sort of pressure. So it has to be fun for Viz. Snav, not too much fun to be had here. It's mollied off instantly and denied access to just taking control deep towards that cave side of things, and instead it is Party Astronauts working a lot of the map. The only big concern for PA right now is that Carson could at any given moment pull the pin on some aggression towards A, and he's finally made that decision now. There's
one for him onto Viz. That's a fantastic start for the Timbermen here. Party Astronauts off of that are going to completely retreat. But look at where Carson is. Oh, he can't really do anything before he's spotted. And that means that the Party Astronauts are going to try and rotate into that A site and get that bomb planted. The thing is, the 3 players that are on the site don't have the bomb. This is getting a little bit messy, which opens up the opportunities for the Timbermen to strike here. Dia swings on through from Catacombs, can't do anything. Fang blindsides him and then gets another onto Dare. It's messy, not the cleanest round, but the Party Astronauts have managed to get things back under control. And they've overlooked Carson, who does spot one, so he knows where they might be, and they won't expect him here at all. Freebie for him, there's one. Fang is low as well. Carson trying to clutch this out. MP9 spamming away into Donut. Fang has managed to creep up. That is such a good play by Fang and great movement to put the pressure on, and Ben Lee does get the last one. So again, very sloppy here, Cole, but Party Astronauts do win the anti-force.
What's so surprising here is this is like the last way you'd expect Timberman to lose a round. They position and collapse in perfectly on this CT side. You know, moving through Temple and CT through the smoke in unison. They just missed so many shots, I think, that you know, they couldn't quite close it out. Somehow Carson's the last man standing in that play, which is wild considering he got spotted out early on that mid flank, but that's a surprising way for this team to lose a round. Expect them to always be so sharp with their mechanics, but instead it's PA that are coming out on top. It's Finley looking like he's in top tier shape right now, and I feel like this could just lead to a pretty comfortable close for PA at this point.
Yeah, I think, you know, Ben's been putting some work in mechanically, I'm not going to lie, and also just getting more confidence under his belt, because one of the weaknesses for the Party Astronauts has always been that Ben can't necessarily get a lot of the fragging done to support his squad, and I think that for IGLs nowadays, especially in Counter-Strike 2, you got to be serviceable on the mechanical front as well, and I think he's putting work in to do that here. It's showing a lot, at least on this map against the Timbermen, as Party Astronauts up 12-3. They got 9 chances to close out this map. And by the way, guys, again, remember, this is not Party Astronauts' pick. It is the Timbermen's pick. And I understand, looking at the, you know, the records, you say, okay, PA's good to play against here. But they're not. They're actually quite solid, and they're difficult to close out. And you're going to see here, Fang just wide swinging Dare. Gets the first. Trade comes through from DS, so that's a 4v4, but that opens up a lot of space on the map.
You also know there was a double up and towards middle, so there's a weakness on one of those bomb sites. This time it's B, and they've identified that weakness incredibly well. OG Wizard with another entry.
Wow.
And Carson and Dia left into a 2v4 early in the round. Party Astronauts looking to assert their dominance with another victory at this point. Viz has coverage on the flank, and we'll close out Dia on the kill. It just looks near flawless at this point. Everyone turned in. There's a quad swing rolling on out there for Party Astronauts as they finish the job.
Wow, that is just beautiful from the Party Astronauts. Could have been better. I mean, you talked about it at the beginning, you know, PA was starting to look good with peeping in the roster. He was doing a good job at Cave, and you're like, can Viz do the same thing? Yes, he can. Viz is looking sharp. I mean, last time I saw him, it was a while ago, you know, when he was playing ECL, he just felt like he didn't have it anymore, and psychologically was a little checked out in a lot of ways. And I mean, Counter-Strike can do that to you, right? I mean, if you're playing constantly and grinding it out all the time, you need that break, and a lot of players forget to do it. And I think Viz might have been one of them, but now he has that break. He's coming back to the game, and that was great. That was better than I expected by a long shot for the Party Astronauts on that map.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that competitive drive can lead you to a point where, you know, you're so focused on winning the game, you forget to have, you know, fun with the game. And again, I think that's a very important aspect to Viz and his game plan. But, you know, who's having a lot of fun in that game? It's Party Astronauts. They're just enjoying themselves every round. You can see Ben Lee smiling at the end, you know, happy-go-lucky team right now. And they have a good reason to smile because they just played a really good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and I think one of the criticisms I've had in the past for the Party Astronauts is their ability to close out matches where they have a significant lead, because there are a lot of times where I'm seeing them go out and get those 9-3 halves, and then everything starts slipping away and they can't get it done. But this time it felt like Ben Lee took charge, not only in terms of his calling, but in terms of his playing as well, and led the team in terms of frags coming on, or it was close to leading the team with 15, but everyone doing their job. There's Fang at the top with 17. I mean, with such a quick map, you notice that they're not that close to those PrizePicks kill predictions, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not, but it doesn't make the the individual performance rolling through for a couple of key players. It is still that 1-2 punch that is so powerful on this PA side, and that's your cave position in your mid kind of B rotation positions playing out of their mind, and that's Fang and Viz. Ben Lee doing great here in this opening matchup.
Yes.
Like you said, I think just really getting into gear here. I think it's important that we see at least somewhat of an individual bump, and definitely saw that in that map of Counter-Strike, which is a promising sign. I'm hoping to see that sort of fashion consistently, because it's not that easy to put the pressure on a team like Timberman.
No, it's not. And I mean, you're looking at the ADR there, and OG Wizards is in there now. It was at 1, but it's at 84. I mean, Viz and Fang doing a ton of damage. And I think another thing to highlight is Fang, the star fragger for the squad. I mean, he's doing the job. He's halfway there to the total kills that's expected of him. And I mean, he's right on pace. So for me, that's fantastic. On the other side, we only have 2 players who were officially part of the roster, right? So that's the only ones we're going to have those kill totals available for. And Dare with 12, Snav with 5. This is, it's not great. And I mentioned this before, like, I know there's a lot of firepower available here. It's just that against a team like the Party Astronauts that's so structured, you can't find success no matter how much firepower you have. You're not going to be able to brute force that team.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult because maybe you could say without peeping, there'd be some sort of lack of cohesion. It just feels like they're still very well gelled together. And that unified effort that you're seeing out of PA, some of those setups that we saw were really good, but the rounds that Timberman were able to close out, not always like just individualistic. They had some really good signs of like, team cohesion, good utility usage to take map control. But you could definitely see like late round situations just got so unbelievably chaotic where maybe they didn't need to. There's a lack of calmness in this camp that is certainly being seen in like 2v4s where they're rotating on the other side of the map. It's not bad decisions. It's just decisions that I think if you're feeling super comfortable with this 5-man squad, you wouldn't have to make. And I don't know if they're feeling super comfortable with this 5-man squad. And it wouldn't be surprising if they weren't.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's a team that they thought was breaking up, that they thought they wouldn't be playing together again on, and then it starts to happen again. You're like, okay, what did we do? How did we play together? And you saw the flashes. Like you said, I agree. That one round in particular where that Molotov's thrown right outside of Cave and it forced Viz into a tough spot. Then Ben goes down, so does Viz. They get the B site. That was the cleanest round we saw from them. And again, you're right. It was team cohesion that led to that. But it's hard to find that on a consistent basis when the team hadn't really been playing together for like 2 or 3 months. So anyway, look, we'll see if that changes here as we go to the next map, but it's going to be the Party Astronauts map pick of Nuke coming up. Before we get there though, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if the Party Astronauts are going to close this one out in 2-0 fashion.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
I'm here with the Complexity guys, and we are going to be using ChatGPT to make new gamer tags for all of us for CS.
Hello, my name is Ricky Cameron. Okay. I play Counter-Strike for a living.
I am in need of a new gamer tag.
Yeah, describe it. Let's hear it.
He likes dogs.
I know where you guys live.
I love dogs. I am quite tall.
6 foot.
Anything else cool about you?
Sexy?
Nah.
My favorite color is
off-white.
I am from Oregon, and
I drive a Toyota Corolla.
I think that's enough.
I'm a funny guy that plays anchor positions. I am very dependable, like a golden retriever.
Yeah, I'm a dog. This guy's having way too much fun right now.
Hi, Ricky. Nice to meet you. Sounds like you have some interesting qualities that we can work with. Here are 5 suggestions. Tall dog anchor. Off-white dependable. 4, Corolla retriever. Corolla retriever.
That was a Corolla retriever. Corolla retriever with 4 on the A side. Imagine, dude.
I like Corolla retriever. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Jablanowski, and I'm the best Counter-Strike player in the world. I am a very smart player. Say that.
I am the smartest player. I'm bald.
Yeah, I have no hair. Say I have no hair.
Anywhere.
Anywhere. I am known for my smile. Say that. It's actually true though.
It is.
Say I like Brazilian food, and I say he balls. Okay. I am rich, but I don't drive.
I'm a billionaire, and I don't drive.
Yeah, because you don't have to. You're a billionaire. You get chauffeured anywhere.
Let's see what it's got for me. Of course, Jonathan. Here are 5 one-word gamer tag suggestions for you. 1, brilliance smile. 2, bald genius. I like that one.
Bald genius.
Bald
genius was the best, yeah.
Not even close, really.
Hello, ChatGPT. You are one of the best chat AI models I have ever known.
John's so bad at it.
My name is Johnny Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, that's my name.
I am a professional CSGO player on an American team, but I am actually from South Africa. I love it here.
Do I?
I am the leader of the team tactically, morally, and financially.
Although my teammates are very ungrateful.
I am very stoic in nature. Some describe me as a Greek god, and I can't really blame them. And I have dualies that make me really happy.
And I force my American teammates to use them.
Especially bald genius.
This is the most we've written. This is like off the dome, dude.
This is a good one.
Yeah. Glad to hear you're enjoying my assistance, Johnny Theodore Roosevelt. Here are 5 gamer tags. We got 1, stoic strategist.
Dude.
2, tactical titan.
That's a good
I like that one.
These ones suck. I think tactical titans are right there.
Tactical titan sounds good to me.
That's what they should call me, bro.
I like
tactical
that one.
Titan.
Yeah.
That's actually good, man. That is good. Based off the gamer tags you created for me, Corolla retriever, bald genius, tactical titan, who would win in a fight?
Fight!
In a light-hearted contest, it might play out like this. Bald Genius, being exceptionally clever, would likely come up with a strategic plan to outwit both Corolla Retriever and Tactical Titan. Tactical Titan, with his tactical prowess and leadership skills, could rally his team to work together efficiently. Corolla Retriever might surprise everyone by retrieving resources or tools that could turn the tide of the competition. But who would be the winner? Let's say Tactical Titan would be the winner. Are you serious? With their tactical expertise and leadership skills, they would likely have a strategic advantage in any scenario. However, remember, this is all just for fun and imagination.
I won.
I guess Johnny won.
You always win in the end, Johnny.
Tactical Titan. We were no match.
All right, we're back with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. It's the final BO3 of the day between the Party Astronauts and Timbermen, and Party Astronauts just absolutely tore the Timbermen to shreds on map number 1 with a 13-3 victory. And now we go on to map number 2, which is their pick, but there is some history here, Cole, between the two teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, there is some history. I think Party Astronauts still like kind of favored in the head-to-head here when it comes down to Nuke, which is also the nice part about this history for them. They're super good at this map. Again, it's to all of their strengths here when we talk about what PA do. It's very, solid rotations. You just talk about like quick reactions coming through. It's good cohesion in terms of the setups that we saw in Ancient. They definitely translate to Nuke as well. You give a lot of credit to how Bentley has been able to in the past set them up in this sense. And now, if you're Timmerman, you do have to come back on a map and a head-to-head, and this team in particular, you've just kind of struggled with a bit on this map with.
Indeed. Let's see if the Party Astronauts can replicate the success they had against the Timbermen last time, or if Timbermen can find a way to fight back into this one. They are very CT-sided, our Timbermen, and they get the start there. On this map, I think it's something along the lines of 60 or 70, 62% of their round victories come on CT side. We'll see if that starts well here for them in the pistol round. They do lose the first, but Carson with the dualies could do a lot of damage. They got a two-man setup here at ramp, and it's working very well. Dare with 2 more from the dualies as well, and it's up to Fang and Ben Lee to try and pull this one back, and they have lost the bomb. Both coming from the same angle. It is not going to be easy for them. Ben going to take that first fight. Good flashbang toss. They turn away from it, but Ben misses the shots. No! Dare with a 4K. That was beautifully done. But in terms of the execution, in terms of the frags anyway, it didn't happen.
Yeah, funny. It's actually a decoy right there that they throw to try and fake the
was
flashbang.
it? Okay.
Yeah,
it fooled me too.
which is pretty cool. I mean, a good use right there from Fang, but definitely didn't quite help there when Bentley, can't quite connect the shots there to back it up, and finds himself down around there. That's a good reaction though from Dare, who just flanked through lobby out of the gates, I believe. Just ran down straight through hut and chases down those kills. Now Dia looking to farm up some cash. Not a big surprise that he's doing this. Every kill that he gets is a more likely AWP around the corner. Although that doesn't help out all that much. A couple lost fights to the Glocks now is going to create some complications. You cannot afford those complications, as Shane has his teammates back right there. Rather, Snav has his teammates back, and Infinite couldn't get the bomb carry on over to him. That's going to be a bit of a disappointment for him, considering there was an opportunity to take that B site, but without the bomb, not much use.
Infinite gonna tag up Shane a little bit, but yeah, like you said, without the bomb, this round is probably over. And it's gonna be a 2-0 Timberman lead. Already halfway towards their total that they achieved against the Party Astronauts last time they were here, so that's not too bad. And looking at the history again for PA, they did just face off against Nouns most recently. I mean, they haven't played for a while since ECL season 49, but that was a win in overtime, 16-14. So that one took a little bit longer, and it feels like if, well, they don't strike back soon here in this first half of action, this one might take a little bit longer to come back into as well, as Shane is going to get that killing blow onto Infinite, and that is a 2-0 lead. Party Astronauts were saving for this point, of course, as the AKs are going to come out, and those 2 frags actually did a decent chunk of damage to the Timbermen, so it forces a couple of reinvestments and hurts their economy a little bit early on.
Not a bad way to exit the round, all things considered. You really didn't have a lot going for you there for PA, and you end up doing a lot of damage, force a lot of reinvestments. You make it so, as I highlighted, Dia trying to get an AWP, has to reinvest armor, get an A1S instead. So it's going to be a little bit longer until we see that. Is this a new trend that we're seeing nowadays?
Dude, it's, yeah.
Are we back to like the simple knifing in the vents era of Nuke?
Honestly, it's not a bad play, right? Given the circumstances, like, of that situation. Like, when you're in that vent and someone comes down, they won't expect a knife because they're already just trying to get into the vent.
Oh
Bang!
My God.
With a brutal frag onto Dia from the AK. 5v4 in their favor. Derek get the jump on Viz, but Viz is kind of expecting this. Yeah, Viz able to at least scare Dare off, but Carson now in the meantime over in hell does frag Ben lead. Gets the follow-up too. Okay. Some impact from Carson, finally, who was kind of silent, and not kind of, very silent on that previous map. I think he saw the shadow, potentially, of OG Wizard as well, but now he's diverted his attention to the other direction over at ramp, and doesn't win the fight against OG Wizard. 3v3. And tons of presence near lobby for the Timbermen. I don't know if they'll expect Infinite to be waiting back here with the frag, considering where that previous frag just came through.
Gonna go wrap around towards the ramp side. So I think they really have nailed the timing here. See if that matters all that much. There's a big pickup. Might expose Dare in his position there. He's finally figured out, and Infinite's actually the one that chases him down. I think smart play from Snav to go around the world to try and wrap through heaven. The MP9 accuracy Spurl pretty decent on the ladder. He's gonna buy time as well. The smoke goes in towards heaven, but it's not gonna buy any time for Infinite to close out, and Snav delivers a massive 1v3, playing throughout the heavens. He's an absolute angel for Timberman.
That is ridiculous coming through from Snav. I cannot believe he pulls off that clutch. Just insane, because he was low, and Party Astronauts felt like everything was trending in their direction. This is on the ladder. He's going up and down on the ladder and manages to get the frag with the MP9. I know SMG accuracy is good, but that's pretty crazy, honestly, that is the way he delivers that frag. Anyway, Party Astronauts just going to blitz the A site with the pistols. It doesn't work. They are getting completely bullied, but they actually get past everyone to get into the B site, maybe for a plant. No, Carson's waiting there, and Fang gets the frag. Can he pick up the bomb and plant it in time? It looks like the answer to that is probably, maybe. He's behind the silo. No, it doesn't happen. Oh, actually, no, he does get the bomb plant. Excuse me, I didn't realize. All right, well, I need to wake up, but it doesn't matter for the Party Astronauts as they only get that money, and the Timbermen will get a 4th round.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe Timbermen woke up here at map number 2. They found themselves in a position where they got 3 rounds in a row on Ancient. That was great. But then they lost out from that point. Well, now they got 4 in a row, starting off Nuke on the CT side. As you highlighted, you know, one of the better sides as well. In a 4-0 fashion.
I can't believe Party Astronauts lost that 3-1. Like, that was the round, right? That was the round
brutal,
that kind of pushed them back to usual territory, right? Up against Timberland and on Nuke.
I'd like to see that be like a tipping point here for Timberman as well to say, you know, this is what we're capable of doing. And, you know, maybe we needed a staff clutch, but that still, like, gives us the round. Still gives us that consistency that's required. That's a big nade right there. Ben Lee caught wide in the open as the A play rolls on out. They got the entrance. Viz in a big way cracks it open. Carson still finding ways to close out kills, and now Dia has a chance for a clutch. This time a 1v2. We'll see if those clutches can continue to flow here for Timberman as he makes his way through Squeaky. They've doubled up though inside of the hut, or around the hut at least. I think Viz is over towards Tetris. We'll see if he gets clear. There's a barrel shown. There's a big side turn, and Dia gets a freebie. OG Wizard looking to go wide swinging into the fight, but Dia jumps forward and closes the kill out. So now Dia gets another clutch, and Timberman get 5 rounds.
That wasn't played that well by Party Astronauts, let's say, at the post play. I mean, it felt like the first frag, okay, it happens, right? A player spotted you out and saw the barrel, comes around the corner and gets it. But the second one, you're up against an op. You don't need to peek. You literally can just wait for them to come to your angle. But OG Wizard gets a little too antsy, and it costs him in a very significant way. Timbermen, by hook or by crook, have gotten to a 5-0 lead, and the Party Astronauts still have not cracked the scoreboard here on their T side. Look, I mean, we saw in that previous series, right, where it was a very dominant start from one side, and then it quickly turned around and went to overtime, and CT side ended up being the one that told the story. But I don't know, it feels like the way Timbermen are winning some of these rounds, there's perhaps some concerns for the Party Astronauts, and they're getting dominated here at the outer yard. Dia with a couple, and Infinite and Viz are the last 2 standing.
Complete turnaround here in terms of how they control the map, and Dia stepping up in a big way round after round. Carson just coming alive for this squad as well. Definitely needed. As we highlighted, you know, you don't have the responsibilities of calling. You're still probably going to be a vocal player, especially on those T sides, but a little weight off your shoulders. You'd like to see a bump in performance, and showing that here on Nuke, it seems, as here's Infinite with a shooting gallery, a chance to deathmatch as they go hunting for the kills. You got to be careful, though, not to make any massive mistakes. A 1v5 would be the perfect way to flip the momentum.
I mean, the money hasn't necessarily really stabilized here for the Timbermen, and this would have been a good opportunity to have it do so, but to lose 2 players there is a little troubling, and I think they finally realized that and said, hey guys, don't throw away our guns, please. And there we go. Dia lines it up, knocks it down. 9th frag of the half, 6-0 lead for the Timbermen, and everything's looking squeaky clean for them now. And you're going to see here, like Dia at the beginning, just those 2 frags was just beautiful, and he had the support of his rifler pushing up aggressively as well.
I mean, that's a winning formula for Nuke as well. I mean, having your Opper take control in the early round, have your riflers follow up off that success. You know, repositioning your AWP every round. It's always super positive. You can see now taking ramp fights, lobby crunch in the order. This would be a huge gut punch if it works out for Timbermen, and it looks like it just could. As Viz gets pressured, they get that play towards the ramp side rolling, and Carson chases through ramp for 2. He's looking to hunt the last. OG Wizard now with his sidearm out. And nothing going for PA. They get blasted out of the gates.
Wow, those 2 nades just like flying up there. That's pretty crazy. I don't know. For OG Wizard, I'm not feeling great. And there it is. OG Wizard deleted from the server and the round. 7-0 for the Timbermen. That was a buy-up for PA, and it didn't look like it. Viz gets 1, but Carson, he's the X factor, it seems, here on Nuke. Looking very comfortable, just rolling along the entire map. That aggressive style he employs is finally working for him. And the party astronauts completely blanked up to this point. And there's been moments in the early rounds where you're like, oh, okay, PA threw that one away. Especially the 1v3 that felt like it could have really tilted the scales in their favor a little bit. But then after that point, like, it seems like they can't find a round or a way to a path to victory even. There's Dia with another op frag. Get a follow-up, misses, and that will cost him his life. And uh-oh, maybe the round. Viz and Fang get a couple. Could this be the one that the party astronauts pull off? They're trying to get that bomb planted. Dare is doing work with the AK. He gets 3, and Carson finds the last. So bomb plant does come through, but the Timbermen gain control quickly, and it will be an 8th on the board.
So quick to react right there. I think a really good decision being made by Timbermen to not allow that post plant to settle. You could see there was a decision, you know, a split second that they had where they could have either, you know, fallen back and waited that Molotov out or fought forward, and everyone goes in on that play. And I think if you chose, you know, the first, it would have been a lost round, or it could have been. And instead they all collapsed before the post plants are set. PA do get bested without the you know, appropriate weaponry.
Yeah.
And while they progress towards that A site, it's still 8-0, and Timbermen are in flow state at the moment. And finally, an opening duel. You know, a start to a round that goes their way. I think they desperately needed that, but Dare takes it right back and rips it away.
Oh man, they can't get anything done at the outer yard in the party astronauts. That's been the biggest problem. We talked about it on the previous map too. And Carson with the op this time. That's not a gun you see in his hands very often. Gets a 2K, makes it look like this is the usual story for him. And we've got Infinite and Ben Leet as the last 2 standing. Man, Carson has been in exactly the right spot pretty much every single round. Infinite waits, hopes that someone will walk into his crosshair, but Timbermen, they've got no reason at all to chase at this point. They've got all the advantages they could hope for, and Dare's just going to hang around in secret, excuse me, Squeaky, and wait to see if anyone will come his way. Ben Leet and Infinite are doubling back now. Good clear, going to come through here. Dare will be dropped at the very least, and Ben Leet takes a lot of damage in that engagement. I don't think they expect Shane. I don't think there's any chance they expect Shane to be here. Yeah, Shane gets 1 and the second. That's a 2K. They did try to clear him, but Shane was just too ready. 9-0 for Timbermen now.
That's a big pickup off the back of losing an opening duel.
Yeah.
And then to have this reaction from Carson to
what is
redeem
that?
it. Dare.
He's not an offer.
He can be, I guess. As long as he can scope up and look towards ramp, you know, I mean, that is oftentimes what you'd expect out of like your op to maybe rotate in towards ramp, be there in a position, but it makes Dia's job easy. He just has an opper that can to do the rotations for him, be in ramp where he needs to be. And Carson has turned into a complete beast in map 2. Double digits in the cards here already for Timberman, and this half has flown by with no success yet to really talk about for PA. Finally, target the outer yard with more players. I feel like we've only seen Fang really go towards this direction. This time there's 4 charging forward. Quick pace to this play. Helmed by Viz and his rifle. Gets one quick entry. Fang with a beautiful adaptation. And Carson now again where he needs to be. Can he come up big? Not quite. Only the single here. Diaz AWP strikes as well. And there's still a chance here for Timberman to fight through this round.
No question at all. Flashbang's going to pop right in Diaz's face, so he has to fall back momentarily, but there's a smoke for observation. So that can lead to potentially a peek from the Timberman. There it is. Bomb going to be safely planted here. I don't think the util actually is there for Dia. He can throw a Molotov, so can Shane. But they're going to hang on to that util and wait to spot someone. There's a smoke for PA, so Viz can retreat or choose to push up into a more aggressive position. As it stands, though, with Shane being dropped here, Dia's going to want to retreat. He's got a full belt of util, or did until he threw that nade, an AWP, a kit, armor. I mean, there's just way too much value here to try and go for what will be an impossible fight. And finally, the party astronauts, with a little bit of aggression, they use that wall of smokes, immediately charge down to secret, no hesitation at all, and wipe 2 players off the map as they're charging through towards that B site. They finally break the goose egg.
I think that was a much needed call as well coming through from Bentley. As highlighted in that last map, I mean, this is just kind of a principle of Nuke, but we've seen so far, just about 9 rounds of heavy targets towards ramp and the A side with, Fang, who is a capable player lurking about towards that outer yard. But if you're a team and you find that the tendency is to leave outside very weak early, I think Dare's taken big advantage of that. We've seen Dia take big advantage of that with his op. So, good reaction, but back towards the A side we go once again. Full speed ahead this time. They throw a lot more investment. This time Shane holds down the line here with a multi-kill. In the back of Silo, gets blasted by 2 HEs though. And Dare's made his way through the smoke. Some pressure put on his location, and Viz will knock that one out of the park.
Yeah, I mean, they knew he was there, and it was just a setup from OG Wizard to allow Viz to get that done. OG Wizard trying to get a frag of his own, and he's done a ton of damage to both players, but he can't find that killing blow. Is there another nade here? No. There's a Molotov, though, that OG Wizard has just picked up. Tosses that forward right into a smoke, so that won't really do much, and I have a feeling the Timbermen don't really want to even have anything to do with this round anymore, as Carson is going to tuck himself all the way into CT spawn, and Dia actually hanging around maybe a little too aggressively here in terms of the fact that they're trying to go for the save. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, the op is super important, and that's off the board now. Maybe they can rebuy it anyway in this falling round, but still. Interesting decision. OG Wizard dies to the bomb, but the party astronauts have got 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, doing the math, I was equally concerned. I guess at the end I see that they do have a couple players with a lot of money, but an op is a very expensive weapon, so I'm with you. I like to just get out with that.
Like, just stay secret, right?
Risk reward. You do the calculations. It's not quite in your favor, I feel like, at the end of the day, but still, plenty of firepower to close out this half with. Look to get double digits. Stalled out, though, as PA using a little bit of that late momentum to try and get a couple of rounds squeaked out here and there. And back towards that outer yard approach. I think kind of sequencing these last 3 rounds in terms of their targets pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, PA has just ratcheted up the pace immensely. Like, they're just going for straight up takes, and I think they kind of probably are going to regret the fact they didn't do this sooner. It's going so well. Oh, wow. Ben got on the flank against Dara, but he gets the read and then upgrades himself to an AK despite going down to 24 HP himself. And party astronauts do have a player that has slipped through into secret. That is Viz. But Timbermen are reinforcing outside quite heavily. 4 players here, and Infinite is in ramp. So you got a couple of players who have got map control here for the party astronauts. Viz into secret and Infinite in ramp.
I think it's a very, very smart reposition, but there does open up a lot of liabilities, and it's going to come down a lot to that fight right there. Infinite closing out that duel puts even more pressure on these players to peek forward, to take space. They might not have the facilities for that. As Dia controls that lower bomb site, Tear is still kicking in the outer yard, and somehow has managed to evade the crosshairs of just about everyone. Dia gets another as Dare eventually steps out. Dia quickly transitions back and towards that A-bomb site, and with an unprepared Fang and OG Wizard, they jump the corner right into Shane's crosshair. Feels like his kills come in twos as he closes out the half with 8, but Timberman happy landing double digits on this defense.
Yeah, that's a beautiful first half coming through from the Timbermen. I mean, yes, this is a CT-sided map, but still, they did not have any success last time up against the Party Astronauts, and this time, well, only 2 for PA, and they're going to have to go on to their T side, and, excuse me, their CT side, and hope that things fare a little bit better, but in fact, if you look at their nuke, it's typically pretty 50-50. In terms of their CT and T side rounds, so this is not necessarily going to go that well. We'll see. This pistol round starting off fantastically. In fact, it's already over. That was fast.
I mean, that's what happens when you land those quick headshots. They had so many ready to go for that A side defense, and if ever there was a way to start the conversation for that comeback on the CT side, I mean, I guess you don't have to ask Undone, but winning a pistol on the defense is a good way to do it.
Yeah.
They chose the approach of winning the force buy, but I'm sure this is just one step above that. Timberman not a team that likes to force buy all that often, especially on the T side. No bomb plant, so they'll just go for the big eco. 1 deagle for Carson to try and pick off towards that outer yard. And when he potentially goes down, someone else will pick it up and give it their go. Sharing is caring.
Indeed it is, as Carson might have to share sooner than he'd like, as he's down to 44 HP trying to go for this peak. He's quite good with the deagle.
Should go back to lobby and say he's taking his ball home. I don't want to play anymore.
I'm done. This is over.
He essentially did that. It's unrecoverable.
Yeah.
They're just looking at the gun, but hey, the Glocks do the trick as well. And we'll actually do some damage. There's a burst. Yeah, that'll do just nicely. Rifle recovered. And the deagle is picked up by Snavy. Chased for it. There's a missed spray as well from OG Wizard. Getting a little bit of assistance from Infinite in the top ropes. HE doesn't quite cut it either, and doesn't feel super likely that he can do a lot with 2 targets around the corner, but he's still managing to find damage as they're throwing utility at him. But they need to land some bullets. Instead, there you go, Infinite finally to close, but way more expensive than they like.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was a little bit rough for the Party Astronauts. And Snav, again, you're like, oh, is he going to do it again? Is he going to stop them from winning this in another 1v3 clutch? And no. And this one would have been ridiculous. But he doesn't do it. And finally, the Party Astronauts are able to close it out, but they can't feel too great, especially considering that to settle for FAMAS. And Ben, who was so critical, right, in that first map in terms of the fragging, in terms of positioning and everything, and calling as well, is struggling. Only 4 frags so far on the board. We'll see if he can step it up here as they switched over to their CT side. And OG Wizard going to do a lot of damage. In fact, gets 1 dare. Finds the trade, and Carson getting Viz as well. The Timbermen not looking too shabby here.
Losing a whole lot in the early stages. And that space is going to feel very suffocating, as you can see OG Wizard has to turn his attention outside. And towards those bright lights. Is Carson not super active just yet? Waiting for team to be able to coordinate their efforts to collapse in, but you know, you can kind of see the writing on the wall right now. Now I'm not so sure as he dives on out of heaven where the end goal is. Let's switch it up a little bit. See if they can catch this PA squad off field, but you know, there's only so long you can wait before you're eventually going to have to pick up the pace here. They're still silent right now. They see the barrel, right?
Yeah.
I think they do. Yeah, there you go. They finally take their shot. given the opportunity. OG Wizard gets uppercut, and now that A side is put on notice here. Both players are in a position, but Ben Leak thought, I think he was going to be the element of surprise. They had already spotted him out here. Infinite now getting charged down. That HG bounces off the body. It disrupts the movement, and Carson can't close out the kill. This opens up an avenue now, and as Carson gets on top of the hut, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So does that flame spread. Carson will eventually land the kill. He set his sights on there early, but it's right back to the pain here for Timberman, or PA rather.
Yeah, that could be curtains for PA, honestly, in this map. That's not the way they wanted that one to go at all. They had a tough go in the previous round, losing 3 bodies, the heavy reinvestment required, and there they just couldn't deal with the push that was coming towards the A site. So 11-4 in favor of the Timbermen, and the party astronauts are gonna have to make it work with some sticks and stones here to a certain extent, aside from the A1S. Fang pushes up and gets the first. Will he pull back? Yeah, he does. And Ben Lead also got a deagle shot onto Dia. Snav gets a great 2K with the AK, though, to make it a 3v3 in Fang's position. I'm pretty sure is known here. Carson's been spamming this for quite some time, and there's the noise. So now they definitely know, and there's the frag that comes through as well. Viz and Infinite still standing, and Infinite comes in on a flank, but because he loses his Viz on the front, it's not enough, and the Timbermen are already in pole position here on map 2.
Looks like they're looking to make it a quick one right now, finding themselves in maybe early awkward position, but you can see there's just so much more composure when you have players looking comfortable. I mean, you know, definitely Carson with a complete level up, an unbelievable level up in this second map,
yeah,
compared to what he dropped in that first. But, you know, even, again, just small details of playing that 3v2 so calmly, not overextending, not really putting too much pace on it, but a lot of pace on this one as they looked to end the game quickly. Dare opens it up with a multi. Yeah, the MAC-10 taking charge as well, and they are outside looking in on these smokes, and that's never a good spot to find yourself in.
Yep, oh, looks
okay.
Okay, yeah, there's a couple of frags that come through, but I still don't think it's going to be enough here. Cole, Infinite at 25 HP, up against the AK here. Not good. Not good at all. And there's the nade to finish it off. 13-4, so each team dominating the other on their respective map picks, and all right. We go on to map number 3 of Mirage. That was surprising because they literally turned the tables on the party astronauts, right? Because PA beat them 13-4 previous, and they're like, okay, we can do the same thing. That CT side was just too much for PA to deal with, and I think they found the answer to the defense by going for those quick blitz attacks in multiple directions, but it was too late. By that point, the lead was just too big to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, just so many targets towards that A side, towards ramp in these early stages. I think Dia did a good job of scaring them. Dare as well, that little 1-2 punch in the outer yard of actually putting a lot of resources in that side. So you found yourself a lot of rounds with Fang on an island in a certain sense there, finding himself where he was responsible for, you know, doing a lot of damage. And you know, that's a tough task. I mean, for a player like Fang, you maybe expect him to get up to that point, but just wasn't quite available. But, you know, for these first 2 maps, the PrizePicks, you know, estimated kill total rolling on out, with how quick those maps have flown by, I mean, nobody on Party Astronauts reaching those expectations.
Yeah, I mean, it was close for Fang at the very least, hitting 29, but he needed 35 to get to that PrizePicks kill total, and it didn't happen. And just, yeah, it's the result of 2 quick maps, right? That's what happens especially when they're reversed in terms of the success for either team. So that's the end result here, and we're going to look over at the other side and see how the Timbermen did in terms of the PrizePicks kill totals. But we only had 2 players that were considered for that, regardless. So yeah, we're not going to have any check marks this time. We had a lot in the previous one. I guess we got spoiled, right? We're close. Yeah, Dare was. Wow, that was so close.
And Carson, you know, his turn-up and performance from map 1 to map 2, definitely something to note, which was like, it was just super impressive to see him quickly, you know, activate I think kind of given the advantage of, again, a lot of ramp targets. He was being tested a lot. Sometimes that doesn't happen for a lot of ramp players. You can go a whole half without getting a whole lot of action in an early round, but he definitely wasn't in that boat. And even when he was, not getting targets, it felt like he was figuring out ways to have impact in the server. They won a lot of like key clutches. If you want to talk about Snav's 1v3, he closed out. Dia's 1v2. Those are both rounds that I think Party Astronauts win 9 times out of 10, but they got 2 of those and a half, which is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite crazy that the Party Astronauts weren't able to close those clutches. And I think we were seeing some of that over on Ancient before, right? In terms of the Party Astronauts getting all the clutch round victories and kind of dealing the blows to the Timbermen. So now we go to map number 3 of Mirage, where we talked about Carson potentially being an X factor on this squad here for the Timbermen. We'll see if he can do the same thing on map number 3 of Mirage, his bread and butter, when we come back.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Good evening, good night, hi, welcome. It is the Perfect World America's RMR. We are kick-starting day 1 of 4 to find out which teams from the region are going to be making it.
Ospit spots nobody on the drive. Flashbang in and Floppy will collect. Oh, a second flash. Everyone blinded. What a move from Complexity. Just shut this round down immediately. Drive-by shot from the tech. Have they got the technique to close it? That's the question. Leash phases through the smoke. The spray's good. Even hits the head. Luchov lopped off. And Hauser for the final killing blow. The uppercut of Complexity. Oh, a Liege, man. So smooth on the movement, Vince, but it's the fact he gets both of them as well. Even 2, that could be it. That could be the mistake that cost him everything. Oh, that might be the final cog turning, but they look to still try and fight back. It's all on one now. Nasty Naz in the back of the bomb site, throwing out bullets, low on ammunition, switches to the USP, but it's just a tag, it's no frag, and off the back of that, they might be known as Complexity, but it was simple for their opening win.
And now we move into the final two best of ones of the day here on the A stream. And it is Complexity up against Boss. Now,
Grim has a go. Grim finds Darty. JT down on Dart. This is awkward. Elijah's been overlooked. A double kill. Fruit Cup finds him, but it's not enough. Grim and Elijah with the multi-kill.
Wow, I think he could get a delivery.
Look at this second shot, bro. This is dreamy. Bang.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what you need. Halzerg with 2 impactful rounds in a row. But Complexity have gotten the read on Boss in these last two. This is where they need to really switch that mental on, because the opportunity for them to bounce back into this game lickety-split, you watch how quick this is going to happen.
Throughout our first half commentary, we discussed how nightmarish it can be to anchor A and how difficult it can be to defend B.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, legit. This is a lovely
hand. Pro League season, right? And it was like, well, thanks for coming. Yeah. See you later.
In and out, revolving door. Man, the energy must be absolutely electric in that room right now for Boss. It's not done. The job is not done. Slight gets his eye to the scope early, so he can have the element of surprise here. Oh, big, important, finds Floppy, humbles him, and now up to Halzerg. Maneuvers into heaven to be safe from main. Cam's still occupied. He's not got any idea as to where Freshy's coming from now. Perhaps a sound cue given. Yep. Halzerg, he can win this. This would be a disruptive 1 versus 2 clutch on the defuse. His back is exposed, and yeah, too easy, too comfortable. A nonchalant 1v2 coming in from Halzerg. Look at the plant, it's perfect for the clutch up. Halzerg denies a chance for Boss to get on the CT board early. They smoke dark as well. Now this HE is everything. And there's not much time. Not much time! If he could have just connected, gets him off the bomb. It's not easy. Gotta run him down. Gotta run him down. Gotta be fast. He can't get the bullet. One more bullet could have done it. Cole survived the underdog test, and a test it was.
There are only 6 spots remaining in the Perfect World Shanghai Major for the Americas region. Is about to be claimed either by the North American Dream Team Complexity or the Brazilians MIBR. We're about to find out how that goes down.
Floppy's going to get tested here, only with the MP9 as well. Plays the drop down straight away. Elige, is he often going to see him here? That first port of call, that first rotate in. Puts Elige back on the ramp room, and then Floppy goes ham on the SMG. Feet awaits on Nuke. MIBR. Their map pick, their CT side, clean as hell.
Oh dear, it's done. Get us out of here. MIBR, take it in style.
JT, he's got a lot of support here to defend this B site. Grim's Dooley's last seen over on the catwalk, fire off up close. And so Complexity breathe a little easier here, as guaranteed here for MIBR. The plant should be locked in.
Oh no.
7 seconds left, exit.
Stick it.
Stuck around for the fight, but now he's got a plant. Halzerg swinging out, tries to put a stop to this, and that's when Safe arrives. It's just Elige, and he can't manage it. MIBR, they can rely on Safe. They can rely on exit.
2 spots were taken in the Americas RMRs yesterday, and day number 3 kicking off today. What's up, gents? How are you doing this morning?
Look at me, Sammy! Look at me! We can't really get too into it because we have got the game on our screen.
Finish them, Alex!
Oh, they will.
That's the Jason Lake.
Yeah.
You did the Lake, I did the Jason. Sorry, guys, the game's live.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll be back. See you guys.
When you have lost the map twice to a team and now they're picking it into you. Whoa. That one looked tidy, didn't it?
Yeah, like I don't know who that favors, right?
I think it shows the confidence of M80 against Complexity.
Like we can do it again.
Exactly.
Which will be the late piece.
Looking for the heaven fight.
Ooh, this is big. Halzerg has to hard clear this and do so well. Swisher, distinct disadvantage with the FAMAS. Lake nails an instant headshot onto JT. Hang on. No smoke, but still pressure onto Halzerg. Can he do what Floppy couldn't? Looks like he's set himself up for success. And Halzerg does his best. Clutches up, triple kill, and top fragging now for Complexity. It's not looking good. M80 hanging on by a thread. A single nerve ending, and there it is. A 13-8 scoreline. Anubis. It's Complexities.
3 heading towards B. Floppy for more.
You boost this, you are playing a...
Oh, down Q's, boys!
Five alive, five alive! The MP9 ace for Flop Dog, denied by Elige. Hoover up those AKs if you can, boys. We get, what, Galil, AK, yep. Could have been very nice. Elige looks like he's been completely overlooked. Why are we not worried about Elige? You should be. Double kill. More could be coming his way. Supportive flash, but he's not going to overplay. He's happy to sit. They don't have the util to flush him out. His existence alone delays them. And now Grim can pick up the pieces. Sin, the 1v5 demanded of him, baits out the shot from the AWP, which is nice. But he's for the repeak. He's still looking. Doesn't want to die after time. Wants to go down. Grim provides. Okay, we've got our complexity 2 rounds away from the major.
You've got to feel like it's done at this point, don't you?
I'm starting to. 1 minute. And 5 complexity frags away from the major. From stickers. And knowing you can go to bed happy. Go to bed knowing your name will once again be in the game. And you will be attending the last event of the year. Grim does deliver the first. Lake provides the trade. M80 stubborn here, heading in towards the B site. JT and Floppy once again to be tested. JT, does he swing through? Does choose to isolate, but Swisher this time bests him. This is a fast flank from Elige. This could be enough. They're not ready for him. Elige tames the spray. It's only Lake left to play, and Complexity securing the perfect world. Shanghai Major, it's in. It's theirs. 2-0 as they slay their demon. The rivals fall into that final 2-2 bucket. Complexity best M80 convincingly.
Yeah, I'd say everyone is really happy to make the major, and yeah, we were trying to give it our all in that game, make the energy needed, and lose some dumb rounds, win some more, and just bring the hype, and yeah, everyone's happy.
All right, anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, Grim?
Thank you for supporting us during such turbulent times sometimes, but hopefully we made you happy today and can continue to do that going into the major, and thank you again.
There we go, everybody. Complexity making it through to the opening stage.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. We have the final map of the day between the Party Astronauts and the Timbermen here on Mirage. The first two were stomps in both directions, and now we have the deciding map. And we mentioned it going to the break here, Cole, but I think Carson could be a huge difference maker here in this map.
If he continues to play like he just did on Nuke, he's going to be a huge difference maker. He's going to be a massive problem. We saw he was exactly that for Party Astronauts in Nuke and what he was able to do in terms of the multi-kills so consistently. And then you got the added benefit of, playing with a team that he's super familiar with on this map. I bet you he's, played it up against Timmerman, 15, 20 plus times on Mirage and in officials. And you can just tell that I think their styles are super similar, so I hope to see this map, especially more than any, feel super comfortable for this Timberman squad.
Yeah, and very polarized results on the Party Astronauts side. They won 13-0 and 13-4 against Nouns and Revenge Nation, then lost 4-13 against NRG. So not really sure what to expect from them here. We'll have to see if they can strike back and take this series in their favor, but I feel like I'm starting to have a Timberman lead now that we're here on Mirage, Cole.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that PA at their best, if you have, people hitting their stride, I mean, mostly Fang, I think has so much potential to take over this map. OG Wizard can be very good, but you know, Fang is usually my big highlight for this team, and I've seen them play at their peaks when he is hitting his stride, when he's working middle over and over again, and that's going to be a big win condition for this other side of things. He's taking fights so already on the Glock. Can't quite connect there with the shot and transition. Smoke on top of the bomb does collect before they can comfortably get on it. I think that's the kid drop as well. It is recovered by Shane. He's got armor to back this one up. Might help him out a little bit. And OG Wizard trying to find all the kills. It won't matter because there's too many targets that he has to deal with. All the while, Shane sneaking the defuse right there in their face. And PA will let that, you know, strong start there in terms of the positioning slip there in the late round because of that, you know, how effective the smoke defuse can be.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that was just, I don't think they heard it, honestly. I think he got into that smoke and got the defusal when there was a bunch of gunfire going off and just had no idea that it was happening. And also, the fact is, there were just so many bodies firing in his direction that he got overloaded. So, Timbermen, we get another pistol round under their belts. And the party astronauts will go for the force buy because they got that bomb plant. Fang gonna have to be sharp here. Dare right around the edge of the smoke. Fang expecting someone to be in the vicinity. Oh, Dare doesn't realize how far Fang got forward. He just bumps into him and says, oh, okay, freebie. Shane going to get a response here, and Dia as well, so the trades are good here for the Timbermen. And problem for the party astronauts, Infinite is trapped behind Van with the bomb. He needs help getting out here. Dia knows it. There's the nade toss, and not as much damage as he was hoping for, probably. Smoke gonna get tossed. Knows that OG Wizard jumped down, so that's 2 players confirmed at the B site. Rotation probably gonna come through here from Timbermen. Snav moving around, jiggling, and there's the frag onto the bomb carrier. They didn't even try for the bomb throughout all of that, which is surprising, and that will likely cost him the round because Fang is by his lonesome, and a 1v3 is feasible for him, especially if he gets Carson. But Carson, oh man, he tucks himself into a perfect spot. Despite being 11 HP, Fang will never see him unless he comes out of the broken wall, and there you go. Carson, the last frag, and Timbermen up to 2.
Yeah, a little separate. And the 3v3 cost them a lot. Couldn't get themselves in positions. Maybe it would have been okay if there was a timer working against Timberman, but in this case, there's not. So every little ounce of fragging, that's really nice from Dia as well to follow up the smoke. That goes a long way. I thought that kill was actually towards mid. That's why Fang was late up cat instead. And that's just a really big win from Dia to react off of the play from Snav. And yeah, this is what they do best here. It's all about reactions for this Timberman squad. Started off with some early aggression towards middle. See what you can't do from there. And they definitely can afford to make, you know, such aggressive plays. Because if you start off around 4v5, I think they have the faith that someone on this team can recover it.
Shane just tossing an incendiary into the apartments there. Going for a bit of spam. Didn't really spot anything, just wanted to keep party astronauts on their toes should they have been in the vicinity, and they were, and they decided to back off. At least for now. Push for mid, Dia a little bit exposed. Gets 1, 2, the third, no. Does manage to get a couple though, and keep things under control for his squad, and that's going to help even more so. OG Wizard is the last one standing. He doesn't have the bomb, only a deagle, no armor, likely no chance. With 47 seconds left on the clock here, Cole.
There's 1 Deeks, none of them connecting.
Oh, that's rough.
My gosh, he lasted so long. Both just can't quite find it, but eventually Carson tracks down what he was hoping for and goes out in the end. Some good, you know, MP9 kills for Dia that'll probably set him up with an AWP rolling out for what is going to be one of the better investments. Now we can see if Timberman can keep up the pressure with that off to back it up. It just all the more bolsters what they can get away with.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that 4th round victory on Nuke was so important for them. It felt like, I think it was the 4th, 5th round where it felt like things were going to fall apart, but then Snav gets the 1v3, and then everything starts to just pile on in their favor. This time, Dare takes a lot of damage, but still wins the duel with Viz. Carson exposed and will get traded out. This is great for the party astronauts. A site is likely under their control unless a frag comes through right here, and it does! idea right as the smoke was blooming, gets the frag onto Ben Leet. OG Wizard, the trade, that will yield a bomb plant, maybe? Yes! What a shot from Infinite. OG Wizard trying to support him, Fang deleted, Shane delivering that, and the follow-up, they turn it around again. Timberman, man advantage, Infinite in the incendiary, he can't do anything, and it is another great play from Timberman to clutch out the round.
I'll just flip the script very quickly on Party Astronauts. How much emphasis they put towards middle is so well placed in the reaction from PA to kind of rush it out A afterwards, but also chasing down deep in towards those positions, trying to not only take that space towards A, but also win out in the position game. But as you can see, that maybe is some crucial missing utility, maybe a top con smoke, something of that nature. And when they go that far extended, they find themselves still with those mid rotations that they have to deal with, that they were looking to maybe catch by surprise. But that's part of the Timberman strength right there, is that they are all over the map where they need to be. You know, even if you get a fast pick on Carson, you think you can accelerate off the back of that. Sometimes it's just not an option, and those sort of quick reactions are exactly what Timberman need to continue to bring.
I'm surprised they're posting Carson up outside Palace here. I would have won him at mid every single round, but you know what? If he can have impact there, that's great. Oh, another great nade coming through from the Timbermen. Viz and Fang below half health as a result in the underpass. Ben Leet has managed to make his way towards top mid, and another bit of util comes through. Viz and Fang a little bit more far apart and away from it this time, but they haven't seen a single player, and they're already hovering around 30 HP. That cannot feel good. And it really weakens the assault here for the Party Astronauts as they're going to try to come through here towards this A site.
See Snav go down to Fang. That's a tough fight for Fang to win, but there's that timing. Carson trying to reaggress on the A main side of things there and can't quite land it. Gets caught in the back. So that will be an opened up path, at least for a bomb plant, but they are very low in HP. A couple of these players gets taken down. Shane will step through the smoke and still land a headshot, but a 2v2 now to work through. Molly goes on in, looking to apply some pressure up jungle here. He's got to do a lot of heavy lifting right now for Dare to try and sort his way through this clutch. It identifies where Infinite is and spins quickly for the kill. He smokes on top of the bomb. It's going to make Viz bite. Goes for a jump peek right there, not quite confirming that, and a great HE. Will make it so he doesn't have to extend past too far to lock in that victory. And there you go, PA on the board.
Wow, that is a great job from the Party Astronauts. Patience from Viz, throws the nade at the perfect time, and nothing Dare could do despite a fantastic effort. That's actually a really nice shot onto Infinite. Not an easy one to hit, especially on the move. But the Timbermen cannot close it out, and the Party Astronauts, as you mentioned, finally on the board. And one thing for both teams is that these have been very scrappy rounds, right? And the result is that the economy is unhealthy for both sides, meaning that this could very well be a swing round in either direction. All right, Party Astronauts sending 3 players to underpass. 1 at mid and 1 into Palace, and Timbermen have a pretty good setup here. I like Dare above the smoke a little bit. That's going to yield one almost a second immediately afterwards. There's the nade to chase Viz. No! Viz survives. He manages to get into cover just enough to stay alive with 6 HP, and now they've re-smoked window, but that is not the best start to the round for the Party Astronauts. They do manage to pull one back, but Infinite's immediately traded afterwards from Carson, and the man advantage is kept from Timbermen. Might as well be a 2-man edge, right? And now it is, because Viz was so low, and it is only Fang left standing here, who does manage to get 1, but he's tagged down to 13, and then finished off by Dare.
Nicely handled right there. I mean, I think there's some potential complications that you could feel if you're Timberman towards that A side. You know, how comfortable is Carson on A side anchoring? If I'm not mistaken, it was CJ that was doing that back on Nouns. He was playing over towards Connector, so he's not like super unfamiliar with the A side, understands it. You know, was oftentimes rotating into those plays as CJ would hold down the line. But this time, you know, like you said, with the core of Timbermen on this team, you know, you would expect that they keep that core fighting towards middle that has been so successful. And then, you know, now it's up to Carson to hold off that A side, which I think is one of the most difficult sites to be very cohesive to hold down successfully. There's so many different things you have to worry about, so many different angles that you have to be fearful of. So, how comfortable is he going to be? I think that Party Astronauts are trying to test him, and I want to see if he can continue to pass that test. But he's right now getting a lot of help as well from his rotations through middle.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign.
It's going pretty well. I mean, it is an adjustment for the position he plays. He usually played Con to mid, and now he's over towards Palace with, like you said, more of an A lean. And he's turned the wrong way now. Player's out, and he gets headshotted by Infinite from behind. Infinite, the upgrade to the A1S. This could get bad. It is getting bad. 5v3 in favor of the Party Astronauts. The bomb is going to be planted here. A Molotov sails in towards CT. Shane's got a lot of work to do. Only gets one. Dare fully blinded. This is all PAing around. That shouldn't have been like this. But because Carson's looking the wrong way, Viz and the rest of the squad are able to get a second round. And that's the thing, right? If you're used to playing this position, you probably don't make that mistake. But Carson, he's not usually posted up at Palace, and you look, he gets caught very much with his pants down, as the Party Astronauts are happy to take a second for themselves.
It's a big victory. I mean, I think it's in their game plan to put a lot of pressure on him early and test how comfortable he's going to be on this position. Like you said, Palace pop right there. You're playing on balcony up against what is lesser weaponry. Feels very forward in your face, and he gets punished in a big way. And that's what the biggest, I think, rule of anchoring, as well as just anchoring in general is just be able to buy time and get the relief that you need in a lot of ways. That's very important on a round like this. But we got damage being done. 5v4 turns in quickly to a 2v1 right there. They do handle the mid collapse coming through from Timmerman, but still a bit scary that it comes down to a 1v2 in the end. They did a great job of coordinating their efforts there, did Timmerman.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, and they almost managed to pull it off quite clearly there towards mid, but it's the Party Astronauts calming things down. I mean, the money was okay for PA, so they're fine. To lose that many bodies, just not the way you want to win a round, especially considering the map hasn't necessarily been going their way. Here come the M4s out once more. By the way, guys, update from the NRG Revenge Nation map. NRG won 2-0, so they are moving on to the next stage of play. Dia going to get the opener here onto OG Wizard. Timbermen want to join them, of course, with the defeat of the Party Astronauts on their minds. But PA, they've still got life. They managed to get a response here. It is still a 4v3 advantage in favor of the Timbermen, but very doable for PA if they can time things right.
This is a tough task, but I think he's really nailed the timing. Walking through that underpass smoke and a chance to collapse and spins around for that kill into Carson. That's a tough fight to win. Makes it look easy. Access into the bomb site. Fang goes swinging with the bomb out, but he's got teammates covering him. Infinite going to fall there. And his effort through CT, but now Shane left into a 1v1 as he takes down Viz, so a chance to show up here for Shane. In transition to this A-side retake, Fang playing forward-facing as opposed to deep in CT, and look at this timing that he's looking for. Playing right on the edge of the box, not scared to take his duel on his own terms, doesn't let Shane get comfortable by tapping that bomb and putting the pressure on Fang. He'll take that fight forward instead, and there's even more to look forward to here for PA.
I can't believe Viz wins that fight, like you were talking about as it was happening. Like, Carson had every advantage. That's the second time Carson's been caught a little lacking, honestly, here on Mirage, a player that we hyped up and expected more from. But I think also we didn't necessarily think he was going to have his position switched up so significantly. But yeah, that's what's happened here. And the Party Astronauts have managed to pull their way back into what looked like a dominant performance from the Timbermen coming through on Mirage. Ben's going to get one, OG Wizard another. It's just the anti-eco, and, well, it's going pretty much exactly as you'd expect. Fang should have the last here. And speaking... Oh, no, he doesn't. OG Wizard will. But speaking of Fang, I thought that previous round was fantastic from him. The way he played the 1v1 as well. He had 3 frags in the round overall, and those are the types of rounds you need from your star player once in a while if you want to get those victories, especially in tightly contested series like this when you're on map number 3.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I highlighted here, I've seen some really strong performances, rounds where he can just take over, land these big multi-kills. He can be alone towards middle and still break down a Timberman mid execute on the CT side. I mean, he knows how to fight through so many different challenges. He trusts in his mechanics to get past it. And finally, we're seeing a bit of a change here from PA. So many targets towards that A side, testing how Carson's going to play. Maybe Carson asking for a little extra resources here or there. It's going to put the pressure now on Shane and how he can play towards the B side. Maybe a more known quantity in terms of his ability to lock down a bomb site. As Dare's actually the one that delivers on the flank. And it puts it into a 3v2. Numbers getting punched in. Dare's trying to make his way out of apartments, but he gets blocked. It might not matter all that much as Benleet's now left into a clutch. A 1v3. No one overextending here. He's going to have a tough time making it forward. As every second is another angle going to be cleared out. Snap going to turn that corner, and Timberman going to take the lead because of it.
Alrighty, Timberman. Great job into that round to get themselves a 6. They got the AK upgrades as well. 3 players grabbing those off the ground. But yeah, you saw Dare just getting aggressive here and into the faces of the party astronauts, and that's really what led them to success. Despite a bomb plant pulled off from PA, it was a far cry from victory. And it will lead to a final round of play here in this first half that could be a complete tie at 6-6 heading into the second half, which kind of is the way we framed it leading into this, right? Like, we expected the party astronauts to be just as competitive against Timbermen. It's just that start from Timbermen and the way they played in the previous map led us to believe that they could come out with a dominant performance here, but PA, I think, thankfully have shown that that's not going to be the case.
I showed some good reactions. Going back to the bread and butter, though, and that's testing Carson on this A side, and I think that's pretty smart. Go back to what you know has worked in the past. Standard execution. And he isn't quite getting any help. He's just playing in this tough position. Goes 1 for 1. There's some extra support through the smoke as well, but a flashbang that's so well placed is going to give Viz vision on his target there. And a 3v2 with control towards CT is so incredibly valuable. There's OG Wizard, I think, getting caught on a tough angle. Finds himself a bit extended. Equalizes, levels that playing field. Takes an op out of the equation in a post play, which is a big deal. A fantastic pickup. An opportunity for Timberman to catch him off guard. Close out with the lead in this half here. Shane's still trying to edge forward in this round. He can't find the duels he's looking for. Finally gets access. Infinite budges from the side of Firebox, and there's a smoke on top of the bomb again. One of the bigger challenges they faced in this half, but there's a bit of a slip up there. I think he switched guns on accident, and that's going to allow Viz for a comfortable kill to close. Tied up 6-6.
Wow. All right. Looked like Timber might be able to pull that one off, but right at the end, yeah, I don't know if that was a slip. I'm not sure what happened, but at the end of the day, Viz is going to manage to win that round. Yeah, he was switching guns, it seems, as he was trying to go across there, and Viz caught him out. 6-6, all tied up heading into this second half of action. And this is really anyone's game. I mean, it was 5-1 in favor of the Timbermen, so you have to think that the momentum certainly in favor of the party astronauts on a 5-1 run of their own, but this pistol round will, again, be very critical. See who can come out with it. Timbermen switching over to the T side. And they are taking their time here, Cole.
I think Carson's excited to get off that first half there.
Yeah.
Get out of A anchoring. I mean, it's a very hard job to pick up if you're just standing in for a tournament, especially if you're playing up against a team like PA. They're going to understand how to punish any sort of weakness here, but a great pickup there. Dia instantly dismissing Infinite in his palace aggression. Still got a strong A setup, and that pick might lure them in. Seems like that's the case. There's Viz prizes from under balcony. A lot of damage done, but has the extra rotations. Everyone getting involved in this defense, and Dia, the one that starts it off for Timberman, is now left on an island here in Palace, and likely not going to be able to make it out. He's got 2 guns to deal with the 4 on the other end, which might help out a little bit. No one's giving him a headshot. No one's giving him a duel. Everyone's just messing with him. Yeah, on those dual Berettas, but there you go. Viz finally finishes it off, and 7 on the board here. Party Astronauts closing back with a pistol.
Yeah, that's great for PA to get the lead in their favor, and their first lead, in fact, of the map. And I think since the first map that they played here on Ancient, like, Nuke was just a complete slaughter, so probably happy to finally have something to celebrate here, but it could be short-lived if they're not careful, as they'll be going up against the Force Buy here for the Timbermen, who are going to have 2 Deagles. Excuse me, not a Force Buy. Thought they would, but they did not. It will just be the 2 Deagles on an Eco with nothing else purchased. So let's see what Timbermen are going to be able to do. 3 MP9s, 2 A1Ss on the Party Astronauts side. And one of those MP9s is about to face a fight, you would imagine here. Carson going in. Unbeknownst to Ben, he's right on Carson. Like, if he just fires away here, he'll probably do some damage. Not necessarily a kill. But of course, he's not going to do that. There's no reason to give away his position. 1:17 on the clock here as we're at a complete standstill.
Carson doing a good job of taking some initiative. Run boost out towards the middle. Got to turn everyone's attention. Got to be clean on the spray. Otherwise, it could cost you a casualty. And it looks like they are. Well played. Chased down with the MP9. Carson making some ruckus in apartments, but not hanging on too long. Those MP9s get a lot of kills, a lot of opportunities, and will be Party Astronauts moving their way on up to 8 rounds here. So no casualties is a big deal. You want to keep that as tidy as possible, because now you got a big bonus round where you can test how, you know, Timbermen like to default here and see what they're going to get away with. And just put a wrench in whatever game plan they have for their opening gun round.
OG Wizard. Nade gonna get tossed down the ramp. I was thinking about getting aggressive, but he's the only one on the A site, so needs to be careful. And speaking of aggression, look where Party Astronauts are. They are pushed up all the way, almost into T-spawn here as Fang. Viz is the first casualty, and Fang could be close to follow, and he is. He will fall after getting only 1, and this is problematic for the Party Astronauts. Infinite manages to get 1 onto Carson, who's overlooked him here. And will upgrade himself to a Galil, but here come the reinforcements, and Dia makes quick work of both Infinite and OG Wizard. Timbermen are right back on the board with a 7th round here.
A bit of a wild bonus, but again, exactly what kind of anticipated out of PA. Just run it down and see if you can't get anything done with these MP9s. They take some very valuable space, but the lack of hesitation from Timbermen working up catwalk without apps control can feel terrifying, but sometimes it's just like a move you have to make. Otherwise, you can find yourself suffocated in a round without map control, and then those MP9s start to strike, and problems become even more. OG Wizard jumps up into the window, or into the ladder, rather. A beautiful flick right there down to Dare. And he's right back into another reposition here. Shifty as can be. Look at that. All over the map. Some great movement so far from him.
Absolutely. Dia's just hanging around here towards top mid with his teammate. That's Snav, and they've been here for so long. They're going to have to re-smoke window as a result. And there's the flashbang in connector. 1:10 on the clock. Still plenty of time to work with here, but they're going to have to get a move on. And look who's here. It's Viz at Cat, and he gets nothing at all. Just deleted by Snav. Evens out the numbers, and that will trigger a full-on charge into B. Ben can't do anything at all, and Timbermen have control of the B site. OG Wizard needs at least 1 to justify a retake here, and he's got 2 players coming by his side. They might just try to force it up and push through. I'm not sure. There's too much value here, and the money's not great.
So smoked in market window, but thrown by the CT side so that they can escape safely and save with all those valuable resources that you highlight. Smart decision to get out of there. But OG Wizard, his opening duel that looked so effective, it doesn't really buy them a lot of time. Still, the bigger problems that a lot of teams face versus this Timberman core is that That mid control is really tough to handle. And it's exactly for those reasons right there. That cat entry so quickly found out. And translating that into success on the B bomb site. Here we have OG Wizard. This is a start. But this is how Snap plans on finishing a round. And that's still, not fearing the potential of that presence.
Yeah. As we go into things here. 16th round of play, all tied up. Party Astronauts, they did save those 3 guns, but Viz and Ben, they're in no position to buy up at all. That means all you've got are the 3 guns that you saved up in that previous round and the smoke. Here comes smoke on the other side from the Timbermen towards Viz. I'm surprised Viz isn't playing a buddy system with one of his riflers. He's alone, in fact, at mid. So they're putting the rifles onto the sites themselves, and OG Wizard maybe had a chance there. If he pushed up a little bit further to catch a player sneaking into underpass, that was Dia, but it doesn't happen just yet. And now Timberman just taking their time here, Cole.
I like the decision. I need to get to Ansi just yet. There's a big info spotted, and as soon as OG Wizard starts to leave with his AWP, he comes back and has to rethink the decision. There's just a lonely Bentley with a P, or a USP rather, on this B site. And not a good option, but such a patient default here. No one being super aggressive. A couple players outside of A, a couple players lurking through that underpass position after taking some contact. That molly goes straight into the smoke. Not gonna quite cover. So the sandwich position could be a big problem. Fang is waiting so patiently. Time continues to tick. They're walking into a stack, and Party Astronauts know it. There's a no-scope connected. I don't know how on earth he just landed that. OG Wizard covering all bases of this play, and still the question is, will it be enough? As Carson says, absolutely not. And it's just 2 USPs left standing, and they can't hold down the line. Up against the rifles, they get leveled. Timbermen cannot be tamed with AKs in their hands here on Mirage. I don't know how on earth, what on earth that no-scope was there from OG Wizard. That is unreasonable in coverage, but it doesn't really matter all that much to Timbermen. It's just a sacrifice that they need to make to take space on this A side. Doubling up on the smokes, I believe one towards bottom connector, one towards window. And after a round where they don't put a lot of emphasis towards middle, there's a whole lot more attention put that way this time around.
Yeah, they're going to have to have a look there. On the other side, though, Fang is actually going to get Dia coming up that ramp. That's a great opening frag for PA. Although a lot of damage has been taken here. Carson moving into Tetris. He throws the Molotov, and I think he's just trying to convince him that hit's going to come to A. Could rotate off. You see the bomb thinking about it in Snav's hands, but at the same time, I think they're just perhaps hoping to double pump and fake out the Party Astronauts as they come back in here towards this A site. Dare has been holding this angle for so long. And finally, he's going to move away from it to try and support his team. Knew that smoke was up in con, so was probably just biding his time, as it will soon fade away. Wants to see over top of it. Maybe he can find someone. Not going to happen. So PA's really bunkered down here, and Infinite finds another one. And it looks like it's just going to go all Party Astronauts' way.
Seems like it, other than Shane, who knocks down a couple quick headshots with some sharp shooting, but still PA, at the end of the day, coming out the victors, and that's credit to this opening duel. Fang back with a little bit of confidence rolling on out. Infinite with his back against the wall. If he's not able to complete that amount of impact right there, if he's not able to succeed on her balcony, with the lurk up connector, like all those problems just become that much worse. But Infinite passes that test on the A side. Party Astronauts with a bit of a wake-up call here, tying things up at 9s. Not happy with that lead slipping away from them. Once those guns came out for Timberman, they want a bit of revenge here. I think the best way to do that is to continue to find ways where Fang can have impact.
Speaking of players having impact, Carson, who we thought would, has been kind of silent, even though they're tied up at 9. Now would be a good time for him to wake up and start getting some frags. Viz waiting here right up in the vent at window. This is so brutal for Timberman if they don't clear it. I think they are. I think that's what Snav is waiting for right now. Once the smoke fades, and Viz isn't really prepared for this. He'll probably be dead. No! He flicks and gets the headshot onto Snav. Now Dare knows that Viz is there. Viz not aware of that, and there is the trade. Dia gets an important one onto Ben Leet. And the seesaw ride continues between these two teams here on Mirage. Timbermen full control of mid. They got 2 players barreling down towards the B site, and Fang waiting there to greet them. He's going to need a very big play to keep the party astronauts in this one, and he gets mollied out, but still gets 2 before he falls to the fire in the flames, evening out the numbers at a 2v2. OG Wizard with the AWP misses the shot, and Timbermen have a chance to potentially get a plant here.
Got to figure out a way to get involved here because this flank is going to be crucial. Infinite, he misses his window to strike. There was a small one onto Dia that he could have claimed. Instead, he'll deny the bomb plant and thread that timing to perfection. That's a round-winning play right then and there. And to add insult to injury, Dia goes down after time and walks away with $200 in his pocket. That right there is a nightmare scenario for Timberman. They lose big time in a position in which they were so favored, and that's because of big time plays from Fang and Infinite to close this thing out.
Jeez. There's a PrizePicks check mark coming through for Infinite on map number 3. More than 14.5 kills. He's been incredible here for the party astronauts, in particular in their recovery in that first half, and here in the second half in this back and forth affair. Hitting 17, Fang already at 17 as well. Got some big plays. And Timberman finally forced onto an eco. We'll feature a couple of techs, a P250 and 2 Glocks. No body armor for anyone except for Snav. Now you have Dia moving out. Infinite, AK. Should be able to have a field day here, you'd imagine. No. Actually, this could be a bomb plant. They played it pretty passively here on the A site. That'll help Timberman a lot going into this next round, especially considering Dia only had those $200 because he died after time previously. Infinite is going to tap ahead there. It should still go to the party astronauts this round, unless things go completely ballistic on the Timberman side. And, well, I don't know.
Flashes.
Yeah.
Trionet, I think it should be good. In theory, it is going to be Snav with a Tech 9, a low HP defuse as well. 10 seconds? Viz has the kit. He's not on the bomb. But at least he redeems it by locking in the headshot. A bit scary right there for PA in a really nothing round. And Timberman going to be very happy that they put that pressure on with so little tools.
Yeah, that was kind of scary for the party astronauts for a moment. You're right, because the low HP player defusing, but the tech doesn't connect through the smoke. And it will be the party astronauts getting an 11th. But as mentioned, a bomb plant was all the Timbermen were looking for in that round, and that means that they'll be able to have a very serviceable buy-up. Dia settling for a Galil, but everyone else onto the AKs. Plenty of utility to work with, and immediately the smoke's thrown for mid-control. There's a nade in return from the party astronauts. Doesn't do much damage, but this could. Fang pushed up aggressively. What a flash thrown by Snav, expecting the push to come through, and Dia with the 1-2 punch managing to get the connection after that flash is thrown. OG Wizard does get the trade. So we have a 4v4 on our hands, and Viz in a familiar spot here in this vent.
How comfortable is he going to be in this position? He might get some backup, interestingly enough. That's a tough double up on the Molotovs, but I think a really valuable reposition from OG Wizard. Drawing out attention, maybe identified there in the drop. What a kill on the Carson. That's through the wall right there. That is a flash.
Jeez.
Of a shot. And Carson doesn't even know what hit him. All the while, Infinite is flanked through A to surprise them towards the middle. Another quick pick up there. Viz finally goes down in ladder room. They put so many resources in his location early, but it doesn't end the round. 3v2, bomb being planted around the smoke. Infinite does connect some damage, but not enough to deny. Dia might take some space towards CT. Benley misses out on that kill. Takes him down low, but a 2v2 and again another opportunity to open up the door. for Timmerman to back into this map here. Trying to identify where these last two players are. Still buying even more time as OG Wizard charges forward with that AWP shotgun opping. He lands a quick one. Infinite gets the next. There's a kit for OG Wizard, so there is time. And now Infinite, he rubs it in as Party Astronauts get themselves on the series point.
I mean, we talked about it before, but, you know, if you want to get under the skin of the Timmermen, you do everything you can with some BM coming through because they are known to get a little bit rattled in these type of situations. So you got to get every advantage that you can. That was just beautiful, though, from OG Wizard. We have to talk about that. Just shotgun hopping, like you said, up close against Dia, and then Infinite immediately gets the last player as well, not allowing his Opera to fall. OG Wizard, a deserved PrizePicks checkmark coming through for more than 15 kills. And, well, the Party Astronauts may be booking themselves a ticket to the semi-finals. One more round required, and they'll get there. Timbermen, I have to give them a lot of credit, of course, you know, getting to that second map. It's not over yet for them, but getting to the second map and playing so well on Nuke, it wasn't what we expected. And right here on Mirage, it isn't over yet, but it feels like the Party Astronauts are very close to putting this one away.
Does seem like it. There's a nice pick. Yeah.
Okay.
Fighting for it. I think that Molotov made them into a false sense of security, and somehow Dia is up catwalk in ladder now. His speed slowed down by Fang. Carson looking to try it up next here. 20 bullets in that A1S. And it runs dry quicker than you might think. Fang will fall in Infinite's position. You know, obviously an A player, you're going to try and deal with him as soon as possible. You might not expect Bentley under the balcony, though. If he can do a good job of baiting this out, we'll see if that's enough, though, because it's just damage, no kills confirmed. And Darren is so diligent. He will clear, and Viz will likely just save off the back of that.
All right, well, not done yet, seems. The Timbermen coming out with a very solid round after the Party Astronauts kind of cruise towards this map in series point. Viz just going to save the AWP. That's a crazy opener from here as well. And then just great reads from the Timbermen, right? You could have easily overlooked the underneath balcony there in that situation after finding the player on the A site, as they also get this last player, so no op being saved over. But they don't. I mean, just very diligent play coming through from the Timbermen. And they've got to be happy here, hitting double digits. And I don't think that a buy-up is necessarily on the cards for the Party Astronauts. This might be an eco. It definitely will be an eco.
Yeah, they're going to save for the last round. Make sure that they give themselves one more good chance to get a full buy. All the tools that you've used in these last couple of rounds to get some wins. So, I mean, smart decision here. I like it. This does mean it's going the distance here after two very quick maps. Yeah, it makes sense that this decider has some legs to it, right?
Oh yeah.
Oddly enough, both one-sided maps there being their opponent's map pick.
Nice to see a close one for sure, at the very least. Pistols only for the Party Astronauts. Is that going to be enough? Probably not. Nade sailed through, guns doing the damage. Dare's blinded half the time, but still managing to deliver frags. And yep, this is going to go the distance. We are going to head to round number 24 with only Infinite left standing on the opposite bomb site, up against 5 rifles. Yeah, no, not going to happen. So, there it is, 11th round for Timbermen. And the Party Astronauts have one more chance in regulation to close this one out. Otherwise, we're headed to overtime.
It felt like it could be the perfect storm and like a force buy round to have the conversation. Missed window smoke is a big deal. And then, you know, just USPs versus Dare's AK is a whole different story. And because he gets to farm up those sweet, sweet ecos, he does collect more than 14 kills in total, getting the PrizePicks check mark. Dare, obviously a peak performer when it comes to Mirage, and he's been bringing that all the way through so far. One more round in regulation to decide it here, and Dia sets the tone early, flashed up, doesn't matter. Quick motion through underpass as well. And there is some panic in these rotations from Benleet now, who could get caught in transition.
This is risky. Oh my goodness.
Oh, how long is that smoke gonna last? Enough to get the first, but that trade was inevitable. The double boost in towards window has gotten them a lot of duels here, and so has Dia. With 3 kills, 27 in total on this map. He's gonna look to make it even more, because overtime is around the corner. Might be even the one to secure it with a 4th kill. Unbelievable stuff from Dia. And these last couple of rounds especially. The entry that he found on the op of OG Wizard up catwalk, just really taking full initiative here in the closing statements, and it is going to be OT.
Wow, that is, well, I suppose expected, but still, I mean, the Party Astronauts 12-9 lead. Things felt like it was in their control to just get to the finish line, but Timbermen too strong here on Mirage to be denied at least overtime, so we'll see what this will yield. But now we've got the money on both sides. It'll come down to which team has the better strategies here. Who goes on to those semifinals to face off against, I believe, NRG? Is it going to be the Party Astronauts, who didn't fare well against them last time, or the Timbermen, who are looking for a chance to prove themselves here with what is maybe a revitalization of their old roster with Carson as an addition? They do lose the first player here, as Carson has been eliminated. 5v4.
But it put on notice just a tad. Evades most of the pressure out of Palace, though. It's double up here. Benleet wheeled in the secondary. Is interesting because usually you would say, okay, we got a bit of apps control. That double op would lend itself to have less rotates on the B site proper. They've got so much, at least for now, in this direction. I mean, 3 players huddled and rotated pretty heavily on this B side, so best case scenario for Timberman in a 4v5 is walking out A main. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to bypass most of the worry in this round and probably have a chance at playing a post plant. That's a big deal.
No question. 31 seconds left. 2 players at CT, but I mean, it feels like you're right. I don't feel that the Party Astronauts are going to challenge here. They're just going to let the bomb get planted and wait for the retake to come through. Oh my goodness, Viz! Through the smoke gets 2! You gotta be joking me. Dia manages to connect onto Infinite, but that will tilt the tables in favor of the Party Astronauts. Dia, what a shot under pressure! Does get headshotted, I believe, or at least tagged through the wall. Down to 11 HP. Benleet tosses the nade, pops the smoke, doesn't see anyone, and is blindsided by Dare, who gets a follow-up as well. 1v1 here. Fang might run out of time anyway. He does get the headshot. Defusal coming through. It'll be down to the wire. Does Fang have it? No! Just short. And the bomb explodes, giving Timbermen a 13th round.
That was a 4v2 or 5v2 right there that was on offer. And it's a 4v5 initially. They get blessed with 2 smoke spams right there. I mean, that is a blessing in a big way. And yet Dia again performs in the late round. As I highlighted, you get this guy into a post plant, it becomes a different story when you have an op to play with. Collecting those kills through CT, you can definitely see there's a bit of fear in PA as they play out these rounds.
This is
investing in the double op and having so many players towards B as Benleet scoped in deep apps. You know, that's another big concern in terms of where the resources are, and all of that makes it for a pretty standard 4v5.
This is honestly wild. And to think that Dia's got 30 frags here. This is the best performance I've seen from Dia on Timberman, I think, since they were actually playing well when peeping with some roster, I would say.
Definitely. And that's exactly why you want Benleet on an op right there to get those sort of kills. It didn't get spotted last round. OG Wizard, not the same level of success, It could have disrupted that setup, but it does not in the end. Those rifles come through in time to save them. Fang's able to turn and burn. And another 5v2 this time around. I feel like a little more likely to close, given that they don't have to deal with the post plant, but they still have to deal with Dia. And that's whole new complications. Yeah, he has had a unbelievable game so far. Can he continue it in this difficult round right now?
I don't know. It feels like PA got the wrong read here for some reason. 20 seconds left, though, so they should have the advantage. They have some util to burn time off the clock. Dia with the AWP around the corner. Shane spotted, but Dia, okay, there's one. Is that enough room for a bomb plant? It looks like it might be. Dia going behind the box, trying to plant the bomb. No way. He actually does get the bomb plant, but he's the last one standing. 1v4, this has to be too tall of an ask, and it absolutely is. Fang will spray him down. Can't believe they even get the bomb planted, but it will be tied up at 13 here. Party Astronauts do not let another 5v2 slip away. If they did, I would have been exceptionally concerned.
I mean, I was just going to say, at the end of the day, if you have the bomb and instead, I believe it was Shane in the clutch with him.
Yeah.
If Shane has the bomb instead of Dia and he can stay in Palace,
yes.
I have a feeling that that round is so much more complicated. I'm not going to say, you know, it would have been comfortable to win. There was a lot of utility still left for PA, but, you know, if Dia's in this position in a late round and you can have a comfortable opportunity for Shane to punch in those digits, it's a different story. And there wasn't a lot of time left to comfortably, you know, get that done, but it's more so a testament to maybe how scared we're seeing PA play as this game goes late and late. Concession of control is a big deal right now. And you got to figure out a way to more comfortably contain it. This time, OG Wizard shotgun opping. Again, saved by the rifle of Viz that comes through just in time, but it does not save the A bomb site that's been taken by Timberman.
All right, Timberman. Gonna get that plant off. The timing wasn't great on the smoke pop, so OG Wizard didn't have visibility on the site. Now Fang has just run on through, completely unbeknownst to Timberman. I think Dare's watching this. Yeah, nice shot from Dare. Okay, that should settle things down. Ben leading OG Wizard, last two standing, double op setup. They're gonna go for this, of course, but yeah, Dare is looking fantastic now. And Dia swings around, 30-second frag for him. Timbermen take a lead into the second half of the first overtime.
So despite such a, you know, solid play coming through from Viz, who I think has been, you know, incredibly consistent despite joining this roster and obviously has some history with Binley Infinite, but still just feels very, very comfortable. I believe they even played, for some reason I feel like Fang and Viz have played together as well. I don't know if their overlap ever happened, but
I'm not sure about that.
In PV, or Positive Vibes Only, I think that was a team they played together on.
You might be right. I'm not sure, though.
Either way, it's a whole lot of history, and he's still showing that comfort. Party Astronaut's still facing a deficit, though. He's looking to break them out of it there. Great timing on that play, and again, it's back to their bread and butter. It's putting the pressure on this A anchor and Carson. It's actually his support system that gets taken down first, but Shane and Dia left into another clutch situation, having to rotate in on another A-side play.
Yeah, and again, we can't forget that most of Party Astronaut's success on the T side came when the gun rounds were in, right? When Carson was getting abused towards that A site, which is happening again, as you mentioned. Shane going to find one onto Ben Leap, but there's still 3 more players to get. They're, of course, going to trap this since it's overtime, but OG Wizard finds Dia, and Fang, the final frag onto Shane. We are tied up again at 14. It feels like it's been a roller coaster ride pretty much since that second half started. There was that brief moment when Party Astronauts pulled ahead at 12-9, but you know, since that point, it's been back to business as usual, I would say, for these two teams here on Mirage. Can Carson figure things out at Palace? It's been a tough go for him on the CT side. Looked a lot more comfortable on T side, of course. But it's been Dia who's been carrying the team on his back so far here on Mirage. I don't know if it's even going to be enough as Fang's got the opener. OG Wizard looking around, hoping to find something, but Carson and Snap simultaneously get two, and Dia finds the off-frag onto Infinite just like that. In 3 seconds, Timbermen have pulled this round entirely in their favor. A second HE frag from Dia. OG Wizard, now the last one standing. Tons of time on the clock, but he doesn't have the bomb on his back. He can retrieve it, assuming he gets back to T-spawn in time, but the aggression from Carson down the ramp will likely indicate to him that the bomb is down and available to defend, meaning the round is likely done.
He's shot in the back here. Shane gonna put the pressure on him, tries to move off the ladder. Instead, falls short. And that is one of the specialties right there from Timberman. You think you've got an advantage, but where there's one, there's so many more in these mid holds. And that's exactly what they fall into. It's like a trap there when Dare goes down. You got the pick, you can continue to press that advantage, but that's just when you realize there's 4 more people waiting around the corner for a mid hold. Even Dia covering off the extremity of Palace in time is so impressive. That's what he's been doing all game here. He's been impressing.
It's unbelievable. He deserves a ton of praise from his teammates if they're able to pull this one off, no question. Fang getting that smoke ready to throw in Con. Deciding Con or Window, and I think he's... Oh, no. Was that 2 smokes for Window?
That's 2.
That is a very poor decision from both players, and it's a miscommunication. All you have to do is call it out on your comms. That's all you need to do to avoid that, and now you've lost a smoke and only have none left, in fact, for an actual execute. This is really bad for the party astronauts. It means they just have to win the duels, and they've already lost the first one here. A second one does come through, so that will help. But Benleet's under pressure here from Window. He wins the duel, though. Dare turns his back on him.
Yeah, he tried to escape there, couldn't make it out in time, and again, it's pressure towards A. It's up to Carson to find a way to win in this position and turn some of those woes of that first half being played out. Right now, struggling to access on the opening. A bullet sent in the back there of Shane. Still can't quite find Infinite. Doing such a good job of staying alive. What? And a collateral landed from OG Wizard. And we go again as they close out the round. And it's right back to smiles for Binley. I think his pick right there on a Dare, definitely a round-changing pick-off right there. OG Wizard, lineup of perfection. And Carson and Shane, they really found themselves in a bit of a frustrating, like, hesitation, I would say. And then to just get skewered by the op as the end result of that little mix-up already. Well, that just adds insult to injury right there.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, honestly, that it ends up going that way. Given the fact that Timbermen, it felt like they would be able to get back into it as we're going to have another PrizePicks checkmark coming through for Snap, 14.5 kills, but I thought that they were going to be okay to get back into that site, but you're right, there was just too much hesitation from CT, and then Infinite gets spammed through the wall, but cannot be finished off, so another bit of frustration for Timbermen, and then OG Wizard lines up the Colat. Everything going exactly the way it shouldn't for Timbermen, at least in their minds, in order to get this one closed out. So we go on into the second overtime here. First half of it, sticking to the same sides, of course, as Party Astronauts try to make it work on T side again.
Back, there's pressure being put on Shane early in this round. Baiting a reaction out of middle, though. Carson have completely evacuated this A side. They've rotated all their forces over. Meanwhile, Carson's going and gathering a little bit of control towards underpass. He's going to be in for a surprise here. Can't quite track it. A little behind schedule right there, and it's a big opening duel from Ben Leak. Does get traded out as they rush it in towards this A side in a very rushed manner, end up losing multiples. Party Astronauts in a panic try and make it towards that A side. A Molotov will buy them a little relief. In fact, a lot of relief as it's more damage onto Dare as well. But a huge crossfire to break on through here for Infinite. Attention split every which way. Smoke spam, there's the last two players now known. That HE though, that HE little bank again from Dia coming through. And it certainly is open today as Timberman will open up the first round of the second overtime.
Dia enjoying the util damage, no questions asked. Helping out there when his team needed him for sure, because it felt like Infinite had something cooking here, honestly, when he gets that frag. Only 7 HP left, but still could have spammed the smoke and done something, but the nade ends all doubts. And we've got another PrizePicks check mark. Given that we're going into so many overtimes, I think we're going to see maybe everyone hit that at this point, but it's Bentley with more than 12 kills. And the Timbermen, well, they want to try and have a clean sweep here in this half. Neither team has been able to get clean, of course, throughout any of the overtime half so far, even though we've only had 2. And then for our third. Dare, staring down over at balcony with the AK, and incendiary burning away, and there is a smoke thrown as well. As the Timbermen are trying to get this site on lock. Ooh, that smoke pop wasn't great either. I don't think Bentley would have had any visibility, even if he peeks around that corner. So the Party Astronauts, they're not going to be too phased, though. Looks like they want to try and get that A-site. Viz is going to help out immensely. The player at Con Snav is gone. There's another smoke pop coming through. Dia hanging around in a smoke of his own. He really wants to pop out and strike here towards mid, but he might be too little too late here as Carson and his teammates down on the site. Dare hiding over at Firebox. They've completely overlooked his position. Not like this, Party Astronauts. Dare's just staring at Infinite. Oh, he took too long. He should have struck, but he decided not to. Dia, along with Shane, and the last 2 standing for the Timbermen. Dia manages to get 1, but this feels like it's out of reach now. What a shame for Dare. I thought he was going to have the play of the match, but instead he just falls on a single frag, and Shane, left by his lonesome, gets a 3K. God. He has time. He's going to stick to the defusal. No way. Right? No way. He can't get this. Oh, my goodness. He got it. He got it. Ben gets the headshot as he's getting the last second of the defusal. That is absolutely ludicrous. The Timbermen have no business winning that round, and the Party Astronauts let it completely slip away.
Dare, he maybe missed his play of the day, but Shane did not.
Yeah.
Shane did not. He took that right back up and said, Dare, don't worry, I got you. That is unbelievable. A complete robbery for PA. And as you can see, he is exhilarated.
Yes.
It's all in the eyes, but he's smiling ear to ear.
Oh my goodness. That, I just like, all 3 of them running towards him like that too. It defies logic, honestly, in the way that one played out. Credit to Shane, because obviously you need to hit some nice shots to even get that, but still, that is absolutely around the Party Astronauts want back. Oh my goodness. And just had to go for the knife or shoot or something, but couldn't decide on what he wanted to do against a player that he knew was defusing right under his nose. Ay. Timbermen, 17 rounds, and look at this. It's all falling apart. 2 frags here immediately for Timbermen. Ben Lee manages to get 1 back, but he's down to 19 HP. Okay, hold on a second. Infinite manages to get a second. Dia turns away from the flash, but still manages to connect onto Infinite. Now he's looking for the follow-up. Can't get it. The IGL Ben Lee trying to make amends for that previous round and get the Party Astronauts a 16th. Bringing it down to a 2v2 here. Cole and Snav dips his toes into that Molotov a little too long, and he's going to be smoked off here.
A lot of noise though. Shane takes his timing once again, and these HEs have been deadly all day. Not just gonna end this clutch just yet. Bentley with a little life left in him, just 4 to be exact. Gonna walk his way through bench right now. Oh, a chance to line this up here. Some excellent damage and a bit of a lack of swing and initiative coming through there. Playing this one very scared. A chance to get it back, but of course it's none other than Shane. That takes 2 in a row.
Oh, man.
Rips it away from Bentley back to back. And now 3 chances in a row for Timberman to close this out.
and they wanted to cut Shane. On the Timberman, he was the one who was removed from the core, and look at this. He's saying, hey guys, you might not want to do that anymore. You might want to maybe stick with the previous roster and make this work into the next season of ECL, because goodness me, the clutch is coming through from this man. 18-15 for Timbermen. They get the clean sweep for the first time in overtime for either squad, and that means they've got 3 opportunities to close this one out. I have a feeling, Cole, that one round where Shane wins the 1v4, that's the gut punch. That's the finishing touch for the party on the party astronauts here.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that PA is a team that can crumble super easily. You know, mentally can hold it together pretty well, but it's tough to come back mentally from a round like that. Taking down Dia, though, is a big deal in these rounds. Guy with 38 kills taken care of first. That timing, though. Shane steps forward as the flash is flying in his face, and Infinite cannot believe his luck. The split second that matters most there, an OG Wizard looking for a flashy flick, but Shane just keeps on inflicting pain on party astronauts right now. There's no relief coming. Rotating on through is the duo here. Viz looking for some recovery. Fang in the same vein at the moment, but onto the bomb site they go. A comfortable plant. And a tough transition ahead here for party astronauts fighting for their life in a 3v3.
Yeah, this is tough. Absolutely need this round victory. Snap with the op, gets the headshot onto Viz. The follow-up from Shane, who's just been delivering round after round after round, and that'll do it. The Timbermen win 19-15, and Shane is the overtime hero. That little difference for the Timbermen to push them over the finish line. Unreal stuff. Timbermen advance for a face-off against NRG.
I mean, it's fair to say it's a Timber win right there. A excellent fight coming through for this squad. I mean, overtime affair, multiple of them. They honestly fought back for a pretty difficult situation in regulation as well, and it was Dia that led them there. You had other people step up as they got into OT, and I think that's a big deal, right? It wasn't just the Dia show in overtime. You still performing on a consistent basis, producing that output, but then Shane steps up in a unbelievable fashion. I mean, just so unreasonable.
That was one of the craziest post-plant clutches I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie, like that was ridiculous. The fact that he gets the defusal as well, Cole, out of all of that is the most insane part, because they knew he was there and they just couldn't do anything about it. Wow. Shane, my hat off to you. I don't have a hat on, but if I did, it would be off to you, because that was an insane play that he pulled off. And not only that, he doesn't stop there. He keeps going. He helps them win the next 2 rounds too, with crazy clutches and ridiculous effort coming through, like a 3K coming through in the last round. I think it was a 1v2 that he pulled off prior to that. Insane stuff. I still want to give the MVP to Dia if I had to choose, because I felt like he was the most solid player on the map overall. But I mean, huge special mention to Shane.
Hey, I mean, they wouldn't have had the chance to clutch those rounds if it wasn't for Dia getting him into overtime with his impact when the game kind of felt over, to be honest. I mean, it didn't necessarily feel over when they were down like 9-12. I thought there was always a chance with, you know, their situation to break back into the game. There's no question about it. But Dia was that player to take that initiative, and there's no question that he definitely deserves that MVP for sure for this matchup. But looking at the PrizePicks estimated totals, as we highlighted, you know, multiple overtimes, so just about everybody reaching to that expectation, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, we don't have one for Viz, but everyone went above it here for the party astronauts. I think it was the same over on the Timberman side. I guess we'll have to see. Yeah, we will see very quickly here. And yes, I mean, it was only Darren Snav, because the other 3 players don't have any type of estimates here. But
Dia would have gotten there, right?
I believe so. Yes, I confidently state with you, Cole, that he would have gotten there. No questions asked. Oh my goodness.
Maybe it would have been 38.5, but who knows?
In one map, yeah, that's That's given a player a lot of credit for carrying the team on his back. But yeah, Dia, I would even say it would have probably been lower because he hasn't necessarily been that solid as of late. Very inconsistent in terms of his play, but that was a map and a half. I mean, he stepped up in such a huge way. That's going to do it for us here today, guys. Actually, before we get to the ad read, I do want to check out the bracket quickly, if we can bring that up so we can talk about the teams that advanced to till tomorrow. I'm going to get the words out eventually. Yeah, so we have Boss versus Nouns, which was kind of expected. I thought Akimbo could do something there against Nouns, but you know, that new roster for Nouns is actually already looking pretty good. And Boss looked great. I mean, we saw them play. I think that they're a promising team moving forward and slowly cementing themselves into that top 5. And I mean, look, Timberman NRG is going to be interesting too, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, out of the gates, we're looking at George top fragging for Nouns, so already you can see it's a home run, right? Because that's the metrics we go by. But yeah, I mean, no question, I think George is going to be a good example of what they can do. And NRG actually, kind of squeaking out a win versus Revenge Nation. But I'm excited to see what George can do here for this NRG squad. I'm thinking he's going to be a very good addition. So looking forward to that.
Absolutely. And with that being said, guys, let's give a quick thank you to everyone who's making this here PrizePicks NA Revival Series possible. And of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, that is going to wrap up day 1 of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 4. But don't forget to tune in tomorrow, I believe at 2 o'clock Eastern, for the final day, the final 3 BO3s to decide who is going to be the winner and if NRG can defend their crown. We'll see you guys tomorrow.